Good morning and welcome to day 3 of competition here at the Iquique para Todos 2015 ISA World Bodyboard Championship. We are already underway out in the water with the first heat of the day. We are into main event for the Open Men's Round 4 and already up and riding. Alan Munoz, we already saw a 4.0 registered on the opening wave of Amaury Laverne. Now just waiting to hear from Pierre-Louis Costas. There you can see the teams gathered down at water's edge, keeping a close eye on this critical heat as we really start to get into the thick of things here on day 3. Again, Round 4 of the Open Men's main event out in the water right now. Starting off this morning, Amaury Laverne from France in white, Alan Munoz from Chile in red, Pierre-Louis Costas from France in yellow. Two of these guys are going to stay in the main event. One of these guys is going to get bumped into reprecharge. I'm Steve Action Jackson, joined by Philip Muller, calling all the action here in the first heat of the day.
Good morning, Steve. So we've got two really impressive heats in this main event, round 4. We're going to see the two first guys out of this heat who will be in the main event final, one step from the big final at the end where we're giving the gold medals. And then we've got this second heat, Matias Diaz from Chile, Eder Luciano from Brazil, and Miguel Rodriguez from Peru is going to be the second heat, trying to maintain in the main event of the men.
Yeah, so we've got some real heavy hitters out in the water. Alan Munoz, obviously one of the top talents from Chile, trying to take advantage of the home field advantage, so to speak. He's out in the water right now with a pair of gold medalists. Amaury Laverne obviously won the gold medal in the drop knee last year, but also a silver medalist in the men's. Pierre-Louis Costas, 2011 gold medalist in the Canary Islands at the first edition of the World Bodyboard Championship. And in that next heat, Eder Luciano coming up. He's a two-time gold medalist in the men's. He's going up against a hard-charging Matias Diaz, who has looked really aggressive out in the water the last couple of days.
Exactly. There we see the two Frenchmen paddling for position. Pierre-Louis Costes to the left, and it's Amaury who takes the right. Let's see if the cameraman can follow him. Here comes the spin, and finally kicking out. So Amaury Laverne already 2 waves. Pierre-Louis Costes still looking for that first ride with 12 minutes and 30 seconds left.
So as you can see out in the water right now, the swell conditions, a little bit of a drop from yesterday. From what we understand, it is supposed to pick up some more, a little bit of morning sickness out in the lineup here at Punta Uno to start things off. But you know what? That's not going to hinder these guys. As you can see, Alan Munoz able to put together a 6.17 on his first wave, now trying to replace a 3.0 as a backup score. He currently holds the advantage over Amaury Laverne. Pierre-Louis Costas still looking to get his first wave of the heat, and we saw him paddling for this most recent wave. Here's a replay of the split peak between Maz and PLC. As they were battling for position, it was Maz taking the right.
So that was the replay of that latest wave.
Meanwhile, back to live action, PLC up and riding.
So we're going to wait for those scores right now. 7-point ride for Amaury Laverne on that tube riding, followed by a spin. So taking first position, Amaury Laverne. And Alan Munoz, a 3-point ride for his second wave in second position. We're waiting for that first score of Pierre-Louis Costes, 11 minutes and 20 seconds. So today is day 3 of action. We're going to define almost all the main event finals before the end of the day. Tomorrow should be a heavy repechage day, and then we're going to leave what is the finals for Sunday, where we're going to define the new world champions of the ISA in bodyboard.
Well, we're already down to about the 11-minute mark. All right, so just under 11 minutes remaining out in the water. Amaury Laverne scoring a 7.0 on his most recent wave, moves him ahead of Alan Munoz. So Amaury, Alan, both sitting on solid primary scores, looking to back it up. Here it is. Maz taking another look again. Meanwhile, we had cut to replay while Pierre-Louis Costas was paddling into that last wave. We'll see if we can cue up a replay of Pierre's last wave as he dialed in an excellent score of 8.0. And again, we'll see if we can dial that in. And meanwhile, Alan Munoz flipping it out in the lineup, trying to solidify his score and move himself back into the lead.
trying to change that 3-point ride for Alan Munoz, the local heir. Pierre-Louis Costes, so 8-point ride, waiting for that second wave. And still waiting on that replay from that 8-point ride from PLC. There you can see the two Frenchmen going back towards the lineup. So less than 10 minutes left already. Here comes the replay of that wave of PLC.
All right, so here it is. Another look at PLC. Finds a nice left-hander, flips it out. And you know what? It doesn't matter if the waves are big or small. He knows how to dial in those backflips like nobody else in the world of bodyboarding. He was able to combo it with a spin. And again, an 8.0 the result. Now Pierre just looking for a secondary score. He holds the highest scoring wave of the heat so far.
The Frenchmen were very impressive yesterday. And I mean, PLC yesterday comboing 2 backflips on the same wave. That was pretty impressive yesterday. And waiting for picture here in the booth. So we want to thank also everybody who makes this event possible, such as Iquique para Todos, our main sponsor, also the support of the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique and the Chilean Surfing Federation, and our media partners, while we see Amaury Laverne launching a huge flip there, but landing in the flat, could not ride it out.
And before that, we saw PLC on his second scoring wave, so we'll wait for these results to come in. Amaury Laverne again sitting in the lead with a 7.0, trying to replace a 4.0. Alan Munoz currently in the second spot with a 6.17, trying to back up that, looking to replace a 3.0. And Pierre-Louis Costes an 8.0 on his opening wave, now just waiting for his second score to drop into place.
So waiting on the scores there, the judges obviously have got the replay system. Sometimes on crucial heats like this one, you have to check the pictures properly. Take your time before putting the score. And it seems that is what is being done right now. So waiting on that, while Pierre-Louis Costes paddling for position there, seeming to go for the left.
So PLC up and riding, finds a little barrel time, comes out, throws the roll, gets a little caught up, but he's going to connect. Throws into a forward spin, and then ducks out. So another quick wave for Pierre-Louis Costes, the former 2011 gold medalist here at the ISA World Bodyboard Championship. Of course, the 2011 edition was the first year of the standalone event for bodyboarding that was held in Gran Canaria in the Canary Islands.
That's right. Then 2 years following was at the same location in Venezuela, at Parguitos, and then here we are. Last year we were already at Punta Uno in Iquique, and we have a repeat of that. So we're going to see if there's an announcement on Sunday of where would be the following location. For now, without a doubt, the most active in this series. We've got a second wave for Alan Munoz, 6.27, taking first position. We're still waiting for that latest wave of Pierre-Louis Costes. That could change the situation. He only needs 3.01 to go to second position and push down Amaury Laverne. So we're going to see what happens, and if there is some sort of strategy between the two Frenchmen as the heat advance. Obviously they would try to be in the first 2 positions as Alan Munoz and Matias Diaz did yesterday.
In all honesty, seeing these guys and the fact that they're all World Tour competitors, usually these guys are very focused on what they need to get done out in the water, not too concerned about team tactics, so to speak. And there it is, PLC, a 4.87 on his last wave, enough to move him into the top spot. That now bumps Amaury Laverne down into third position. Amaury looking for a 5.47, and there you can see Alan Munoz out in the water looking for an update. It looked almost as if he was asking for the judges to consider a paddling interference against Amaury Laverne. I don't think he's going to get it. But, you know, things pretty tight out there. 6 minutes remaining. Maz, again, only needs a 5.45 to move ahead of Alan Munoz. Munoz trying to hold on to that second spot and keep his place in the main event. Maz trying to avoid repercharge. Here he is up and riding.
Here he starts with the flip for Amaury Laverne. It was a bit of a paddle fight there between Alan Munoz and Amaury Laverne. Keeps on going, finishes with a roll right in front of the Chilean team. And here comes Alan Munoz. Lots of speed. Starts also with a flip. A lot bigger than Amaury's. Keeps on advancing. A cleaner wave. And goes into that last roll. I prefer the Chilean's waves compared to Amaury. He was a bit too eager to get into that wave before Alan.
Yeah, there you can see Amaury Laverne and Alan Munoz trading off on similar waves. The first wave, Maz, a flip, finishes with the roll, but it was smaller, not a lot of clean face to work with, whereas Alan waited, got the second wave in the set, and was able to find a little more open face, cleaner maneuvering. He mirrored Amare with the flip to roll combination, but I think Alan Munoz is going to get the advantage on that score after that wave exchange between himself and the Frenchman.
Already less than 5 minutes, so yellow flag air for the first heat of day 3 of competition. In the water, you can see their names there on the right. Matias Diaz, Eder Luciano and Miguel Rodriguez are going to enter the water. So here comes the score for Alan Munoz, Steve.
There it is, an 8.67 for Alan Munoz, moves him back to the top spot. That drops Pierre-Louis Costas the second. Amaury Laverne still in third position, but now Amaury needs a 6.94, so a little bit more work put in front of him. Meanwhile, PLC up and riding, pulls into the barrel, and there he is coming out. Nice wave for Pierre. He's going to finish it off with the roll off the closeout section. Rides out ahead of the whitewater. Pierre looking to hold on to the second spot as he maintains the advantage over his fellow countryman and teammate Amaury Laverne. There you see Maz rolling off that section. So a quick wave exchange between the two Frenchmen out in the water. And whoa! Alan Munoz busting out the flip to spin combination. Virtually seamless on that combo, and he's not done yet. There, he's going to roll off of the end section, but kind of pulls off the back. That wave's score will be mainly off of the opening combination of maneuvers, but Alan Munoz really putting it down here in the final minutes of this heat, really, pulling out all the stops.
Nice flow on that combination of maneuver, Steve, just as you said. So Alan Munoz on fire, wanting to go through first. And, he's leaving all the situation to PLC and Moz in second and third position. It must be difficult for these two guys to have some of the best friends traveling all around the world. But only one it seems to be able to maintain himself in the main event, and one will have to go down to the repechage, to the dread of all the guys in the repechage round 2.
Yes, the repechage round for the open men's is not going to be any cakewalk, not by any stretch of the imagination. So whether you're in the main event or repechage, these guys have a lot of work to do, as it's some seriously stiff competition. As we had mentioned, coming up the next heat, it doesn't let up. We're going to see Matias Diaz, Eder Luciano, and you know what? One of the pleasant surprises of this event, Miguel Rodriguez from Peru, has been really stout. And speaking of stout, PLC with another flip to spin combination. That seems to be what these guys are chasing after out in the water here in this heat. 2:15 remaining. PLC is going to finish off with a roll as he comes up right on the slab there, right at the water's edge.
It seems to me also, Alan Munoz is picking his waves perfectly. He's really going for those bigger waves, those cleaner faces, but he seems to be able to know and read beforehand which wave he wants, compared to the experience of Amaury and Pierre-Louis.
And there you can see Alan Munoz and Amaury Laverne both signaling for an update from the beach announcer, as we're down to 1:40 left on the clock, still waiting for scores to come in. There it is, Amaury Laverne with an 8.23 to go with his 7.0, moves into second. Now bumping PLC down to third. Pierre needs a 7.24. Alan Munoz maintains control at the moment with 1:25 left on the clock.
Exactly, Amaury Laverne, so still needs a 7.18 to go to first position, but to tell the truth, it doesn't matter really first or second at this stage, because you all end up in the same main event final. You just want to avoid that third spot. Entering the last minute, there they are on screen, Alan Munoz and Amaury Laverne having a small chat, wondering what they'd be saying there in the water.
Yeah, right now it's got to be pretty intense out there. These guys intently focused on the horizon, waiting for any opportunity to roll through in the closing seconds as we count down. 45 seconds left on the clock. And again, Alan Munoz holding the advantage over Amaury Laverne. PLC currently in the third spot, chasing after a 7.24 as we get down to the last 35 seconds. And unfortunately for PLC, it looks like he may be sent to repechage. And those of you who aren't really familiar with the double elimination format here at the World Bodyboard Championship, basically main event is almost like non-elimination, but if you get sent to repechage, you get one last chance, and if you can't get the job done there, you're going to get cut from the field.
With 12 seconds left, that was the last attempt from PLC. There's not much coming right behind that. And so he was looking for that 7.24, try to maintain himself in the main event. That wave will count. Let's see if he manages to get... Yeah, he's just coming out there, Pierre-Louis Costes, on that wave. So congratulations to Alan Munoz, the local talent. And, I mean, this is one heat that he'll remember for a long time, winning in first position in front of those two Frenchmen.
Yeah, that was a big heat to start off the day. Everybody was anxious to see that hit the water. And here's a look at the heat recap. Maz finding some barrel time, rolls out. The little check turn to reset, goes into the spin. So a nice cut back to spin combination. Meanwhile, here's a look at Alan Munoz flipping it out. Alan, you know, he got that lead and never really looked back. He left it up to the Frenchman to battle it out here. Pierre with the backflip. He would end up in third. And here's another look at Amaury Laverne finishing second in that heat.
Here comes so the backflip from Alan Munoz on his second to last wave.
So there you have a look at the heat recap. The first heat of the morning, opening things up in pretty major fashion. We'll get into heat two in just a bit, waiting for the countback and the starting horn to get into the second heat of men's round 4 main event.
So right now we're going to a short commercial break. We'll be right back in a little instant with the second heat of this interesting round.
Invito al Museo Regional de Iquique a conocer la historia y los encantos naturales de nuestra región.
En Camanchaca, somos orgullosos de nuestra trayectoria, conscientes de la responsabilidad que tenemos en el presente para desarrollar y mejorar nuestra actividad y ambiciosos del futuro y las metas que nos planteamos para seguir alimentando al mundo desde el mar.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the wave-rich, beautiful city of Iquique, Chile for the 2015 Iquique para Todos ISA World Bodyboard Championship. We are at Punta Uno, watching some of the best bodyboarders in the world. We are at day 3 of competition. We're going to be here until Sunday. I'm Philip Muller in the English broadcast. I'm joined right now this morning by Mr. Juan Santos from Portugal.
Thank you, Philip Muller. Good morning, everybody watching this broadcast live. Well, what an amazing way to start day number 3, Philip. The round number exactly was round number 4 in the men's open heat number 1. I got the opportunity to jump into the shell and the shell rock and see the heat by myself. So it seems like we're going now for a live interview in the beach with the last heat winner, Alan Munoz and Begoña Martinez. Take it away, Begoña.
Thank you very much, guys. We're very excited here at the beach because this was a crazy heat. Oh my God, Alan. Everyone in the beach was so excited. It was such a hard heat. One of the best bodyboarders in the world. The favorites here, you're also one of the favorites. But it was very, very hard. Fue un hit súper fuerte, estaba todo el mundo súper emocionado. Cuéntanos un poco qué se sentía estar allá adentro, cuáles eran las técnicas que tenías en tu cabeza.
No sé, es que fue súper difícil porque, tú sabes, son 2 campeones mundiales y nada, pues uno simplemente aspira a lograr ese sueño y yo creo que uno centrándose, el potencial está en todos nosotros, así que si uno busca explotarlo al máximo, creo que lo puede encontrar y por suerte me terció buena ola, me tocaron la serie y era 1 contra 2, así que me siento feliz de haber salido victorioso.
Well, he said it was very hard. He knows perfectly these 2 guys are world champions. But yeah, he was very lucky. I asked him what he thought, but he said he can't explain it. He just picked the right waves and he was lucky and all. ¿Tú ya le habías ganado a Mauri y a Pierre?
Creo que sí, en el APB, sí. Pero, o sea, creo que me falta por ganarle más que ellos a mí. O sea, no sé si me explico bien.
Más veces.
Más veces, exacto. Pero nada, estoy súper contento. Quisiera agradecer a todos mis amigos, a todo el equipo que hemos realizado un trabajo súper unido. Y mandar un saludo a mi familia, a toda la gente, amigos del Tao, a toda la gente de Chile que siempre nos está apoyando. Y nada, pues, súper feliz y gracias a ti también que me apoyas.
Well, he's very, very happy. He said hello to all his sponsors and friends. And well, not much to say anymore. I mean, congratulations and back to you guys to the booth. Let's keep the action.
Thank you, Begoña Martinez. That was quite an interview with the previous heat winner, Alan Munoz. Definitely an bodyboarding reference for here for Chilean bodyboarder. Let's take a look at the replay here. So now we see the battle between red and white. Is that red? Matias Diaz just launching a massive aerial spin on a heavy section. Still getting speed for the inside, and seems like he just busted a last move in the last closeout. Now Eda Luciano going left. Let's see, getting behind the curtain. No much potential on this wave, and Eda rather kick out and go back to the lineup. Well, as we said, we got the opportunity to go to the rock shell and see it by this peak in the front. And you can have really the notion of the power of this wave. So maybe not bigger waves as yesterday, but still with a lot of scoring potential. So there you have it in this round number 4, heat number 2. In red, the Chilean Matias Diaz taking on the 2 times ISA world champion Eder Luciano, and in yellow from Peru, Miguel Rodriguez. So Matias already throwing a 6.33. Eder already putting in the scoreboard a 5.5. And Rodriguez from Peru, first score at 4.5.
14 minutes and 30 seconds there right now. Waiting for the scores. Right now, Matias Diaz taking the lead like Alan Munoz did in the previous heat. So nice action from Alan Munoz. Matias Diaz obviously going to try to do the same. It would be incredible for the Chileans to see Alan Munoz and Matias Diaz together in the main event final. Nelson Flores is still active, the 3rd Chilean from the Open Men division in the repechage. We're going to see that a bit later on. Because the program today, as we're seeing some of the early goers who came here to see the event, after this we're going to the Open Men round 3 repechage. So we're going to see some of the men that have lost, that are still trying to maintain themselves in competition, where you have to go through first or second in your heat, otherwise you are eliminated. We saw already a few men, 9 men yesterday in Open that were eliminated, 1 girl in under 18. And the team standings, even if it's too early to try to see who is the favorite, a lot can change, but we're seeing lines being drawn.
Yeah, of course. Well, it's third day of competition, a crucial day for every team that is in the race for the World Championship. Now, after this main event, we are jumping into the repechage round, so that means we start saying goodbye again to few riders when we see now taking off on rider Rodriguez, the Peruvian, doing a great campaign so far in this event, trying to take himself barrel and coming out with a roller, connecting now with the inside, with a spin. Now still there trying to get some speed, but no more, and rather to kick out just on dry shell rock.
As we see another one of the strong teams here at the ISA 2015 World Bodyboard Championship, Team Japan. They've been very strong.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen a big absent, which is Australia. As we see there, Matias Diaz getting a bit of tube time on a small tube, finishing with a roll, trying to change that score of 3.5.
Yeah, Matias drawing a nice line, not a big size wave, medium size, nice bottom turn, clean scoop into the barrel, making it out with a roller. So maybe Matias trying to improve a 3.5. Currently leading the heat. He knows he needs to go big if he really wants to hold those very important points for Team Chile. Well, and Team Chile, what a best way to start. What a better way to start than beating 2 times world champ Amaury Laverne and beating as well world champion Pierre-Luis Costes and gold medalist Pierre-Luis Costes. So Alan Munoz taking first position on the last heat and holding very important points to keep Chile in the race for the championship.
11 minutes and 50 seconds. Time is grinding down. We're waiting for that latest score from Matias Diaz. Miguel Rodriguez also got a second wave, if I'm not wrong. A small wave, not very much to do, but to change that 0 point. Also, let's see who will be coming in the first heat of round 3 of the repechage. We're going to see Silvano Lourenço from Portugal, Eliton Loureiro from Brazil, and Jan Salaun from France, as well as Jordan Ims from Australia.
Yeah, well, Silvano, a former European champion, taking on Ellington Loureiro as another gold medalist in the 2008 ISA World Championship held in Portugal. So Jan Salon, the French, and Jordan Imes from Australia. That will be quite a battle. And we see now there, Matthias scoop it into a nice one, good looping roll, steals there, trying to connect with the inside section, goes up for another roll, squeezing all the potential. It's not done yet. Look at the commitment of this young kid. Local here from Iquique, Chile. That was quite a performance for rider in red from Chile, Matthias Diaz. Well, Philip, this is non-stop action. These guys are giving no break to our judges. We have the best judging team in the world, led by head judge Chico Garritano. And there you have it. There is Team Venezuela in the back, Team Portugal coming to support Silvano Lorenzo as well. You see there the Aussies, the Australian, bringing again a new team here to the ISA World Championship. And it's time to remember this championship is made possible by Iquique para Todos. This event is supported by the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique, the Chilean Surfing Federation. We'd like to say thank you to our media partner Surfline, Pasión Extrema, Vía de Escape, RTC Televisión, and everyone that makes this event possible every year as a better and bigger, beautiful thing. Let's take a look at this replay. Drive us through it, Philip.
So here comes a replay of Matthias Diaz's wave, going through the tube, huge roll. The nice and clean landing, finishing with a spin. And then on the second section, goes with another roll, goes around the bend. As you can see, that's the difficult section. And so very good wave there for Matthias Diaz.
Yeah, we have good commitment. You can see it on his face, just nice, clean drawing lines. And there you have it, that's Team Portugal ready to do their team shot. So team cheers. So cheers to everyone watching live from Portugal. So for sure, all the people in Peniche and from Viana do Castelo to Sagres, north to south, right now they are tuning in to watch this very strong hit coming up next in repechage round number 3, hit number 1. Let's take a look at the back. No right. So a bit of a lay low right now on the action board for sure. We have the forecast and it's looking promising when the tides start getting lower. So it's going to be pumping, and we're looking for a great journey of world-class bodyboarding.
Now we see Team Portugal getting ready for that repechage round 3 in the first heat. We've got 2 Portuguese riders. We're going to see once again, we saw a bit yesterday how when you've got 2 riders from the same country, this is the only instance at the ISA where sometimes you see team tactics, trying to get 2 of the riders in first position while one is riding, the other one sort of blocks the way for the 2 other competitors. We haven't seen it yet. I mean, Matthias Diaz and Alan Munoz were the first 2 in the same heat, and they just went full out, just got the best waves, and didn't have to use any tactics. In repechage, it might be somewhat different.
Oh, of course. You will see it now in repechage, like it's the last chance. It's like go big or go home. We saw a bit of that strategy in the open men's division in heat number 1 when Amore and Pierre tried to take control of the lineup. But the thing is, if this starts really pumping waves, there are going to be waves for everyone. And I think it's more like a fair play to everyone to share. And don't do this marking on the spot. In the repechage, they know it's their last chance. So for sure, they're going to be stiffer even with those situations. So if you have 2 riders from the same team in the water in a repechage heat, for sure these guys are going to play with all the cards they got to assure that both of the teammates qualify in first and second and jump into the next round.
7 minutes. Here comes Eder Luciano, now in 3rd position, looking to replace that 1.59. Starts with an ARS, goes into the reverse spin, trying to get a bit more face on that wave, waiting for it to stand up in front of him. Here comes, finishes with a roll and gets out before heading into that rock section right in front of Team Brazil. So he will be replacing his 1.59. He needs right now to go to 2nd position, 7.69. And there, I don't know if that will be enough. We can see Miguel Rodriguez paddling into position. And there we see Team Portugal waiting for that following heat where we'll see Silvano Lourenço.
Well, yeah, Eda, such a great competitor. You see, he's riding very big boards. He has a 42.25. He uses a kind of PP that has a lot of floating. When we see now scooping into this barrel, let's see if he finds a doggy door. Oh, he got cut inside. If he made it out, it will be a good score for Miguel Rodriguez, currently sitting in second, looking to improve a 4.5. Well, nice barrel. Well, going back to Eder Luciano, he is a very good competitor. You saw how clean he threw a line with the first bottom turn and just launch a big flip on the first section, critical section, clean landing in front and just doing a combination of more two moves to squeeze the whole potential, and for sure he's going to improve at 1.95. A situation might change pretty soon, Philip.
As we see Team Australia also getting ready, we've got Jordan Ims there in the blue jersey, waiting to be able to get in the water. There are the names. So Silvano Lorenzo from Portugal, Eliton Loureiro from Brazil, Jan Salon from France, and Jordan Ims from Australia. So only one Portuguese in this first heat of repechage, round 3 of the men. I mean, Eliton Loureiro was listed incorrectly as a Portuguese. And so we won't be seeing team tactics, and it's impressive to see these 4 nations, which are considered as powerhouses of bodyboarding, in the repechage, and in the main event we've got Chile and Peru still.
Well, that's the beautiful thing about this ISA event. The ISA World Bodyboarding Champion, since the very beginning, since the very early times, has been working as a door to open for the new faces, you know. In the professional world tours, then you have, as you say, Portugal, Brazil, France, and Australia. They got very, very strong riders. It happens that sometimes riders from smaller or not rich countries as Peru or Chile or Ecuador and other countries, Colombia, Puerto Rico, whatever, they don't have all the support or sponsorship to make it through the professional world tour. It happens that in only, and this is very unique from these events, only here in this ISA WBC, you see the best riders from each country, because it's their own federation that are supporting the best athletes to come here to represent their nations. So that's why everyone gets impressed with the talent that is spread around the world. We have seen names that we never heard about in the professional tour here taking on the big champions and making it very difficult. It's like another example we can say. Look, Alan Munoz from Chile, he couldn't make it this year through the professional world tour, and he just beat 2 world champions. Eder Luciano, speaking about champions, in the land of the champions, bam, sadly couldn't make it through the whitewash.
And we've got now the score screens, the official one, and it seems that Eder Luciano in white has got an interference marked against him. This is why with these scores he should be in first position, but right now obviously that 5.5 that he's got is divided in 2. That's why he's in third position. It's a bit difficult for him to come out. So Eder Luciano there with an interference. We didn't see it on screen, but it is written down in the system. While we see Miguel Rodriguez trying to get that 7.91, go to first position. Whoa, be careful, they're right on the rocks on that section. While we see Matias Diaz coming out from the spin.
Yeah, that was a nice scoop. We saw just the commitment from Miguel Rodriguez, just making it through the inside section, then scooping from the step down, just holding the board complete to get a little bit more of a shade and squeeze more of the potential of the wave. So Miguel Rodriguez really doing a good performance and a good campaign for the Team Peru. Remember, the Team Peru also is a team to take care about. You better watch out for these guys. They are coming very strong. Maybe you don't know the names, but they got references like Cesar Bauer. There is a former drop knee world champion. So for sure, Team Peru, another team from South America, coming very strong here to this ISA World Bodyboarding Championship. Remember, we are currently in day number 3. We are running men's open division, main event number 2. Lake Luciano getting himself a shade, scooping out of the barrel. Oh, got caught inside. Sadly, couldn't make it out. So Eder trying to get himself out of this uncomfortable situation. He is sitting in third with an interference call. Not an easy job. He's looking for the 7.91 to jump into second and push down the Peruvian and qualify into the main event rounds.
So 1 minute and 40 seconds, almost the end of this last heat of round 4 of the main event for the men. Matias Diaz from Chile and Miguel Rodriguez up until now going through towards the final, where we'll be seeing Alan Munoz and Amaury Laverne. Pierre-Louis Costes is in repechage, and here comes Matias Diaz. One single maneuver, he needs to replace a 6.33 as we are entering into the last minute of this heat, and Eder Luciano with that interference is going to be difficult to climb back to second position. 7.91 only is needed for the Brazilian, but not much waves coming. Maybe one freak last wave might come true for the Brazilian. So 1 minute, we're going to go after this to the round 3 of the repechage of the men. And there you can see Eder Luciano right next to Miguel Rodriguez. We're waiting for the latest score of Matias Diaz.
And there you have it now, the local Chileans jogging here in another beautiful day. In this beautiful city of Iquique, Chile. Remember, this is summertime here in Iquique. It's a beautiful day, warm day, the air around 25, and it gets like a 30 degrees at midday, maybe even warmer. The water is right now around 18 degrees, so good for yourself to get a refresh. Waves, you are looking for the incoming swell, so it seems like the conditions are going to improve in these last 3 days of competition. Remember, this is day number 3 of a 5 days journey, so we are looking for a world-class bodyboarding incoming for the next couple of days. When it's running out of time, Eder Luciano only 5 seconds remaining, and seemed like the heat is finished. Heat over, already can hear the finish horn, and that's it. Eder Luciano, well, Eder, I think we're going to see more from Eder in the repechage round. Still got a chance. He's getting kicked out of this main event, but we're going to see more from Eder Luciano into the repechage round. Okay, let's take a look at the heat recap. There you go. Now see paddling, taking off. The sea is scooping into this one. Matias, bam, launching a nice roll spin at the pocket. Steals there for another combination, and Matias scooping into this right one, going into another textbook roller at the mouse pocket, and steals going there, driving this one to the inside, answering back the Peruvian. Another surprise in these men's open division rounds. And there you have it. That was first place and second place in this ISA WBC round number 3, heat number 2. We're going now to the repechage round. It seems like it's time to pay some bills. We're going to highlight some of the sponsors. We'll be just right back.
Bienvenido a Tierra de Campeones, Iquique, CHI, sí, L, le, chi, 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 le, viva Chile. Força, guerra, determinação, o time do Brasil será sempre campeão, Brasil!
And welcome back to Iquique para Todos 2015 ISA World Bodyboard Championship. We're coming to you live from Punto Uno in the beautiful wave-rich city of Iquique, located in the north of Chile. Out in the water right now. Give us a rundown.
The water right now, non-stop action. That's what's in the water right now. But this is repechage round number 3, heat number 1 in the men's open division. We got the red jersey representing Portugal, Silvano Lourenço. In white from Brazil, Eliton Loureiro. In yellow from France, Jan Salon. And in blue from Australia, Jordan Hines. Steve, first weight of the heat, scooping in is yellow. The Frenchman getting himself a wow, full speed. Good reverse to combine with the inside, another forward, and it's not done yet, driving through the last closeout section and launching a roll. Well, Team France really coming for everything here in this day number 3 in the ISA WBC. Take a look at this.
And right behind him, Elton Lavero getting his day started. Forward spin, finishes off with the roll. So quick wave exchange between Jan Salon from France, Elton Lavero from Brazil, and there Silvano Lorenzo from Portugal taking a look. This is the first heat of the next round of repecharge for the open men's. 4 riders out in the water. 2 of these guys are going to get cut from the field when all is said and done. Lorenzo looking to avoid that scenario, trying to go for the ARS on his opening wave. Unfortunately, an incomplete maneuver.
Yeah, well, sadly, it is today again another day that we are going to say goodbye to a few riders. So right now we're running 3 heats of repecharge. This is round number 3. So that means that 6 riders are going to say farewell, Iquique, hello, home. So early Christmas, flying back home. And well, important points to be hauled. So we're going now to the beach with Yo-Yo that is having an interview with the previous heat winner. Take it away, Yo-Yo.
Thanks, boys on the booth. Here we are with the winner of the last hit, Mr. Matías Díaz. Estamos aquí con el ganador del último hit, Matías Díaz. Matías Díaz, the Chilean team is killing it this morning. Matías Díaz, el team chileno la está rompiendo esta mañana. Primero Alan Muñoz, ahora tú. ¿Qué nos puedes decir de este último hit?
Bueno, en realidad con Alan ya sabíamos que los hits iban a ser muy difíciles. Intentamos de los dos pasar y feliz de que los dos estemos en la final principal, que era lo principal que queríamos. Y nada, feliz por todo el team que le está yendo muy bien y felicitar a todos.
Team Chile is killing it this morning. El team chileno la está matando esta mañana, but the conditions are different, the waves drops a little bit, las condiciones están un poco más pequeñas. Vimos un hit un poquito lento esta mañana. ¿Qué nos puedes decir? ¿Cómo tú eres una de las personas con mayor conocimiento acá en la punta? ¿Cómo estuvieron las cosas ahí con la manga? Cuéntanos un poco.
Sí, en realidad con las condiciones que habían ayer están un poco menos buenas, pero en realidad igual se puede hacer un buen trabajo. Intenté pescar las mejores olas y sí, se demoraba un poco y traté de esperar relajado y pescar 2 buenas olas que son al final las que suman para poder pasar.
¿Algo que quisiera decirle a todo el mundo en casa que nos está mirando a Matías Díaz y al Team Chileno ganar?
Sí, en realidad agradecer a mi familia, a mis auspiciadores, al Team Chile por apoyarme. Y un saludo a mi hermano que está viendo por señal online y a mi abuela que está un poco mal de salud.
¿Nos vamos con un CHI o no?
Sí.
Atención, chileno de corazón. ¡Chi! ¡Chi! ¡Le! ¡Chi, chi, chi! ¡Le, le, le! ¡Viva Chile!
Same guys on the booth. Here is with the Chilean team, the champion of the last hit. Thanks, guys.
All right, so there you have it, the winner of that last heat, Matias Diaz. So far this morning in the first 2 heats of Open Men's main event, the Chileans coming out victorious in both Alan Munoz and Matias Diaz. Team Chile doing their best to repeat as team champions, as well as trying to pursue that Open Men's gold medal.
Yeah, well, today a crucial day for every team. Now I see full speed scooping into this one. Oh, Eliton, nice looking barrel. Let's see if he finds a doggy door. Oh, got caught on the inside.
Yeah, unfortunately, Elton Lavero just got pinched on that one. So close, but so far from coming out. You know, he'll paddle back out and look for something a little better. Meanwhile, Jan Salon staying busy, scored a 6.0 on his opening wave, throws out the ARS, combos with the spin, now looking to finish off on the inside section, gets that last push, throws the roll off the closeout section, and rides up onto the rock shelf. So Jan Salon keeping busy out there, trying to keep pace with Elton Lavero. Elton with a 7.50 on his opening wave. Leads the way right now, still early going here. We have 13:20 left on the clock.
Yeah, we see some small slaps hits from through 3-4 footer. Very powerful, punchy waves today. Day number 3. Remember, this is the 3rd day of a 5 days journey, and seems like Jan Salon putting now a second solid score. So situation change right now. You can see Jan Salon with a 6-point ride and a 5.53 now taking the lead under Eliton Loredo. When we see now Silvano Lorenzo going for a flip in the barrel. Ooh, he got just lip step.
Yeah, going for the ARS. It looked like he was going to pull it around and get right into the barrel, but unfortunately just got clipped by the lip. And, so a couple of technical difficulties for Lorenzo on his last couple of waves. We'll see if he can dial it in a little bit more and start getting the scores he needs. He's currently sitting in that third spot on the outside looking in. And right now, Jordan Imes from Australia in the fourth spot. He's sitting on a 4.93 opening wave, still looking for a backup score. Lorenzo and Imes sitting in precarious position right now, 12 minutes remaining on the clock. These guys need to get to work if they're going to avoid being eliminated from the field.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and then John Salom getting the job done for Team France, holding the point. And Jan really wanted to qualify in first in this reprecharge and avoid to meet his teammate PLC, Pierre-Louis Costes, that has been now thrown out from the main event and is going to compete in reprecharge round 4, but hit number 1. This way, Jan Salom goes to reprecharge 4, but if he qualifies in first position, he will jump into hit number 2. So that avoid to two Frenchmen, two teammates to cross again in another hit and put at risk some very important points for their own team.
Honestly, at this point, when you start talking about the reprecharge rounds, I don't think these guys are even really worried about who they're going to go up against. It's just a sheer matter of survival, staying alive in the event and trying to continue on, carry the flag for their nation, as well as try to nail down that individual result.
Now, they take a look at this Ellington, nice flip, full speed, kicking now like just one move. He's really just committed in throwing a second solid score and back up to stay in the fight and the battle with John Salom. Speaking about the level, there is scooping into the barrel, but no way out.
So quick wave exchange there. I believe we had a rider on the right as well. So, these guys keeping busy out there trying to dial in the scores they need. Again, right now, Jan Salon with the lead, sitting on a 6.0 and a 5.53, holds the advantage. Meanwhile, there you can see down at the water's edge, a visibly frustrated Eder Luciano. He got hit with that interference call in the previous heat. It cut in half his secondary score, and as a result, it forced him into the third spot. And the result of that, he will be put into the reprecharge side of things here in the open men's division. So now he's got to battle it out in pretty much a competitive life or death situation in the next round of reprecharge.
Yeah, the 2 times gold medal header Luciano now will need to go through 5 more rounds if he wants to get himself once again into the grand final and achieve a possible 3rd gold medal. Let's take a look. This is Lorenzo scooping in the barrel. No, now we're going to the inside section, trying to squeeze more potential and get more points and get himself out of the... Wow, that was completely dry.
Yeah, just riding up onto the exposed rock ledge there, the reef sucking dry there right at the water's edge. And, we're seeing more and more riders just throw caution to the wind and taking it right in onto the rocks there. Meanwhile, there you can see Sean Evans, our staff photographer from San Diego, California. He's been capturing all the amazing images here at the 2015 ISA World Bodyboard Championship.
Yeah, remember www.isaworlds.com. You got there a photo gallery, and that was Sean Evans, the main guy behind all the footage. The photos, beautiful pictures he have been taken, so you can watch our video gallery. Make sure you watch our photo gallery, because there are some beautiful things for you to see about this beautiful city, Iquique, Chile. Remember, this World Championship is made possible by Iquique para Todos. This is an event supported by the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique, the Chilean Surfing Federation. We would like to say thank also to our media partners, Surfline, Pasión Extrema, Vía de Escape, RTC Televisión. This is a Vía de Escape production. Thank you, Carlos, and all your team for such a great live coverage. Let's see, Steve, seems like we have some action.
And here we have a look at the Australian Jordan Imes looking for his secondary score. That one not lining up the way he wanted, so he kicks out on the left-hander. Meanwhile, Jan Salon putting together some combinations, tying together a few maneuvers, drops back into the inside. Here he is. He's going to throw the roll and then duck out before coming up on exposed reef.
Well, yeah, good job, Ellington Loreiro. Take a look, last score 7.5. So now Ellington with a 7.5 and a 6.33, taking the lead on the Frenchman. John Salon now sitting in second, needing a 7.84 to take the lead. Lorenzo, well, still there on the race to qualify into this reprecharge round. The Portuguese in red needs 7.04. This is a very achievable score from Lorenzo. He is a former European champion. He's no stranger to be in this pressure situation, so he can serve under pressure even better or go bigger when he's like this. Let's take a look at the replay, Steve.
Yeah, here we have a look at the whole ride of Jan Salon. Throws out the flip, combos with the spin, and stays with this left-hander, reverses to connect to the inside, gets the forward push, drops back in, down the line, throws the roll, and then ducks out as we saw the latter half of that wave. There you have on the replay a full look at Jan Salon on his last wave. He's currently sitting on a 6.07 and a 6.0. He's in the second spot trying to hold off Silvano Lorenzo and Jordan Imes. Lorenzo still on the hunt for a 7.58. And Jordan Imes looking for a 7.15 right now. So these guys, they need to get down to it. We have less than 6.5 minutes remaining in the heat.
Yeah, well, don't forget about Jordan Imes, the Aussie Team Australia, very capable as well of launching a very big move at the very last second and just compromising the whole situation for the Brazilian and the French. They think they might be now getting the lead. Jordan Imes got a 4.93 and no backup score, and there he goes. Let's see, trying to paddle, trying to scoop into this right-hander. Let's take a look at what he's up to here, like flipping the first section, nicely landing. There it is. Let's see if he brings the weight till the inside, now going in. Oh, kicking out on the drainer.
Yeah, that was a smaller right-hander, so not going to be able to get around the bend on that one. There you can see he had to pull out before coming up on dry reef. But still getting a solid flip and comboing it with the spin. That should help his cause some. Meanwhile here, Lorenzo trying to help his own cause. A roll to spin combination, trying to connect to the inside, eyeing it up. We'll see if he gets that forward push in one more section. Rolls off of the whitewater and now will duck out before coming up on the reef shelf.
Yeah, well, remember what judges are looking for is speed, commitment, and control. Lorenzo, mid-size wave, not a set wave. Combination of smooth moves, but not on the most critical section. Yeah, we saw Lorenzo launching that roll at the very end, in the whitewash. So the judges will reward more in the first when the riders go into the first section and just hit the heavy lip and land in front of the barrel. So that is the biggest points, or the biggest scoring points of this wave. Lorenzo, okay, trying to take himself out of that bad situation of being in four, and so far he can be eliminated from the competition. He needs a 7.31, so I think that Team Portugal and Team Australia will start to think about the importance of wave selection in these kind of situations.
Counting down to the 4-minute mark, Jordan Imes moving up into the third spot now, still on the outside looking in, but trying to chase down that 7.15. He did improve his situation a little, now with a 4.93 and a 4.53, again sitting in front of Silvano Lorenzo, who now gets bumped to fourth, trying to track down a 7.31. Meanwhile, there you can see riders in the next heat making their way out to the lineup. We're going to see Miguel Adown, the rider in red, and Jack Harries, the rider in blue, go up against Yoshitada Kondo and Johnny Alcivar. So those guys making their way out to the lineup as we speak. Meanwhile, out in the lineup already, Elton Lavero leads the way, followed by Jan Salon. Those two looking to continue on in the event. Jordan Imes and Silvano Lorenzo doing their best to avoid elimination.
Yeah, well, there you have it. There are two young guns here competing into the open. Man, there is a Frenchman, the Australian Jack Harris, and the Portuguese from Figueira da Foz, Miguel Adown, just paddling out for another important heat as a team are racing for the World Championship. Lorenzo, nice looking wave. Ooh, he sadly got caught up and couldn't drive it through the whitewash. So Lorenzo in a bit of a pressure now, running out of time, only 3 minutes on the clock, and Lorenzo is still chasing a 7.31. So far, good news for Team Brazil, good news for Team France. Both of the riders doing a great job there and qualifying in first and second and jumping into repecharge round number 4.
2:45 left on the clock, and here's Elton Lavero up and riding on the left-hander, looking to backdoor the barrel section, but gets caught up. No exit for the Brazilian. He maintains the lead with 2:30 left on the clock. He'll make his way back out to the lineup. And you know what, Juan? We've been talking about it periodically throughout the course of this event about how, we're seeing some big names from the bodyboarding world tour, but also seeing some lesser known talent, throwing their hat into the ring and making life interesting. It's been a perfect example. We're seeing, half of the Brazilian men's representatives forced into repercharge based on the performances of guys that, may not be the most known riders in the world, but, showing up here at the World Bodyboard Championship and really giving these guys a run for their effort.
Completely right. This is the beauty of this kind of event. This is very unique in the ISA World Bodyboarding Championships. Like, finally, every nation gives the opportunity to their talent, the very best talents here, to come and represent their flags. And every time we see new names that we never heard before and giving a lot of trouble to all those big names that have been riding waves into the professional world.
1:30 left on the clock, and there you can see on that last effort from Jordan Imes getting caught up in the whitewater, unable to complete the maneuver. He still has a little time on the clock to try and get back out into the lineup and chase down a 7.15. Unfortunately, with time ticking off the clock, the odds are not in his favor at the moment. Still, there is the opportunity to get back out there and try and catch one more if he's going to try and track down Jan Salon, the rider in yellow, who is still keeping an eye on things, still trying to stay busy, looking to hold off Jordan Imes and Silvano Lorenzo to advance on and continue in the repercharge heats. Here we have Lorenzo, one last-ditch effort, pulls in deep on the barrel and just gets shut down. So last-ditch effort there for the rider from Portugal, 45 seconds left on the clock, and that may very well be his last opportunity.
Well, Lorenzo and Imes, too, maybe the next two riders saying farewell La Punta Uno. Farewell Iquique, well, Loredo and Salon doing a very good strategy there, blocking the riders from the very good sets and just making them ride whatever it comes into the lineup. We just saw right now Elton Loredo like pushing Lorenzo to go into that left-hander, a close-out with not much potential. You see, now Jan Salon keeping himself busy, scoops into this barrel again, nowhere out, but it's another way also to show to the other opponents that he came here to qualify in second, and he's doing it. Okay, and there it is. The horn has finished. Official result. Let's take a look at the heat recap, Steve.
All right, so here we have a look at what we saw in that last heat. Jan Salon coming out, getting on the board first, looking pretty solid. He held the lead for quite a while, trying to fend off this man, Silvano Lorenzo from Portugal. But this man, Elton Loureiro, started busting out some big moves, was able to take the lead. Jan Salon, here's another look at him one more time. The ARS to spin combo was able to hold on to second. Unfortunately, for the other two riders out in the water, Jordan Imes and Silvano Lorenzo, they have been eliminated from the field. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and then we'll be right back to get into the next heat. Stay tuned.
Okay, and here we are back. Welcome to the very rich, beautiful city of Iquique, Chile, for the 2015 Iquique Para Todos ISA World Bodyboarding Championship. We are at La Punta Uno watching the world's best bodyboarders compete for gold. here in the booth. Myself, Juan Santos, together we're joined by Steve Action Jackson, the world's best reporter of bodyboarding here, bringing you the live feed, trying to do our best so you guys back in home can enjoy and have the complete feeling of what's going on here at La Punta Uno. What's going on, Steve?
Right now, out in the water here in men's Repercharge round 3, we have Miguel Down from Portugal in red, Yoshitaka Kondo from Japan in white, Johnny Alcivar from Ecuador in yellow, and Jack Harries representing Australia in the blue jersey out in the water. Again, remember, this is Repercharge, so 4 of these guys enter the water. 2 of them are going to continue on. 2 of them will be cut from the field. So it's do or die time for these 4 riders out there. Meanwhile, there you can see Elton Lavero, the winner of the previous heat, making his way up to the beach, being greeted by his teammates from Team Brazil. So Elton Lavero will continue on. We will see the man without the jersey on right now, Eder Luciano, coming up in the next round of Repercharge. Meanwhile, out in the water right now, Johnny Alcivar getting his day going with his first wave of the heat.
Yeah, today very important and crucial day now. Being eliminated, so many riders be getting out of the competition now. The team started getting the points to get far from each other, and we will start to have now a leadership of the teams with the complete points of those who are really to be racing to get this team world championship. So today, very crucial day. This is day number 3. We're looking for a 5-day journey. Remember, today we will be tuning in every day at 8 a.m. You don't want to lose any of this action. This is going to be incredible. So, Steve, Jack Harris, the Australian, trying to put already a good score, 4.5, and a low score for Miguel Adão from Portugal, 1.07.
Yeah, so the Aussie with the early advantage, the Portuguese young gun Miguel Adão with a minimal score. It's enough to get him going and put him in that second spot. Now he needs to work on building his scores through the course of this heat. We've seen him start out slow in previous heats and then build momentum throughout. And here we have a look at Alcivar getting his morning going as we wait for his score to come in. This will help his day get going. 4.93 to start. Now he can look for a secondary wave and then build his scores from there.
Okay, yeah, Alcivar, another name to consider. Good-looking mid-size wave. Nice takeoff, nice drawing, and very good line at the moment of bottom turning. Hitting the lip in the right momentum, just hitting himself with good projection, landing in front of the wave and getting rewarded with a 4.93. Okay, seems like we're going now to have a live interview with the... we don't have an interview so far with the previous heat winner, but for sure one of our reporters in the beach will try to hook up with the winner and get some words from him. Okay, there we have it. Take it away, Yo-Yo.
Here I am with Mr. Eliton Laurelio. Eliton Laurelio está despertando, acordando esta mañana aí, Eliton, tudo bem?
Tudo bem, a hora agora estou mais tranquilo aí, pelo grande hit que fiz a hora, então espero ainda trazer muito mais para o Brasil aí.
Se siente, he's feeling really cool, he's feeling really relaxed now, and he wants to bring another victory for Brazil. Eliton Laurelio, alguma coisa que você quiser falar para todo mundo lá em Brasil?
A energia para toda a minha família, especial minha avó, ela operou ontem aí, se Deus quiser vai dar tudo certo, minha avó, beijão, te amo muito. Se Deus quiser subir no pódio aqui para dedicar a senhora. Vamos que vamos, para cima Brasil.
Brazil is winning, so we'll see you guys on the booth. Thanks, with Eliton Laurelio.
Thank you, Yo-Yo. Okay, the Elito Laredo, the previous hit winner, when we saw Jack Harris driving through a completely dry closeout section on the Shell Rock, Steve.
Yeah, Jack Harris doing his best to go for it out there, try and secure his advancing position. He's opened up with a 4.50, and he's going to score a 4.07 on his second wave. That's enough to move Jack Harris into the lead. He has the advantage here in the early going, just under 15 minutes remaining on the clock. Johnny Alcivar opened up with a 4.93, now looking for a backup score. Miguel Adão still really trying to put together something solid in this heat. And on the other side of things, Yoshitaka Kondo has been unusually quiet out in the water, still waiting for him to get on the board with his first wave of the heat.
Yeah, Yoshitaka Kondo from Japan in white, an old-timer, already no stranger to these situations, and no stranger to be in the water in the middle of so big names. So Yoshitaka with no scores so far for sure, trying to make a more picky wave selection to assure that he scores big and at least keeps Team Japan in the race for this championship. By the other side, Miguel Adão in red from Portugal. Well, we saw him yesterday, the very, very last seconds, jumping from the 4th position to the lead. So Miguel Adão, speaking about the devil there, he is paddling, taking off and riding to the right hand. A nice spin, another one, and to an kicking out. Not much potential, he kicks out. So Miguel Adão, a bit of a pressure, but be aware, take an eye on this kid because he's capable of very impressive things. Remember, hashtag ISA WBC, hashtag ISA Worlds, hashtag Iquique, and hashtag Olas para Todos.
Yeah, be sure to hit up all of those hashtags when posting. You know, be sure to hit up Facebook International Surfing Association, also on Instagram and Twitter at ISA Surfing, and of course the Snapchat ISA_surfing. Be sure to hit us up on social media throughout the course of this event.
Oh yeah, so let's take a look at the scoreboard. Jack Harris 4.5 and a 4.05. We see now taking off the Equatorian, doing a nice hit, nice roller scoops in the barrel, 2 roller combination, reverse. Look at his face, how commit he is. So Johnny Alcivar now throwing a second score. For sure is going to back up. He needs only a 3.65, and I'm not a judge, but maybe I can say that this performance will be maybe enough to take the lead and put Jack Harris from Team Australia into 2nd place. So it's getting harder for Miguel Adão from Portugal, and the Japanese already with 12 minutes and 20 seconds, no wave rides yet.
Actually, on that last wave, I believe it was a split peak wave exchange. Yoshitada Kondo on the left-hander. You can see him paddling back out to the lineup. We'll see if we can queue up a replay on that last wave, the first wave for Yoshitada Kondo of the heat, while we wait for that score to come in. But again, Alcivar on the right, Kondo on the left. So a little split peak action going on out in the water between the Ecuadorian and the rider from Japan.
Yeah, you're pretty right. I already see a few scores dropping in for first of white Yoshitada from Japan. And look, Equatorian rider in yellow, a 5.33 takes the lead now. Jack Harris trying to take the lead back. So Miguel Adão from Portugal, a 2.9 and a 1.07 needs a 5.68. So a very achievable score for the Portuguese rider in red. Everyone watching in Portugal, big shout out here from Iquique, Chile. This is day number 3, beautiful day. Remember, if you are looking to have one of the surf trips of your life, make sure you book Chile. Chile, 5,400 kilometers from south to north, and is completely packed with reef breaks, beach breaks, empty, no crowd, good mood, good food, cheap. So what else do you want? Make sure you welcome into Chile. You want to enjoy it. It's going to be the first trip of your life.
Meanwhile, a 3.0 registering for Yoshitada Kondo out in the water. That'll get him on the board, but he's going to need something a little more sizable than that if he's going to get back into the mix. He needs a 7.08. Here's a quick look at the replay on the split peak here, taking a look at the first wave of Yoshitada Kondo. He got the roll, but then not much else to work with, so he promptly kicks out, got right back out to the lineup. So, again, Yoshitada Kondo with one wave on the board, now looking for a 7.08 if he's going to catch up with the Australian Jack Harris, who holds possession of that second advancing position. Right now, Miguel Adão and Yoshitada Kondo on the outside looking in, 10 minutes remaining. We're already halfway through the heat, and here we go. Miguel Adão trying to work his way back.
Yeah, Miguel Adão, a small wave, good scoop, nice bottom turn, nice and clean ARS combined with a forward. So Miguel Adão for sure going to replace that 1.07. We don't know if it's going to be enough to take the second position, but for sure it's going to increase the distance and it's going to improve his second score. There you have it. This is a shell rock. We are at La Punta Uno. You can see in your right, Team Australia, very proud. So Team Australia, they're holding the flag, supporting their mate Jack Harris in the water. And there he is, Miguel Adão, a 5.27. So Miguel now looking to improve at 2.9. And Miguel needs now a 3.31 to go to second. See, it's getting complicated for Yoshitada Kondo, rider in white from Japan, now needing a 7.08 to go into second.
Well, you talked about the Australians being down there on the water's edge cheering on Jack Harries. They'll be cheering on Jake Metcalf coming up in the next heat. He'll be going up against Mr. Pullman himself, Jorge Maldonado, as well as Nelson Flores and Adrian Alcivar. Here we see Yoshitada Kondo pulling into a closeout barrel on that one, trying to backdoor it, but that thing just shut down on him.
Yeah, interesting. Yoshitada just pushed this takeoff. He saw Jack Harris in his front, and I think he's trying to put it onto play. The possibility of making an interference being called to rider in blue that just blew the section. The section just broke in his front, and Yoshitada raising his arm, asking the judges for an interference call. Miguel Adán trying to get himself out of the third. Now, nice first move combined with a second. He needs only a 3.31, and let's see how it looks after all these situations and waves being right in the water.
And here we have Johnny Alcivar throwing it out, trying to hold on to the top spot. He's got a 5.33 and a 4.93, trying to strengthen his hold on the lead. He'll make his way back out to the lineup while he awaits that score. Jack Harries, meanwhile, on the hot seat, sitting in that second spot, trying to hold off Miguel Adán. Miguel only needs a 3.31, waiting for his last score to come in. And we were mentioning the Australians. We already saw one of the Australians go down in the previous Repercharge heat. Jack Harries trying to stay alive in competition. And today is a crucial day for the Aussies, as all four riders representing Team Australia having to battle it out in Repercharge. We're going to see Jack Harries in this one, Jake Metcalf in the next, and Luke Fisher in the drop knee Repercharge later. Harries bumped down to third, and here Yoshitada Kondo trying to work his way out of fourth right now.
Yeah, Yoshitada, very nice looking wave, nice and clean takeoff, bottom turning going up very fast, good rotations. I think he's going to replace that 0.54, of course, and he's going to decrease the distance he needs to second place. Right now, he's looking for the 8.77, so it's an excellent score range for Yoshitada to don't get eliminated. So once again, this is Repercharge round number 3. That means that two of these guys in the water are going to say goodbye, and Miguel Adán doing a great job, getting the job done. So a 5.47 means Team Portugal, good news, jumping into the lead. Now the Australian Jack Harris insert and Yoshitada getting things complicated. So Miguel Adán, once again, we said it at the very beginning and I said it again, this kid always with a surprise card to come into play at the very last second. You never know what he's going to do. Very capable of battling till the very last moment with whoever the name is.
So again, there you can see Miguel Adán flipping the script out in the water, goes from third to first, bumps Alcivar down to second. More importantly, Jack Harries bumped from second down to third, now looking for a 5.77. And just to finish my thought from before, all four of the Australian riders pushed into Repercharge over the last couple of days. Today, it's do or die time as these guys battle for their competitive life here at the 2015 ISA World Bodyboard Championship. And here we have Miguel Adán, nice clean forward spin, reverses off the top, looking for that final push down the line to finish off. He's going to kick out rather than take this one onto the shelf. He's already sitting on a pair of mid-range fives, a 5.47 and a 5.27. That gives him the advantage in the heat right now. As we count down, 5:25 left on the clock. Jack Harries, Yoshitada Kondo remain, knocking on the door, hoping waves roll their way so they can work themselves out of those elimination positions. Jack Harries still looking for a 5.77. Yoshitada Kondo with a little bit more sizable workload. He needs a 7.81.
And look at that, the screen you can see next heat, two Ecuadorians taking on one Australian and one Chilean. Nelson Flores holding very crucial points for Team Chile. Nelson Flores, another young gun that have been doing a great campaign in the professional tour. And now see taking off and riding this is blue already with a move. Jack Harris bringing the wave till the draining inside section, but needs to kick out because you can see there on the screen how dry this peak is in the very inside last section.
So again, situation changing around out in the water. Yoshitada Kondo with a 6.60, enough to move him back into third. He's chasing after a 6.97 though. Jack Harries sitting on a pair of fours. trying to track down a 5.77 with 4:20 left on the clock. Meanwhile, there you can see coming up in the next heat, Jorge Maldonado from Ecuador, Jake Metcalf from Australia, Nelson Flores from Chile, and Adrian Alcivar from Ecuador. So we're going to go from one Alcivar to another, as well as one Aussie to another.
Well,
Meanwhile, here we go, Miguel down. Nice maneuvering there from the Portuguese representative.
Yeah, nice and good-looking wave. Miguel keeping himself pretty busy, always trying to improve and assure the qualification in first position. So you can see a lot of attitude from this kid, like really coming to play big. And a good wave selection. He started maybe a bit slow at the beginning of the heat, but as things started getting warmer, we saw Miguel down doing everything completely different, choosing best waves and just launching big moves. This was a barrel with a combination with an IRS, so now he looks to improve a 5.27. Let's see what our judges give him for this.
So again, just waiting for scores to come in. We're going to take a look at the replay. Here's a look at Johnny Alcivar. Nice combination of rolls. Little check turn into a forward spin, sets up the rest of that wave. Again, Alcivar trying his best to stay alive in competition. He moves up to the top spot. He's now sitting on a 5.53 and a 5.33, but situation changed again as that last wave comes in for Miguel down. He's now got a 7.27 and a 5.47 to hold the lead. Just under 3 minutes remaining. Jack Harris remains on the hunt for a 5.97. Yoshitada Kondo trying to find a 7.57 for himself. Harris and Kondo on the outside looking in, facing elimination. They've got 2.5 minutes to get the job done or forever hold their peace for the 2015 edition of the WBC.
So currently Repecharge Open Men round 3. Now coming up next, we're going to ride 2 heats in the main event on the drop knee round 2. So after that, again, will be the time to say goodbye to 2 more riders because we're jumping into the Repecharge drop knee round 1. Don't go anywhere, stay tuned because today the women's going to the water. The Open Men round 4 is going to the water. The boys under 18 are going to serve, so plenty of action today in day number 3. And Steve, 2 minutes to go.
And there you can see on that last wave, while Juan was given the rundown, Jack Harris another shot at trying to nail down that 5.97. He got the roll, but unfortunately that was all he could muster on that last wave. So Jack Harris still on the hunt for a 5.97. 1:35 left on the clock. The window of opportunity slowly closing on the Australian. You know, he's really going to need some luck out there. He's going to need Mother Nature to throw him a bone, so to speak, if he's going to get the job done and continue on in this competition.
Yeah, well, Team Australia bringing the new names that are going to be the future of bodyboarding. I remember in the first edition of the ISAWBCs, nobody heard before of Lockie Ramsey or Louis Finnegan. This was 4 years ago. And suddenly, last year, we started seeing Lucky Ramsey in the world tops, being Australian champion, being one of the World Tour's top 16s. And this year, we already saw Louis Finnegan being in the race for the world title. So be aware, watch out for these new names coming from Australia. And speaking about Australia, we saw scooping into the left. We lost the image, but no worries. There you have it. This is the view, yeah.
All right, so again, Jack Harris on that last left-hander, one last-ditch effort. He rode off screen, but Jack Harris doing his best to fight it out here in the tail end. Less than 30 seconds remaining on the clock. He sits in that 3rd spot, and he needed a 5.97. That could be a big score from Jack Harris. We'll see if we can queue up a replay. This could be a critical wave in this heat. Again, just waiting for scores to come in. The first judge says, yes, he's got it. We'll see if the others agree. Judge number 2. And, just short of 5.83. He needed a 5.97.
Oh.
So close, but no cigar, unfortunately, for Jack Harris. He is going to be bumped from competition, as is Yoshitada Kondo. So, again, you know, one last-ditch effort in the closing seconds, but unfortunately Jack Harris came up just a little short. So, again, that 5.83 factoring into his top 2 scores, but still not enough, left him needing a 5.04 or better. So Miguel down, Johnny Alcivar, they are going to continue on in Repecharge. Jack Harris, Yoshitada Kondo, they bow out here at the 2015 WBC.
Yeah, well, now we're waiting. Let's take a look. We see like I want to have a heat recap where you can see already in your scene. Let's go to the heat recap. Let's take a look. Okay, there it is. Alcivar scooping into this for a nice air roll spin. Now Miguel down going for a nice attempt of another area rest. There it is. So another Alcivar answering back. This is first and second qualified in this round, repechage round number 3, heat number 2. So good performance. Look at this wave. Nice scooping barrel, nice areas, clean landing in front of the washboards. So that was a 3.7, and this was the last attempt for Jack Harris to stay alive into the competition.
Yeah, so again, Jack Harris was looking for a 5.97, ended up with a 5.83, came up just short, almost had it. But like I always like to say, quoting my grandfather, a World War II Marine, almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, my friend. Right now, you know what, we're going to pay a few bills. We'll be back right after this.
¿Quiénes somos? ¡Ticos! ¿De dónde somos? ¡Costa Rica! ¿Cómo somos? ¡Pura vida! ¡Que vinimos a ganar!
En Camanchaca, somos orgullosos de nuestra trayectoria, conscientes de la responsabilidad que tenemos en el presente para desarrollar y mejorar nuestra actividad y ambiciosos del futuro y las metas que nos planteamos para seguir alimentando al mundo desde el mar.
All right, welcome back to the Iquique para Todos 2015 ISA World Bodyboard Championship here in the lovely wave-rich city of Iquique. We're at Punta Un coming to you live. I'm Steve Action Jackson, joined again here in the booth by Phil Muller. And out in the water underway, we have one more heat to go of men's repechage round 3 out in the water right now. Jorge Maldonado in red, Jake Metcalf in white, Nelson Flores in yellow, and Adrian Alcivar in blue.
So this is the last heat of this round of repechage of the men. So we're going to see a few more eliminated here. So 2 guys that we'll have to say goodbye from competition, marking their points. And then we're going straight towards 2 heats of the main event of the round 2 of the drop knee category. But for now, here's the first wave of the event of the heat with Jake Metcalf opening for Australia on the left. Keeps on advancing towards that section loaded with rocks, reefs, and urchins.
Is this the last heat of repechage? Do we have one more? That's not drop knee.
So right now we're going with the interview by Juan Santos of Miguel Adão from Portugal.
Guys, good morning everyone watching live once again here with Miguel Adão from Figueira da Foz, Portugal. So Miguel, last hit winner, wave selection being right now a very crucial thing to qualify and still holding those points for your team. Tell us about that set barrel wave ride, getting now with an IRS.
Yeah, it was a good wave. In this moment of the comp, we have to do the best. You never know, the other guys are really good too, can do amazing waves. So if you catch a good one, you have to do your best. And this is what I did, the little barrel with the RES, and it was good.
Yeah, we have been getting a few messages from Portugal, so massive support from the teammates there back in home. Any message you would like to say?
Yeah, em português, muito obrigado a todos, pessoal. Muito obrigado pelo apoio. Tem de ser grande ajuda para nós todos, não só para mim, mas para a equipa toda. E continuar assim a dar apoio aos tugas todos. Não é fácil, mas nós sabemos disso. A missão é isso mesmo. Quanto mais difícil, melhor. E continuar em frente. E obrigado a todos pelo apoio.
Yeah, nice words. That's the spirit. There you have it. Day number 3. Make sure you stay tuned. Miguel Adão, last hit winner. Going back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Juan. So Miguel Adam very pleased to maintain himself in the repechage round, still advancing. Remember, from the repechage round, at the end, in the final, 2 guys jump back into the grand final and still have chances and possibilities of medals on the last day. That will be Sunday.
Meanwhile, out in the water, 15 and a half minutes remaining in this 20-minute heat. Nelson Flores in the lead, starting things off with a 5.50. So Nacho jumping out to the early lead. He has the advantage. Meanwhile, Jorge Maldonado dialing in a 4.67 on his opening wave, sits in second. Jake Metcalf starting off his day with a 4.0. Now just waiting to hear from Adrian Alcivar. And again, as I was mentioning in the previous heat, this is the 3rd straight heat of repechage that we've seen one of the Australians. All 4 Australian representatives forced into repechage, so basically fighting for survival to stay in this event today here in the repechage heats. So we'll see how Jake Metcalf fares. Unfortunately for his teammates in the last 2 heats, Team Australia losing half of their force, as we saw 2 Australians up in repechage and 2 Australians go down, unfortunately. We'll see if Jake Metcalf can turn around Team Australia's fortunes here in this last heat of repechage in the open men's. Meanwhile, Jake Fisher remains alive in the drop knee repechage. We'll see him coming up later today.
Here we see the first wave of Adrian Alcivar going to open his scoreboard. Waiting for that section to stand up, but didn't come, so just goes for 1 spin. That's the opening wave for Adrian Alcivar. He's followed by Nachito Flores. Huge roll there, landing in the flats and making it out. There he is on the right of our screen, finishing that maneuver. So opening in a nice way. He's already in the lead. He's going to get a good score for that second wave and sit a little bit more comfortably there in first position.
Yeah, solid maneuvering there for Nelson Flores. Airing out the roll, good elevation on that one, clean and smooth. And that will definitely help back up that 5.50, if not, provide him a top scoring wave so far in the heat. Meanwhile, before that, we saw Adrian Alcivar getting on the board with his first wave of this repechage heat. And there you can see out in the water, Jake Metcalf opening up with a 4.0, now patiently waiting for his next opportunity to strike, trying to work his way through repechage and keep the flag flying for Team Australia.
13 minutes and 15 seconds waiting on that score. The first judges are dialing in their score for Adrian Alcivar, but for now, Jake Metcalf also looking for that second wave, starts with a roll, going into that second section, goes into the forward spin and kicks out of that wave. So 13 minutes left. For some of you asking, because Johnny Alcivar finished second in the previous heat for Ecuador, still maintaining his chances of advancing. And in this one, we've got Adrian Alcivar. If you're wondering if they're related, they are twins, really, from Manta. Very interesting. Also interesting that if they're twins, one is listed with 27 years old and the other 28. So we'll ask them what age are they. I guess it should be the same age. And so it's interesting also to know that Adrian Alcivar has been 4 times national champion in Ecuador, while Johnny Alcivar was only once, and in 2011. So Adrian has been the strongest of the 2 there on the national tour since the last 4 years.
And here we go with Nelson Flores again, pulls into the barreling left-hander, unfortunately just gets gobbled up. There you see his board emerge from underneath the whitewater. He'll collect his board and head back out to the lineup looking for another one, waiting for his previous wave to score, as he had a solid wave before that. This most recent wave will be a throwaway, will not factor into his top 2 scores of the heat. Nelson Flores maintains the lead at the moment, just under 12 minutes remaining.
As we see, getting ready for the following heat, there's a legend of the drop knee division, Cesar Bauer from Peru. And now look here on the score, it's the next heat of drop knee. Heat number 4, so round 2. We're going to see really a clash of the titans with Martin Muradian with a perfect 10 yesterday for a long tube ride he did in his first heat. Renato Arellano, the local colors, will be defending air at Punta Uno against Cesar Bauer. So very difficult to choose a favorite who would win that next heat.
Yes, you were mentioning Cesar Bauer, a legend in the drop knee realm of bodyboarding. Former world champion, now looking to battle it out against one of the home field favorites, Renato Arellano, as well as you mentioned, Martin Muradian, dialing in the biggest score of the event yesterday, 10 points on an incredible drop knee barrel ride. Came out, slashed it off to finish for good measure, and posted the biggest score of the event as a result.
Exactly, really impressive that wave. You can see it in the highlights of yesterday. Obviously, it's there. So go to isaworlds.com if you're watching this webcast on one of our media partners. At isaworlds.com, we've got photos of the 2 first days of competition. Sean Evans taking incredible water shots yesterday during 3 hours at Punta Uno. You've also got the highlights, the opening ceremony. You can check the results. The schedule at the end of the day for the following day will get published. You can see how your team is doing on the team standings. So check isaworlds.com for all the information, and you can also send us messages directly to the booth through the live tab. Below there's a small comment section. You can write to us, and we saw Adrian Alcivar there just making a quick entry and exit of that wave.
Yeah, Adrian Alcivar with a quick little inquiry, I guess you could say. Didn't really like what he saw, so kicked out, didn't bother wasting any more of his time on that one. But you were mentioning Sean Evans. We cannot forget about the man getting us the video footage out in the water. We have Cristobal Sharafia out there dialing it in on the video footage side of things out there with the water housing. He's been the man floating around out in the water with the black neoprene hood, as he's been logging some serious water time out there to bring everybody the video goods for the end of day highlights. So counting down to the 9-minute mark. Again, Nelson Flores holds the lead. He's got a 6.83 to go with his 5.50. Pretty solid hold on the lead at the moment. Jorge Maldonado, though, dialing in a 6.77 for himself to go with a 4.67. Meanwhile, Jake Metcalf sitting on a pair of 4s in the form of a 4.43 and a 4.0. Sitting in third, Adrian Alcivar in the 4th spot with a 3.17 and a 1.0. Adrian needs an 8.28. Jake Metcalf on the hunt for a 7.02. And here's Metcalf taking a look, as well as Maldonado and Flores. 3-way battle. It's going to be Flores up and riding on the left. Throws the roll off the closeout section and will emerge. Meanwhile, Alcivar on the right-hander throws into a quick forward spin. Tries to set up the inside section, but bails. As you can see, the water just sucking off the reef there, as it was about to go dry in front of him. Did not want to punch the roll and land on dry reef.
Exactly, that reef is always there at the bottom. Also that section on the right where you have to go around the bend, exactly where Jake Metcalf is headed. So let's see his first maneuver. Nice flip.
Metcalf flipping it out on that one, doing his best to work his way back in. Throws the roll. He's going to take it to the inside, pulls in to the closeout barrel, and gets surged right onto those exposed sections of the reef. And there he is. He ducked out through the face apparently, and already on his way back out to the lineup. But Metcalf giving a good go at things on that one, trying to put together a 7.02. We'll see what the judges thought of that one. But Metcalf staying busy and doing his best to try and catch up with Jorge Maldonado to stay alive in the competition and continue forward.
Remember, this is repechage round, so you cannot lose in this round and keep on advancing as it is in the main event. So for now, trying to maintain themselves in this repechage round, trying to go towards that big final. And so here comes Jorge Maldonado, looking to replace a 4.67, looking for the lip, going for the ARS, keeps on advancing, keeping momentum there through that inside section, does the spin, waiting to go around the bend. Always, as you can see, an eye towards the reef, check where it is as he goes around the bend, trying to wait for that last section, the beach break of Cavancha, and there with one last road. For now, Adrian Alcivar right on his heels, just going around the bend also on the second wave of that set, finishing with a small roll and kicking out. So we're going to wait for those two scores of Jorge Maldonado, looking to replace a 4.67. That would change the requisites for Jake Metcalf and Adrian Alcivar. And Adrian Alcivar looking for a 8.28. We didn't see the beginning of his wave. We're going to see if we can cue it on replay and see, but I doubt it from the speed he was coming at round the bend that he would get such an excellent wave.
And here we have rider in yellow, Nelson Flores, pulling into the barrel on the left-hander. Manages to squeak out after it shuts down around him. He's going to finish off with the roll. So Nelson Flores continues to stay busy out in the lineup as he maintains the lead. Meanwhile, there you can see Renato Ariano from Team Chile grabbing his jersey assignment for the next heat. Meanwhile, we're going to throw into a quick replay, Phil, as you were hoping for.
So here comes Adrian Alcivar. We see that first maneuver, big ARS, keeps on with speed, goes into that spin, and here comes that. So that was the previous wave, not the last one. The scores are still coming in. Adrian Alcivar has got 2 good waves coming in for him. That might change the situation. Will it be enough? It might be, just to take second position from Jorge Maldonado. We're missing 2 judges on those 2 waves as we're heading into the last 5 minutes of this last heat of the repechage before going towards drop knee. We're going to get 2 semi-finals of the main event for the drop knee category. The division, we saw Cesar Bauer already ready, and now Renato Arellano, and then Martin Muradion. We're going to see if he's capable of getting another 10. Obviously, that would be a dream for him.
Well, scores coming in. Jorge Maldonado drops a 6.97 to go with his 6.77. That's enough to move Pullman into the lead. That bumps Nelson Flores down to the second spot, and now forces Jake Metcalf to try and suss out a 6.57. Situation change again. Alcivar to third now with a 6.20 and a 5.10. So Alcivar now looking for a 6.84. Metcalf bumped to fourth, looking for a 6.57 with 4:35 left on the clock. Meanwhile, here you can see Team Peru leading Cesar Bauer down to the water's edge, and back out in the lineup, Nelson Flores with a big looping roll, continuing on, looking to combo, throws the roll off the closeout section. Flores trying to dial in a 6.92 to reclaim the top spot. Meanwhile, trying to hold off Adrian Alcivar and Jake Metcalf. Alcivar still looking for a 6.84. Metcalf trying to suss out a 6.57 with 4 minutes left on the clock.
So all the 3 riders there in the bottom positions needing a 6-point range wave right now. 4 minutes to do so, so very anxious, eager, looking towards the horizon, waiting for the waves to come here at Punta Uno. And there we've got another change of situation. So that latest wave from the Chilean in yellow, Nelson Flores, 7.33, replacing a 6.2, gets back into first position. Now Jorge Maldonado from Ecuador was for a brief moment in first position, down to second, and let's see the replay of that wave of Nachito Flores.
Here you see Nacho dropping in, cranks off the bottom, hits the big looping cylindrical roll, and he's going to combo with another roll off the end. Some strong riding from the 16-year-old Super Grom representing Team Chile.
Nice, clean, sharp maneuvers there from Nachito Flores. You can feel the local knowledge. You can feel that he's comfortable at Punta Uno. 3 minutes and 10. So now Jorge Maldonado is second. Adrian Alcivar doesn't need a 6-point range wave. Now needs 7.55. Jake Metcalf just a bit below if he wants to keep on advancing. Needs 7.28. Let's see what he does on this one. Doesn't manage to get in it. It's Adrian Alcivar getting into the tube.
Slides into the barrel, comes out with a forward spin, digs his rail a little bit, but stays with it now, looking to finish off those into another forward spin, and then kicks out before surging onto the reef. 2:35 left on the clock. Again, Alcivar looking to put together a 7.55. We'll see if that last one was enough. Waiting for scores to drop. Again, looking for a 7.55. 2:20 left on the clock. Flores and Maldonado in the advancing spots. Alcivar and Metcalf trying to avoid elimination. They have a couple minutes left on the clock. They better hope something rolls their way, gives them something to work with, or, you know, their time here will be said and done.
So for now, one of the Ecuadorians is going through. Nelson Flores not leaving much chance or space to the other competitors to take that first position. And as I see Steve reading the message board, also Oliver, he was there yesterday, Oliver from Australia, saying, go Jake, he needs the support right now. He doesn't need an incredible wave. 7.28 is very easily attainable, but you need the wave to roll in at the right moment. So a big eye to Oliver, also Riptide Magazine in Australia probably following. So remember, you can write messages directly to the booth through isaworlds.com. There on the live tab, not watching the transmission on the home, you can see the comment box below the video and send us your question, shout outs, say hello, whatever. Entering into this last minute, as you can see, the lineup is really calm, waiting for that wave, and they must be very nervous, the guy in blue and white, Adrian Alcivar and Jake Metcalf.
Yeah, time burning off the clock. Adrian Alcivar, Jake Metcalf, both on the hunt for scores that'll keep them alive in competition. They've got to work their way around Nelson Flores and Jorge Maldonado out in the water, the current first and second place position holders respectively. 40 seconds on the clock, and time, unfortunately, slowly ticking away for these guys. This has got to be excruciating. I've been in this scenario in competitions in years past, and it's never a good feeling. You're such anxiety, hoping a wave comes through at the last second. You know time is ticking off the clock, and your opportunity is dwindling.
There you can see them on the right of your screen, on the verge of elimination, as we see on the left, appearing slowly, Renato Arellano, also Cesar Bauer, waiting for the main event, round 2 of the drop knee division, coming up soon. Right now we're going to go to the countdown, and no waves there, and good sign of fair play, congratulating themselves at the end of the heat, and the drop knee division taking position in the lineup.
You got to love this show of sportsmanship. All 4 competitors from that heat paddling over, shaking hands, giving a little fist pound, pat on the back, you know, job well done, congratulations. And here we go with the heat recap.
So heat recap finally is Nelson Flores is starting the recap, going through towards round 5 of the repechage. What a nice clean roll, landing in the flat and managing to ride it out. Adrian Alcivar, good bodyboarding from the Ecuadorian, but didn't manage to lock in that second position. Jake Metcalf also landing in 4th position, being outed from the competition. And here he comes, Nelson Flores. Nice show from the local.
So we're going to throw into a quick commercial break. Phil Muller and Juan Santos will be back right after this.
Hola, los saludamos de Venezuela, les invitamos a que vengan aquí a Playa Iquique, a Punta 1, a que disfruten del mundial, que está buenísimo, no se lo pierdan. ¡Arriba!
Okay, welcome back. Welcome to the wave-rich, beautiful city of Iquique, Chile, for the 2015 Iquique para Todos ISA World Bodyboarding Championship. We are at La Punta Uno, watching the world's best bodyboarders compete for the gold. In the water, currently this is the drop knee division round number 2 in the main event, hit number 1, and this is going to be a charger hit. Take a look. In red, representing France, Martin Muridian. Taking on white, representing Chile, Renato Arellano. And in yellow, from Peru, a former world champion, Cesar Bauer. In the booth, Juan Santos here, joined by Philip Muller, legendary ISA commentator. Once again, hello, Philip. How you doing? This is day number 3, action-packed day. So we now, things are starting to get really hot in the water.
Exactly. So back to the main event division, but in the drop knee division, obviously the level is going to step up a little bit compared to the repechage rounds. So we just had the latest repechage round from the men's open division. There you see the final results of the previous heat. Nelson Flores from Chile, Jorge Maldonado advancing towards the following round. Adrian Alcivar from Ecuador and Jake Metcalf from Australia taking their way out from competition, marking the points for Ecuador and Australia. I mean, it's been surprising right now. We talked about it yesterday, Juan, but Australia, I mean, up until now, one of the powerhouses, they should have been a lot stronger. They seem out of focus. I don't know what happened right now. The leading pack is Brazil and Chile, obviously. Also Japan. Those are the 3 countries actually in the lead on the team standings. A lot can change, obviously. We're at the middle of the week. There's still 2 days more of competition. But it's a bit surprising how Australia has been surfing here.
Well, yeah, Australia actually not bringing the bigger names here. Australia is one of the strongest, maybe not, I don't want to say if the stronger, but one of the strongest countries in the world in surfing and, of course, bodyboarding. Australia is always trying to bring new names into these team selections so they can give the chance to the riders to step into the professional world. In the previous editions of this ISA World Bodyboarding Championship, we have seen teams that just throw into the professional world's title contenders. So, well, this year didn't work it out so well for Team Australia. No worries, we have more editions to come in the upcoming years when we see now Martin Meridian, team from Team France, a serious contender for this 2015 drop knee division gold medal.
So 16 minutes and 40 seconds, but right now we're going to a quick interview on the beach with Begoña Martinez. Take it away, Begoña.
Thank you very much, guys. We're here with Nelson Flores. Nelson, second time you win in the repechage, segunda vez que ganas en el repechaje. El repechaje es una competencia aparte, es una llave aparte, es bastante estresante. Solamente 2 competidores pasan a la gran final. Ya está la final del main event definida. Hay 2 chilenos. ¿Cuál es qué sentimiento tienes? ¿Qué pasa por tu cabeza en estos momentos?
Bueno, el repechaje es súper difícil, ya que son 7 rondas. Nada, súper feliz que estén los 2 chilenos ahí en la final. Eso ya asegura muy buenos puntajes para Chile, para que se pueda repetir el bicampeonato mundial, así que vamos nomás con todo.
Well, I was asking him what's his feelings at the moment, because the repechage is a very hard situation. It's like a separate event. It's surfing another event, and only 2 people who made it to the grand final. So yeah, he's very happy to be adding points to his team. And yeah, no sé si le quieres mandar a alguien ahora saludos o no sé, o gracias.
Nada, saludos a toda mi gente del Tago que siempre me está apoyando.
Well, he just wanted to say hi back home. Thank you very much. Congratulations, and we hope to see you back in the further rounds. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Begoña. There you have it, Nelson Flores, a name to consider. Watch out for that kid. He is a junior and is in the middle of the men's open division. We have seen impressive things coming from Nelson, of course. And hey, Philip, we just saw a very good wave exchange. We saw first the Peruvian, the former world champion drop knee division, Cesar, in a good looking wave, couple of moves trying to put a solid score already on the scoreboard, but we saw as well in the back Martin in a second wave trying to get a solid score, just scooping into a barrel and coming now for the move with a claim. So as we said it, this is a very good hit in the water, and we have a serious 3 contenders for the gold medal of this year's drop knee division.
So we're going to see the replay of that footage. First wave of the set was Cesar Bauer starting with the snap, going into a 360 spin, keeps on advancing, looking on the reef there, while we see right behind Martin Muradian doing another big tube, coming out with a snap. So good wave from Martin Muradian on the behind. So we've got the scores of those 2 waves, 7.17 for the Peruvians ride, 7.83 for the wave from Martin Muradian. So first position right now is France, Martin Muradian with 13.16 total score. Second position, Cesar Bauer, he's got a 7.17. He needs to change now that 3.17 for a 6 or more. Renato Arellano, remember this is main event, so if you get third, you go to repechage. He is third right now, Renato, with 2 low scores, a 2.67 and a 1.77. He needs 7.68 to take over the second position from Cesar Bauer.
Well, we have some friends texting us. Everybody, all the bodyboarders in the world, you remember, you can send us a message through the web, isaworlds.com. And here we go. We have a message from another legendary drop knee rider just from Costa Rica, coming from El Hoyo. This is Chucky Fallas Varela. Hey, Chucky, how you doing, mate? We hope you're enjoying the webcast. He's asking us, when are we going to join the land of Pura Vida, Costa Rica? Well, buddy, we are looking forward to join you soon in your beautiful country. And if everything goes right, it will be in a very close upcoming future. We're speaking before about the teams. Like today, a very crucial day, so the teams now start getting points for the team championship. And we were speaking, okay, Team Australia maybe not coming stronger this year, but Team Australia always a reference. And really, so far, the real battle is between Team France and Team Chile. So Team Chile now has one rider, Renato Arellano, that remains in the main event. And Renato now not having an easy task. He's just facing two of the strongest world riders in the drop knee. So very important points into play for Renato, because the French is holding these points and is keeping himself in the lead. So really Team France coming very strong. Remember, Team France qualified into second last year. Team France already took the championship in the first ISA WBC edition held in the Canary Islands. Then France has three second places. And I think France this year is coming very strong to claim again the team championship to their country, France.
Exactly. So between France, Chile, I think Brazil, you have to include them in the mix.
Of course.
Because in the following heat, we've got also some of the powerhouses represented. So in the second heat of this round, we've got Luis Rodriguez from Venezuela in drop knee. Daniel Alves will be defending Brazil, and Kazuma Tomita from Japan. So also Japan is a strong team. Also names that we don't necessarily know. But we've had a few good surprises with Japan, and also Japan has got already their spot in the final of the Aloha Cup. For now, Martin Muradian doing the drop and straight away bailing out.
Yeah, well, that was quite a dangerous kick out from Martin Muradian, just jumping out of his board in the top of the dry shell rock here in La Punta Uno. There you have it. This is Team Australia, another rider getting ready to go into the next round, the repechage round. And this is Australian rider that will be coming surfing into the drop knee division. There you got there the support from Team Brazil to Daniel Alves, and watch out for this guy in white, the Rastafari from Brazil. He is capable of launching some very good scenes in drop knee. Nice line drawing, and out there you see also the support from Team Venezuela for Luis Rodriguez. He will be surfing in round number 2, heat number 3 in this main event in the drop knee.
So closing in towards the middle of this first heat of the drop knee division main event. Soon we'll see getting ready Luis Rodriguez, Daniel Alves and Kazuma Tomita. After this round of the main event of drop knee, we stay with the drop knee division with one single heat of round 1 of the repechage for this division. And there is one heat that will not be run. It is the first one. There's only 2 competitors there, Luke Fisher from Australia and Diogo Pimenta from Portugal, who get free card as they advance directly to the second round. With only 2 people in the water, we will not be running that heat, but there will be the second heat of the repechage with Fabian Chacon from Costa Rica, Adrian Alcivar from Ecuador, and Alonso Pineda from Mexico. One of those guys will be eliminated in the following heat.
Yeah, we start eliminating a few guys from here in the competition. So it's a very important day. If they want to stay here in La Punta Uno, Chile, they will need really to go and score big. Remember, the requirements for the highest score. Remember, this is what our judges are looking for. Speed, commitment, and control. Taking the risk, they will get the reward. Big moves, big scores. This is the criteria for judging. So there you have it. Martin Muradian, 7.83 speed, commitment, and control. Nice, good looking wave, set wave, nice line, smooth moves. Back up with a 5.33. Martin combined score 13.16. At the back, following by Cesar Bauer, the Peruvian, again a 7.17. And speaking about the devil, Cesar trying to take off up and right, and there he goes, surfing front side, no much potential, and prefers to kick out and go back to the lineup. Oh, take a look at this, Philip.
Here comes Martin Muradian, obviously looking to go into the tube, goes into a huge cutback. Keeps on advancing as to avoid Cesar Bauer, who's on his way back to the top of the lineup. Here, going round the bend, be careful, lots of bubbles, really as close as you can get to the reef for Martin Muradian. He's in first position, looking to replace that 5.33. We'll be seeing this big, grand lady of the bodyboard world, 5-time world champion, Neymara Carvalho. She's still in the main round of the women's division. We saw her yesterday really surfing incredibly. For all you guys at home, thank you for listening to us. And I have to tell you, it's an honor working with Juan Santos here.
Oh, thank you, Philip. The honor is all mine, man.
But you're missing at home is half of the transmission is the hands. I mean, every wave is commentated with the hands and the wave. And
Yeah, surfing. I'm sitting here on the booth with Philip, but I'm surfing with my hands and I'm feeling the whole vibe. I really enjoy it. I practice bodyboard for 26 years. So I used to be every time in the water. I like to be in the water. Now I'm here to see in the booth watching these guys surfing. And, what I feel like sometimes like throwing the microphone away and jump into the water and enjoy these guys into the heat. Now talking about the water, Renato Arellano trying to go into this one. No much speed. Was a nice looking wave, but no much potential. He prefers to kick out. Well, we saw previously Martin Burian just riding through the dry shell rock. I think he was shaving the spikes out of the urchins.
Exactly, really as close as you can get to that reef. I mean, if it fell on that moment, it would have landed really on dry rock. We saw a few situations last year. I mean, as the pressure mounts and the heats and rounds get more and more intense, last year we saw guys just launching huge maneuvers with no regards to their security whatsoever. And I mean, we'll see it as we advance. Tomorrow is going to be a very important day with very much rounds of repechage. But for now, here comes again Martin Muradian, making a good selection of waves, finding those bigger waves with long rides. Here he comes, trying to look for the tube. Doesn't really cover him. One small cut back on the end, and this time they've changed roles. Cesar Bauer coming on the second wave of the set.
Yeah, nice, Martin, first wave. Nice style, nice dry, little good style surfing. Like bodyboarders used to say that if you can't ride drop knee and draw good lines being aggressive, it's because you're not a complete bodyboarder. Martin Muridan, a good, very good prone rider, but an excellent drop knee rider. So 3 moves combination. Let's take a look at the replay. Let's see. There is Martin scooping in the barrel. Look at the control of his board. Bam! Lot of water coming out of the rail. Smooth and simple. Steals there. And now avoid Cesar Bauer. Like just putting some water in his face to get a new haircut. Yeah, well, Martin with a lot of style from the Frenchman.
So the points are coming in. Martin Muradian gets a 7.33. It should appear there on your screen shortly. But securing even more that first spot. Renato Arellano still in third position. Just got a 1-point ride. He's back up and riding. Trying to navigate the left. There goes for the spin. Goes right into the other direction. And that's the end of the wave for the Chilean. We're waiting for the later score of Cesar Bauer. But right now we're going to the beach with an interview by Begoña Martinez. To you, Begoña.
Take it away, Begoña.
Thank you, guys. We're here with Yazdani Castro. Yazdani, the last representative of Costa Rica in the main event of juniors. Eduardo Mena, de coach, y Héctor, también otro de los competidores. Yazdani, cuéntanos un poco qué se siente ser el último competidor de tu país todavía en el evento principal.
Bueno, muy contento y agradecido con Dios, ¿verdad?, por seguir en el evento principal y espero pueda seguir avanzando porque si me va bien aquí, creo que esto puede ser una gran oportunidad para conseguir un buen sponsor y tal vez algún día llegar donde todos quieren llegar, que es el APB, ¿verdad? Y quiero darle gracias a Dios y que me queden las olas y hacer lo que pueda y vía Costa Rica y un saludo a toda la gente de Quepos y vía la pura vía.
Well, very emotive. He's very happy, very thankful to God, and he just want to keep moving and find a good sponsor to do the professional tour. Un pura vida, ¿no? Para toda la gente de Costa Rica. Pura vida. Costa Rica. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Begoña. And there you have it, yeah. The ISA for a better surfing future. And there was the message from the Costa Ricans, like they are really trying to build a better surfing future for Costa Rica, trying to come strong to all the ISAs, World Juniors, World Surfing Games, bodyboarding, SUP, longboard, and Costa Rica trying to build it up for the beautiful next year in the surfing competition.
Yeah, and also the defending gold medal champion. They just won in Nicaragua at the ISA World Surfing Games, the gold medal. So the best team of the world actually for this year. Obviously, we saw Leilani McGonigal there on team Costa Rica, her brother, also surfing really, really well. And so, as you say, Costa Rica always present on all the ISA events, participating in everything, moving around, and also the quality of their waves down there. There's incredible waves in Costa Rica. So big eye and pura vida to everyone in Costa Rica.
Yeah, Costa Rica, much respect to all of you guys. Much love. Hope to be there soon in joining you in your beautiful beach breaks or your brief breaks. So good luck to all these projects that the Costa Ricans are trying to build. We are sure that everything will build up so that you can make your dream happen. Now, let's go back into the water action. Arellano, now the Chilean sitting in third with a 4.27 and a 2.67. He is now looking at this, trying to scoop into the left, he tried to get barrel, losing the whole momentum. He just got lit and lost the power. So not a potential score. Maybe he won't improve his 2.67. He needs a 7.41 to jump into second. So this is a hit completely managed by the French and the Peruvian.
2 minutes. So last 2 minutes in this heat situation. Complicated therefore. Renato Arellano needing a 7.41 on the verge of going down to the repechage round. We'll be seeing that round right after these two heats of the main event. Coming up in less than 2 minutes right now, Luis Rodriguez, Daniel Alves from Brazil, and Kazuma Tomita from Japan. Two guys will keep on advancing towards the final of the main event for the drop knee division, and one guy will have to go to repechage.
Yeah, well, remember, this World Championship is made possible by Iquique para Todos. This event is supported by the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique. The Chilean Surfing Federation, meanwhile, over the falls. What a wipeout for the Frenchman.
Going to look for urchins there. He went head first. Martin Murajan seemed like a good wave. As we see Evan Quanstrom, he's the media director right now for all of this event, checking that all the information comes out, all those great photos, the highlights. You can check all of that material on isaworlds.com. If you want to know a bit more about the International Surfing Association, you can check all the programs that we've got, not only the world events, at isasurf.org.
Well, running out of time, 50 seconds. The Chilean now in the race for a good wave selection. Now let's see, he will try to scoop into this left. He is there paddling and taking off. All right, let's see, nice reverse. He rather kick out like he saw he's not the scoring potential wave. He need to get a 7.41. Renato Arellano under pressure. He will be surfing. If he remains in third, he will be surfing into the repechage hit number 2. So that will be one spot fitting. And now this is the current hit leader trying to scoop into the barrel. He couldn't now, no, late bottom turn, late takeoff, so he couldn't drive it the way he wanted.
Yep. We're going to go down to the countdown, that latest wave from the Chilean Renato, 1.53, so not enough to take that second spot, 1.10 for the wipeout of Martin Murajan, and there goes the horn. So end of heat number 1 in this round 2 of the main event of the drop knee division, as we're going to see the second heat already in the water. They're going to exchange positions right now. I guess we're going to see the heat recap of this interesting heat. Good fight between Martin Murajan and Cesar Bauer there. Martin Murajan getting the 2 best waves of the heat.
Yeah, Martin Murajan coming really strong. Look at the waves. Look how dry is this. This is the way out. They found a little channel here to come out. Believe me, this is full with urchins. So these guys, well, challenging Mother Nature. A beautiful spot, beautiful day here in Iquique. Let's take a look at the heat recap. Drive us through it, Philip.
Here we start with Cesar Bauer, very strong, nice big wave, clean maneuver, going into the spin, looking to go towards that second section, and look behind. We're going to see Martin Murajan going into the tube, getting a 7.33 for that wave, and finishing with a small snap. Here he comes again, the Frenchman who got a 10 yesterday, couldn't find that same perfect score today. The waves seem a bit better, and they're just avoiding Cesar Bauer and then driving right by the reef.
Yeah, well, this was round number 2 in the drop knee division. We see now it's time to pay some bills. We're going to highlight some of the sponsors. We're going to a quick commercial. We'll be right back after this. welcome back to the wave-rich, beautiful city of Iquique, Chile, for the 2015 Iquique para Todos ISA World Bodyboarding Championship. We are at La Punta Uno watching the world's best bodyboarders compete for gold in the water, currently surfing main event of the drop knee division, round number 2, heat number 2. In red, from Venezuela, Luis Rodriguez. Taking on white jersey representing Brazil, Daniel Alves. And yellow from Japan, Kazuma Tomita. Here on the booth, bringing you this live webcast. Myself, Juan Santos, joined by the legendary ISA commentator, Philip Muller.
Sorry. Thank you, Juan. And we saw Kazuma Tomita taking his first wave. Daniel Alves also a throwaway score, 1 point. They're sort of just feeling out the conditions. Obviously, the conditions have changed during the week. It was pretty small during the free surf when the teams came to practice. Right now, then, we saw 2 days of bigger waves, and today we were supposed to see bigger conditions, and visibly the Pacific Ocean has been a bit calmer. But still, trying to find out the marks, trying to find out the lineup. Obviously, every time we see a change of condition, the takeoff spot is different. So trying to find the spot. We're waiting for those first scores. They're coming in. It seems the best wave up until now is from Luis Rodriguez from Venezuela. We just saw Martin Muradian and Cesar Bauer get into the final of the main event. From there, only 2 will advance to the grand final where you get the medals. 2 will go to the final of repechage.
Okay, it seems like we have now a live interview with our partner here, Alfred Sepulvedra, a.k.a. Yo-Yo. Take it away, Yo-Yo.
Boys, thanks on the booth. Here we are with the only 10 of the event, Martin Mudain. He's giving an incredible performance this morning. Martín, no habla inglés, yo tampoco hablo, je ne parle français, pero vamos a comunicar. Cuéntanos, tell us, how was your hit?
Content là d'avoir passé ma série, franchement les vagues c'est bien là ce matin, c'était cool, j'ai eu vraiment des bonnes vagues. Voilà, je suis hyper content de passer ma série, l'objectif c'est vraiment d'aller en finale et gagner la finale, donc voilà, je suis content quoi.
Bueno, como le decía, no hablo francés, yo no parle francés, pero decía que ganó muy buena el hit. Would you like to tell something that everybody at home is watching you? ¿Le gustaría hablar à tu país alguna cosa?
Okay. Eh ben, merci tout le monde, la famille, ma copine, les amis pour l'encouragement, le soutien. Franchement, on est là pour vous, pour représenter notre pays et on va vraiment tout faire pour aller jusqu'au bout là et rafler tous les titres quoi.
Allez, Francia. Thank you very much. Gracias, chicos. Y nos vamos ya con esta, ahí al booth con el único 10 y un gran rider acá de la categoría drop knee. Gracias, boys. Thanks.
Oh, what a legend, Yo-Yo. Yeah, well, if you go to Chile, believe me, if you come to Chile from north to south, east to west, this is the man, the Holy Spirit of Chilean surfing, Yo-Yo. Thank you very much for that live interview. That was quite nice. So, well, now let's see what's going on in the water. Luis Rodriguez, the Venezuelan, already putting a solid score, a 5 points wave right. Well, Luis, this is a name to consider. It's another new talent coming up from Latin America. Luis Rodriguez, maybe not the name that you have seen lately battling on the professional world tour, but this guy is capable to battle in the water with whichever the name is. Well, so far, Kazuma Tomita from Japan sitting in second, 2 very low scores of 1.27 and 1 point, so he will improve these scores for sure. And another rider to consider in white from Brazil, Daniel Alves. This Rastafari, he is very strong drop knee rider. He has been known to do some very impressive things. So we are watching for the complete action pack here in the water. There we have our water reporters. They have been doing such a great job. So there, remember, go check us on www.isaworlds.com and you can have a complete scenario of what's happening here. Look at this, Philip. Nice snap, sweet line. There he is, gaining speed. Daniel Alves, the Brazilian, it's not done yet. Another snap trying to get more water out of the rail, now driving through the inside section. Whoa, he needs to kick out.
Nice wave by Daniel Alves, a lot better than his opening score of 1 point. You can see how shallow the water is there. Standing on the reef there, up to his knee really. So not much water on that last section. We saw Martin Muradian challenging the reef, like riding right on top of it.
Shaving origins.
And so 13 minutes and 50 seconds. We're going to wait for that score. It's coming in. We're missing one judge. That's going to be the best wave of the heat so far for Daniel Alves from Brazil. He's going to jump to first position with that wave. Second score of Kasuma Tomita, only 1 point ride, so he's going to go down to third position, waiting for that last judge. After this, we're going to the round 2 of the repechage for the drop knee division. Once heat is not going to be run because there's only Luke Fisher from Australia and Diogo Pimenta in that heat, and so they automatically advance. So the next heat will be Fabian Chacon from Costa Rica, Adrian Alcivar from Ecuador, and Alonso Pineda from Mexico. As we see, Luis Rodriguez finding his second score in this heat.
Yeah, nice looking wave, mid-size one, nice takeoff, completely good, complete control, bottom turn, going up, launch on the closeout, a nice reverse, re-entry, came in it complete, and will be a second solid score for the Venezuelan. This is a comfortable situation. He knows now, with 13 minutes to go, the Japanese and the Brazilian are on the follow, but this way he will be more comfortable and hold some points for Team Venezuela, and also mess the complete final points as the team leadership.
As we see Alonso Pineda already getting ready on the beach. Get your focus, get concentrated, get your mojo on. Also, we see some people listening to music very alone like that. Some people will warm up, some not, and some just go in and get these incredible waves. There's Fabian Chacon from Costa Rica. For now, everything is smile and laughs.
Exactly.
In the water, this is about to change in exactly 12 minutes.
Exactly. Here, friendship becomes into a challenge in the water. But the smiles out of the water, this expresses the good vibe that we have here in the ISL WBC 2015. Remember, if you never came into Chile, do it. Book the surf trip of your life. Remember, 5,400 kilometers from north to south, completely packed with beach breaks, reef breaks, uncrowded reef breaks to be discovered.
So there is the score for Daniel Alves, 6-point ride for the surfer from Brazil. That's enough to take him to second position because the second wave of Luis Rodriguez, we just saw it on our screens, 3.83. He maintains that first position alongside his first ride, a 5-point ride. Now, Daniel Alves has got a 1-point ride. He needs to change that wave. He only needs 2.84 to go to first position. Remember, this is main event still, so if you're eliminated, you're going to the repechage round. All is not lost yet. Kasuma Tomita needs to step up his game, needing to replace both of his waves. For now, Daniel Alves already replacing that 1-point ride.
Nice bottom turn, nice first snap, lot of power on the move. Daniel Alves with a 6-point now will replace that 1 point, looking only for the 2.84 wave ride requirement to take the lead held by the Venezuelan in red. So this is a serious attack from the Brazilian to get the position by the Venezuelan. So Team Brazil, as you said, a team that is as well in a well position, in a very good position to take the leadership on the team's stable. So let's see how our judges reward it. So now it seems like we're going back again to the beach with another live interview.
Thanks, boys, on the booth. Here I am with one of the legends of the Atacama. Chicos, estoy aquí con una de las leyendas de Atacama, el gran conocido tío Ignacio, el Chutita, acá el rey de los campeonatos. Tío Chuta, buenos días, ¿cómo están las cosas por acá?
Buenos días, saludos a toda la gente que nos está mirando.
Oye, tío Chutita, teníamos una pregunta de toda la gente que asiste al campeonato. Este año, ¿por qué no hay chaparritas?
Bueno, porque quise colocarme con mi producto propio, que son los sándwiches, jamón, queso y ave mayo.
Así, y otra pregunta que teníamos técnicamente, este año, ¿por qué los jugos están hasta la mitad?
Mentira, mentira. No, que los vasos son más grandes, pero la medida es la misma.
Everybody that is watching us at home, this is one of the legends here. This boy has been on the competition of bodyboarding for more than 20 years, selling sandwiches. He is one of the best riders in drop knee, uno de los mejores riders en drop knee de Atacama, de seguro. Ignacio Arancibia está acá con... Gracias. Ahí está, estamos regalando, ya pueden ver.
¿De qué es?
Sí. Así, estamos regalando aquí en la playa con una de las leyendas. Thanks, boys, I'm the booth. Here I am with Tío Chuta con los Evolish Magic.
Un saludo a Antofagasta. Un saludo a mi madre, a toda mi gente.
Chao. Muchas gracias, muchachos. Thanks on the booth, boys. Here I am with one of the legends local.
Once again, thank you very much, Jojo. Well, while we got this interview in the beach, teams like the Brazilian now taking advantage and getting the leadership in the scoring hit running on the water. Daniel Alves now, Team Brazil, with a total combined score of 10.67-17, followed by the Venezuelan now in second. The Venezuelan in red needs a 5.18 to take back the lead. And it seems like we have kind of battle. Look at the Venezuelan taking off, putting surfing front side, getting speed, nice line, launches a nice front side forward re-entry. Nice move. I think the judges are going to like this.
So Luis Rodriguez looking for that 5.18. Right now, Kazuma Tomita finally finding ways, gets a 5.6. So 5.6 on the scoreboard. There it is. And now needs only 3.24 with 8 minutes left. So they gets it announced by the beach announcer. He's going to know how much he needs. 3.24 right now. So Luis Rodriguez needing to be careful. He's got a wave coming in, Luis Rodriguez, that will change what is needed by the Japanese Kazuma Tomita.
Yeah, well, once again, time to highlight everyone that made possible this event. Remember, this World Championship is supported by the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique, the Chilean Surfing Federation, as well as our media partners, Surfline, Pasión Extrema, Vía de Escape, RTC Television. Thank you very much as well to Surfers Village, Gravedad Cero, Waves Brazil, and Riptide Magazine. Remember, you can interact with us in all our social media. Twitter us at ISA Surfing, Instagram, ISA Surfing, Snapchat, ISA_surfing. Remember, hashtag us in hashtag ISA Worlds, hashtag ISAWBC, hashtag Iquique, hashtag Olas para Todos. 7 minutes remaining. Situation now change again. We lost the red. Take a look at this, Philip. Luis Rodriguez throwing a 6.33. So last wave, very good wave, set wave, getting a good score for the Venezuelan jump again into first position. Pushing down now again. Daniel Alves, the Brazilian, with a 5.34 wave ride requirement to take back the lead. And Kazuma Tomita is still on the achievable score. Kazuma, very good drop knee rider. If he gets a set wave, believe me, he is very dangerous. He only needs a 4.58. So everything still possible with 6 minutes and 10 seconds in the clock.
As they are waiting there for the waves, so Kazuma Tomita not needing much. Needs 4.58 instead of a 3.43 before. And Luis Rodriguez now sitting comfortably in the lead. Daniel Alves needing to replace that 4.17, as you just said. With 6 minutes left, as we just saw on the beach, they're already about to enter the water. In 50 seconds, they'll be allowed in the water. Fabian Chacon from Costa Rica, Adrian Alcivar from Ecuador, and Alonso Pineda from Mexico. Some of the local crews, the local bodyboarders here. And a big thank you also to Vía de Escape, the production team of this webcast, always following everything to the instant, putting all the relevant information. And here comes Kazuma Tomita, full speed ahead, navigating that wave, no big maneuvers. Let's see what the judges decide. I don't think it'll be enough for a 4.58, but at least he'll replace that 1.27. Here comes Brazil, Daniel Alves already up and riding. Boom, huge snap into rotation, still going, keeps momentum, going to advance, wait for that second section, and no, it won't let him advance a lot more, but wow, what a first maneuver.
Well, that was something smooth, very good takeoff, full speed. You could see when he made the complete rotation, you could see how he just throws so much water out of those rails. So Daniel Alves really attempting to attack the leadership by the Venezuelan red. Let's see if we could have a replay from this wave from last to white. No, now scooping into the barrel. Rodriguez defending, nice reverse. Well, this is world-class drop knee. Lot of style. Look at his body, how he just is riding. He's so confident, Luis Rodriguez.
Lots of confidence. I think that's the key factor also, and as you're reminding all the time, is that you have to respect and give to the judges what they're expecting, which is flow, commitment, power, and control in the critical part of the wave. It's no use doing it far away on the shoulder. You want to be there in the middle of the tube,
Nice
right next
slab.
to the white water.
Exactly.
So if you know what they're looking for, you know what to give them, and that's what some of the best riders, we've seen them applying that criteria and getting the high scores.
Yes, of course, nice wave change. We saw Daniel with a very good looking wave and a very good strong move. But then at the back, Luis Rodriguez in a set wave, just answering back to the Brazilian and just making sure that he stamps his passport to remain in the first place. Take a look at this. Last of red, 8 points. So now the Brazilian in second needs a 8.34. That is an excellent range. And Kazuma Tomita with 3 minutes, 10 seconds, looks now for a 5.44 to go to second and keep himself in the main qualifying round. Remember, this is the main round. 1 and 2 advance, and third will be pushed into the repecharge round. This is a production audiovisual from BDE Via Descape.
Thank you to them. So less than 3 minutes right now. A message there from a good friend, a rider, a good drop knee rider from Venezuela, Angelo Freda from Las Palmas, who says, "I from Canarias, arriba Venezuela, duro Luis Perol." So a big eye to him. He was the drop knee competitor for Venezuela last year.
Yeah, we got a message as well from Australia. Maurice Wakeling, what a legend, saying, "Great job, judges and commentators, keeping it rolling." Well, mate, here we are doing the best we can to bring you the best live feeds and all the details that is happening in this beautiful event. Remember, day 3 of the ISA World Bodyboarding Championship, day 3 of a 5 days beautiful world-class bodyboarding journey.
2 minutes, last 2 minutes of this heat. In first position, Venezuela with Luis Rodriguez. Second, still Daniel Alves in white for Brazil, looking for 8.34 if he wanted to secure the first position. And Kazuma Tomita trying to get Alves out of that second spot, needing a 5.44. You can see him, Kazuma Tomita, taking really distance from the rest of the pack, trying to get further away and try to concentrate himself on the right.
Yeah, 1 minute 30 seconds remaining. Situation remains first place the Venezuelan. Let's take a look. No right. Second place the Brazilian Daniel Alves, who 8.34 weight right requirement to take the lead. Kazuma Tomita, well, the Japanese in a very achievable score range. It's a 5.44. Now there is the Brazilian scooping. Ooh, over the falls, getting a wash into the shell rock.
Yeah, the nice washing machine of La Punta in Iquique, taking Daniel Alves, as we see once again, all the flags of the nations represented in this 2015 Iquique para Todos ISA World Bodyboard Championship. 14 nations came this year, a little bit less, but the level has been stepped up incredibly in this 5th edition of the standalone version of the World Bodyboard Championship.
Taking off a right in the Venezuelan, getting speed. Look at his face, completely committed floatery entry now, trying to drive into the inside section, but no more scoring potential. And there it is, current hit leader Luis Rodriguez in his wave number 6, and now it might be last shot for the Japanese. Let's see, Tomita going for a again, having a taste of the origin-packed shell rock here at La Punta. There you have it. This is Team Australia getting ready to serve in the oncoming heats.
20 seconds left. There we see also Team Portugal. Nice to see all the countries out there still analyzing the heats of the other competitors, checking conditions all day long. And even when they are eliminated, what is nice about the ISA events, they stay as a team supporting the competitors that are still in the water. Right now,
whoa! Did you saw that?
Yeah, nice maneuver there, falling back on the board. Luis Rodriguez, and right as the countdown was going down and finishing that wave as the horn was sounding.
Well, that was new names coming with new moves. That was an I didn't even know what was that, but it was impressive to see how perfectly he just made it. So I think that our judges need to start being aware that these new names are coming with something new to come into play in this day number 3 of the ISA World Bodyboarding Championship.
We're going to see if it's in each recap of this maneuver. If some of you on the message board can help us, this is the guy, Luis Rodriguez from Venezuela, doing a sort of varial from the skateboard world. And here comes the Japanese Kazuma Tomita going down to the repechage round. Here comes once again Luis Rodriguez there with a huge re-entry, hitting the lip, keeps on advancing. And here Daniel Alves from Brazil, the Rastafari, finishing in second position. And here comes Luis Rodriguez.
Oh, that
with
was
the
a showbiz, bro.
Varial.
Impressive.
And getting back in drop knee position.
Yeah, impressive. Well. So now it's time to highlight some of our sponsors. We're going to a quick commercial and we'll be right back with more action from the ISA WBC 2015.
Lo invito al Museo Regional de Iquique a conocer la historia y los encantos naturales de nuestra región.
México, México, México.
En Camanchaca somos orgullosos de nuestra trayectoria, conscientes de la responsabilidad que tenemos en el presente para desarrollar y mejorar nuestra actividad y ambiciosos del futuro y las metas que nos planteamos para seguir alimentando al mundo desde el mar.
Well, welcome back to the wave-rich, beautiful city of Iquique, Chile, for the 2015 Iquique para Todos ISA World Bodyboarding Championship. We are at La Punta Uno, watching the world's best bodyboarders compete for gold. In the water now, surfing repechage round number 1, heat number 2. Remember, we skip heat number 1, only 2 riders, so we are surfing round number 1, repechage heat number 2. Here in the booth with me, legendary and best reporter in the world of bodyboarding, Steve Jackson. Welcome back, Steve.
How's it going, Juan? We were having a little discussion off air after that last heat. We saw Luis Rodriguez bust out something a little creative there at the end, having some fun. We were discussing whether that was a drop knee shove it or a drop knee board variable. We used to see Ross McBride do something similar like that in the prone position. Obviously, a shove it would have been performed with the feet, but since he flipped the board with his hand and spun it around underneath him, it was more of a drop knee board varial than a shove it. But still, Luis Rodriguez getting creative out in the water with the drop knee side of things. He ended up taking away the heat win. We'll see the interview coming up in just a little while. Meanwhile, we're already underway out in the water with Alonso Pineda, Fabian Chacon, and Adrian Alcivar. They're going to battle it out here in drop knee repechage.
Yeah, well, more three names we have to be aware because Alonso Pineda representing Mexico in yellow, Fabian Chacon from Costa Rica in red, and Adrian Alcivar in white from Ecuador. This is a complete Latin heat, and this heat has a lot of talent, names that maybe you don't know from the professional tour, but let's see, nice takeoff, full speed, reverse, now keeps himself getting speed to connect with the last inside section, and wave number 1 for Adrian Alcivar from Ecuador. Answering back, take a look at this, Steve.
Nice frontside snap off the top, wraps it around into the spin. A nice solid wave there to get Alonso Pineda on the board with his second wave of the heat. He already has a 3.0 opening wave. Very nice second wave there from Alonso Pineda. So these guys getting down to it here in repechage. Remember, one of these guys is going to be cut from the field at the end of this 20-minute heat. So all three of these guys doing their best to make sure they're not that guy.
Exactly. So 2 spots, 2 still competing, and 1 spot to get back in home and get the passport back home. So it seems like we're going now for a beach interview with Philip, with the last hit winner from Venezuela, Luis Rodriguez. Take it away, Philip.
Cheers, guys. And here I am with Luis Rodriguez from Venezuela, winner of that second heat in the drop knee division. He's already in the final of the main event alongside Cesar Bauer, Marubian from France, and this time with Daniel Alves. Congratulations, and we want to know a bit more about that last maneuver you did right on the buzzer. What is the name of that maneuver?
Bueno, la verdad todavía no tiene nombre porque es algo que nace uno free surfeando, bueno, queriendo innovar en el drop knee. La verdad le debo el nombre y le debo culminarla porque le falta un pelín más para que me dé una mayor cantidad de puntos y poder pasar mi hit de una manera más cómoda y bueno, disfrutando de lo que me gusta, el drop knee. Y bueno, por Venezuela, arriba.
So he explains that right now there isn't a name to this maneuver yet, but he's trying to push the envelope, trying to get innovative drop knee, and he doesn't consider it exactly finished. He needs a little bit more to finish it. And so, but Steve says it's maybe a drop knee shove it or a variant from skateboard. Do you want a quick minute to give a message to all the people from Venezuela watching the transmission?
Bueno, saludos a todos, a mi país. Muy orgulloso de estar aquí con mi equipo. Y bueno, para adelante pues.
Thank you, Luis Rodriguez. Back to you guys.
All right, so there you have it. Luis Rodriguez taking the win in that last heat. And as he was saying, hasn't really given a name to that maneuver, but trying to get progressive with his riding out in the water. I'm going to stick with drop knee varial. A little tip of the cap to Ross McBride for stuff he was doing in the No Friends videos, prone, with a similar maneuver back in the late 90s.
Yeah, McBride, for sure, of course, one of the big references in world-class bodyboarding. Actually, one of the styles that really influenced the evolution of our sport. McBride, the early years, he was one of the most innovative guys in doing air moves. So everyone, he's also from San Diego, California. So big shout out to everyone watching from California. Ross, if you're hearing us, here's Steve Action Jackson and Juan Santos bringing you the live feed. So let's see now how we're looking in the water. Steve looks like the Ecuadorian Adrian Alcivar taking the first place with a 4.33 and a 3.7. Alonso Pineda from Mexico having already a 4-point wave ride and a 3 points. And Fabian Chacon from Costa Rica only with one score of 5 points and only needs a 2.01 to go into second.
There you can see Alcivar taking a look. Meanwhile, just to touch upon Fabian Chacon, we saw him up and riding during that interview. A very smooth, stylish, carving reverse off the top. And here he is back in action. And, you know, he's got a pretty good rail game with the drop knee discipline. There you can see going back to work. I like watching these drop knee guys. It's not really a strong suit for me, but for the guys that do drop knee, I mean, some of these guys really know how to put down the rail, you know, transition rail to rail, you know, chuck buckets out the back. You know, you'll see these guys foam climb and float with the best of them. But it's those big turns we're really looking for. And, of course, as we saw yesterday, if you can suss out a solid drop knee barrel, that's going to score big with the judges. Unfortunately, today, not a whole lot of barrels on offer, but every once in a while, one will open up.
Yeah, well, we are looking for a good forecast for the next couple of days. Today, the swell is supposed to increase a bit. Maybe with the lower tide, we're going to see more waves coming through the shore. But for sure, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, we're going to have some solid surf to finish with the last 2 days of this ISA WBC 2015. So far, another wave for Adrian Alcivar trying to replace a 3.7. Not a big set wave, mid-sized wave, only one move. Well, now it's up to our judges to score and see if he increases the distance to third and keep himself in the second place to qualify to the next round, or is not enough to increase the distance and he get in the dangerous zone to go into third place and say goodbye to this event.
Well, Fabio Chacon opening up with a 5.90 and a 5.0 leads the way. And you know what? This is pretty typical of the Costa Ricans. They have a very strong drop knee tradition in Costa Rica. Last year, the team manager for Costa Rica, Chucky Fallis, one of the legends in the world of drop knee. You know, you want to see somebody put on a clinic when it comes to riding drop knee. Chucky is one of those guys. And here you can see Fabian Chacon carrying on that tradition for the Ticos.
Yeah, well, Fabian Chacon comes from Chucky's school, and believe me, if Chucky is not here, it's because Fabian Chacon took advantage in his place in the Costa Rican bodyboard tour. So that means Fabian Chacon is the new names that have learned with that old school riders like Chucky. And we know Chucky is watching us. He has been texting us. So big shout out to everyone watching from Costa Rica. Then you have the Team Costa Rica, Team Mexico, and you see as well the flag from Team Ecuador. So a complete Latin hit in the water. And hey guys, make sure you stay tuned because just take a look what's coming up next in women main round qualifying will be the 5-time world champion and 2-time gold medal, Neymar Carvalho from Brazil, taken in the Venezuelan champion, Julener Gonzalez, and the 2 times Portuguese champion and current European champion, Joanna Schenker. Welcome to Iquique, welcome to the land of champions, welcome to the Iquique para Todos ISA World Bodyboarding Championship.
Yeah, so a cracker of a heat coming up for the women's. Meanwhile, we're not done with the drop knee side of things right now, as we have drop knee repecharge out in the water right now, and it's Fabian Chacon continuing to lead the way, representing Costa Rica. Adrian Alcivar currently in second from Ecuador, and Alonso Pineda from Mexico currently sitting in the third spot, just under 10 minutes remaining. We've passed the halfway mark here in this heat. Pineda trying to track down a 4.04 if he's going to bump Alcivar out and continue on in this event. Again, you know, 3 guys out in the water. One of these guys is going to get cut for the field. And as I was alluding to earlier, you don't want to be that guy.
No. Well, let's take a look. Today we're still running another repecharge round. Will be the men round number 5, 3 hits, so that means 6 riders are going also to step away and saying bye to this beautiful event. And then later on, we're going to run another repecharge round. So a very important day for the World Championship race today.
And there in that last screenshot, you could see Joanna Schenker at water's edge, getting warmed up, ready to hit the water. She'll be paddling out in about 4 minutes or so. But we have action out in the water here in the drop knee repecharge as Alonso Pineda from Mexico taking a peek at that one.
Yeah, no possibility to do a takeoff, too hollow, close-out section. So now seems to be the Costa Rican taking a look. But, well, wave selection coming now, a very important factor to come into play when we see Alonso Pineda trying to score a 4.04. But I don't reckon this wave will be enough to get that requirement. He's looking forward to jump into the second place held by the Ecuadorian.
So again, working our way through drop knee repecharge. For those of you just tuning in, wondering what happened to repecharge heat 1 here in drop knee repecharge. Only 2 riders in that one, so an automatic pass-through, and they distinguished first and second based off of their scores in their previous heats to help seed them into the next round of repecharge.
Yeah, well, take a look. So a bit of a lay low and this heat in the water now. No much action, no many waves. Tide getting real high at this time of the day. There you have Team Venezuela supporting Julener. That's the Venezuelan ladies division champion, Julener Gonzalez, very talented bodyboarder from Anare. She has been in the race to get her first gold medal in this ISA World Bodyboarding Championship. So let's see if he finally make it in this edition. There you see Chilean water patrol. Remember, Chile has one of the biggest fishing reserves in the world. Where we have now some live action. This is Fabian Chacon in wave number 3.
So Fabian going for the reverse off the top. Unfortunately, not a lot of forward momentum. Pulls off the back of that wave. Will not factor into his current top 2 scores. Again, right now he's sitting on a 5.90 and a 5.0 to lead the way with 7 minutes remaining in the heat. And here you can see Alonso Pineda paddling over, taking a look. He's going to let this one roll on by, as does Adrian Alcivar. So these guys, you know, possibly playing a little bit of a mental game out there, as Alcivar sitting in that second spot. That's where Pinedo wants to be. Pinedo still only needs a 4.04. Meanwhile, you can see more and more locals cruising out, soaking up some of the summer sun here in northern Chile on the edge of the Atacama Desert. Meanwhile, Alcivar up and riding. A little rail grab cut back off the top, but cannot stick with this one. He'll paddle back out and look for something a little better. He's trying to replace a 3.70 as a backup score. Meanwhile, Pineda into action.
Yeah, well, nice takeoff, nice bottom turn. Now doing chop 2 forward spins. Last one considered incomplete. These guys really need to think that this is the last chance. This is go big or go home. So Alonso Pineda with a bit of a pressure with 6 minutes only remaining. Now in wave number 5, he is now into the danger zone. Either you come into a strategy of choosing the best ways with the most bigger scoring potential, or otherwise you're going to keep yourself in that circle of low scores and you're not going to achieve the requirements to go into the second position and qualify and stamp your passer for the next round.
And 5:30 left on the clock. There you just saw Neymar Carvalho getting suited up and ready to hit the water. She'll be paddling out in less than half a minute. She's getting some last-minute encouragement from men's rider Eliton Lerrero. And there again you can see Joanna Schenker, the current defending European Tour champion, getting ready to hit the water as well. She'll be joining the lineup again. Neymar Carvalho, Yelena Gonzalez, and Schenker about to battle it out coming up in the next heat.
Yeah, for sure. Now Portugal completely tuning into this third day of COM. So big shout out to everyone watching from Portugal, from north to south, from Viana to Sagres. So for sure, Francisco Pinheiro is watching. So big shout out to everyone watching. Francisco, big hit coming up for Joanna. She's facing two of the roughest and strongest riders in this competition. 2 times ISA gold medal champion and 5-time professional champion, Neymar Carvalho from Brazil, and in white from Venezuela, Yelena Gonzalez. So welcome to the Lanos Champions. This is going to be an amazing heat to watch. World-class pure bodyboarding coming up next in the main event in the women's division.
Yeah, this heat coming up for the women's could very well be a final in any other event.
Yes, of course.
So, you know, we're going to see this heavyweight battle out in the water. Some serious talent again. Carvalho, Gonzalez, and Schenker. This is going to be a full-on battle amongst the ladies coming up in about 4 minutes. But right now, the task at hand, drop knee repper charge out in the water. Fabian Chacon continues to lead the way. Adrian Alcivar sitting in that second spot trying to hold off Alonso Pineda. Pineda still trying to put together a 4.04 or better to avoid elimination.
Well, 3 minutes, 40 seconds. Still plenty of times. A very achievable score is in the medium range, only 4.04. And we see all the teams here sticking together. Brazil, Venezuela, Ecuador, all there with the flags, with the nations' flags, waving into the winds. There you have the flag of Costa Rica. This is something that is only and very unique from these ISA championships, where all the athletes come to compete for their nations and in Olympic style, with in the chase, in the race for the gold medal. So Steve, this is date number 3. Still have 2 more days of competition. Swell is going to build up for the next couple of days. So they're going to be good news for all the bodyboarding community. This is going to be a world-class show of professional bodyboarding.
Yes, indeed. So right now, counting down, 2:45 left on the clock. And there you can see Alonso Pinedo in yellow. He's still sitting in that 3rd spot. He looks like he's getting a little anxious out there, Juan, waiting for something to come his way so he can try and put together that 4.04 score he needs. And, you know, time is of the essence at this point, 2.5 minutes, and here he is taking another look. Doesn't like the way it's lining up, so he will continue his search out in the lineup as we count down the final couple of minutes here in drop knee repper charge. Meanwhile, Fabian Chacon continues to keep busy. Nice cut off the top. And then this one's going to get fat on him, so he'll promptly kick out. He maintains the lead with 2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, you see as well Adrian Alcivar now following Alonso Pineda. So the Ecuadorian giving no space to the Mexican for the wave selection. You see there Alcivar just standing at the middle of La Punta. So exactly where white jersey is sitting right now is exactly the main peak to the right-hander. And Alonso Pineda, we see already, he is very strong rider to the right hand. So Adrian Alcivar, white jersey from Ecuador, trying to keep the potential position and block yellow of catching any good wave that can compromise the qualification for the next round. Take a look at this, taking off and riding. This is white. Let's see, he's turning up to the lip. Nice re-entry, made it through, spins at the end and kick out. Well, this might be the last stamp Alcivar from Ecuador needed to assure the qualification to the next round. Oh, let's take a look now.
Last-ditch effort for Alonso Pinedo, up and riding with 1 minute left in the heat. Here he is, wraps it around, trying to connect to the inside, reverses it, and goes down on the reef as the water was sucking off of the reef. The reef exposing itself, a very perilous position for the Mexican representative. Pineda, 45 seconds remaining. That was his last-ditch effort. We'll see if it was enough. Trying to put together again a 4.04 to overtake Adrian Alcivar, counting down the last 35 seconds. We'll see where that comes in score-wise. And it's a 3.17, not enough. Still 30 seconds left on the clock. We'll see if he can get back out there and sneak another one in before the final horn. But, man, that was sketchy maneuvering on the inside for Alonso Pineda.
Yeah, not even water to dog dive and paddle back to the lineup. Take a look at this. White increased the distance to third. So now Pineda from Mexico requires a 5.27. So not an easy task. We're counting down in 5 seconds, remaining only on the heat. And seems like we already have the two guys that are going into the next round. And seems like Alonso Pineda is saying goodbye way. And he's saying goodbye to Chile. And he's going back home to Mexico.
All right, so there you go. Fabian Chacon taking the win. Adrian Alcivar advancing out as well. And unfortunately for Alonso Pineda, he has been eliminated from the field of competitors here at the World Bodyboard Championship. We're going to take a quick look at the heat recap. Talk us through this, Juan.
Well, let's take a look at the heat recap. There we go. Now we see Chacon there. Nice reverse, taking all water out of the rail. This nice takeoff full speed. This is a nice re-entry. How many water just making through the lip. This is wide, nice floater re-entry at the end. This is Adrian Alcivar stamped to the next round. And this is the achievement, the attempts of yellow from Mexico, the last chance. And you see now, bow, that was quite a wipeout at the end. So thankfully no one got hurt. We have two more riders in the next round. One is being eliminated. It seems like now we're going to jump into the main event on the women's division. So it will be open women revision round number 2, heat number 1. It's time to pay some bills, highlight some of the sponsors. We'll be back with more live action from the ISA WBC 2015 just right after this.
Bienvenido a Tierra de Campeones, Iquique, ¡Sachi! ¡Sí! ¡Ele! ¡Le! ¡Chi, chi, chi! ¡Le, le, le! ¡Viva Chile!
And welcome back to the Iquique para Todos 2015 ISA World Bodyboard Championship. We are here in the lovely wave-rich city of Iquique, located in northern Chile. The break, Punto Uno, out in the water right now. We have women's main event action. We're going to see Neymar Carvalho in red, Yelena Gonzalez in white, and Joanna Schenker in yellow. We're already underway with this heat. I'm Steve Action Jackson here in the booth, rejoined by Phil Muller, and we are going to run you through the next 20 minutes or so.
So we're back to the main event rounds with the women's division. So we've got two semi-finals of the main event, as the final of the main event sends two competitors to the grand final, where there is 4 medals. The two losers in that final of the main event go to the final of the repechage for one last chance against the two guys who sorted it out through all the field of the repechage and all its rounds, for one last chance to get back into that grand final. Otherwise you finish with 5th and 6th position.
Yeah, so with the repechage rounds, giving people another shot at competitive life, but it's a long, hard road to the grand final if you're running through the repechage rounds.
Exactly, already 17 minutes and 35 seconds, a slow start, only one wave, a 1-point ride for the 5-time world champion, Neymar Carvalho. We will have the second heat with Paloma Freigang from Chile and Cécile Lacoste from France and Ayaka Suzuki from Japan. So 2 women from here, 2 from the following heat will go to the final of the main event with a shot of getting into the grand final. And the loser will go to round 2 of the repechage for the women, as we see Fabian Chacon finally making his way out of the water. Juan Santos is going to interview him in a few minutes as he gets up the steps right here next to the tower. So we want to thank also everybody who makes this event possible, such as Iquique para Todos, also the support of the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique and the Chilean Federation, which is Fetch Surf. We want to thank also our media partners Surfers Village, Gravedad Zero, Waves Brazil, Riptide Magazine, El Longino de Iquique and La Estrella de Iquique, the 2 local newspapers. Thank you to you all. And there's been a lot being said, written, published about this great event in Iquique in the bodyboard world. Lots of people following. We want to thank you for tuning in and all your support. Remember, you can send messages to the booth through ISA Worlds, and here's the second wave of Neymara Carvalho.
There she is driving down the line, throws into a forward spin up the face of the wave, and then didn't like what she saw lining up ahead of her, so promptly kicks out. So a couple of quick waves to get the 2-time gold medalist started here in this latest round of women's action. But she's still looking for something a little more substantial to add to her score sheet. Meanwhile, there you can see Joanna Schenker taking a look. Neymar taking a peek as well, but no takers on that one.
Exactly, 1.83 for that second wave of Neymara Carvalho. She's the only rider with 2 waves in her scoreboard. She's in first position, but here comes Yulainer Gonzalez. Nice clean roll, landing in the white water, driving it out as she can. Right now we're going with the interview by Juan Santos of Fabian Chacon. Take it away, Juan.
Thank you, guys. Well, here I am with the last heat winner, Fabian Chacon from Costa Rica. Let's know a bit more about what really means to drop knee. Fabián, felicitaciones por tu performance dentro del agua. Explícanos a todos nuestros seguidores lo que realmente significa para un bodyboarder completo hacer drop knee.
Sí, drop knee es otro estilo radical, súper potente, súper más difícil. Lleva más, creo que más dificultad el dropear la ola, el pegar las maniobras. Realmente ya en mi vida es parte de 100% drop knee, siempre. Y se lleva en el corazón, es otro estilo.
Well, he just said that drop knee means more radical, to be more stiff in the water, to get more strange, just draw lines like surfing. And if you don't drop knee, you are not a complete bodyboarder. Hey, Fabián, un mensaje para la gente que te sigue desde Costa Rica. Mucho apoyo por parte de los locales allá viéndonos live.
Muchas gracias para toda mi familia, Costa Rica entera. Muchísimas gracias por seguirnos, el apoyo. Aquí estamos vivos todavía, pura vida.
Well, Fabian Chacon, last heat winner. Back to you guys in the booth. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan, there with Fabian Chacon with some bold statements. There's a few bodyboarders that might want to differ in the world.
Well, you know what? There's a lot of guys that try and keep it well-rounded. Meanwhile, out in the water, Yulainer Gonzalez up and riding on the right, cranks off the bottom, throws the roll, comes out clean on this one. Got a little hung up on her last wave, but she's still going, trying to connect to this inside section. She's going to pull out, but gets sucked over onto the dry reef. Not a good spot to be in. Meanwhile, Neymar Carvalho staying busy. Her previous wave, a 5.33, looking to put it together again on this one, trying to replace a 1.83 as a backup score. While we were away at interview, we saw Neymar with a clean roll to reverse combination to help dial in that 5.33, now trying to build her scores and again replace that 1.83 as a backup score. Meanwhile, Joanna Schenker with a 3.83, still looking for her second wave of the heat at the 13-minute mark, and Yulainer Gonzalez now waiting that last score to come in as well. So waiting on a couple of scores, and Joanna Schenker patiently waiting out the back for her next wave riding opportunity. Meanwhile, waiting at the water's edge, there you can see Paloma Frigan getting ready to hit the water in the next heat for the Open Women's Division.
As we see Joanna Schenker from Portugal dropping into this nice wave, going into her first roll, lacking a bit of speed there on that bottom turn to come and hit it with a lot more momentum and be able to keep on advancing. Here comes Neymara Carvalho dropping in the air, bobbing down the face and finally kicking out. So the scores are coming in. 5.17 for Yelena Gonzalez, second wave. The score is there for Joanna Schenker, second wave, 2.10. That should appear on your screen shortly. And that latest wave from Neymara Carvalho not doing much, only 1 point. 12 minutes left on the clock. And a message from Portugal, Maria, who says, Joanna, a finfa, lien mulher, go for it. Good waves and good vibes. Thank you, Maria. You can send messages through ISA World on the live tab below. You've got the comment box. And as you were saying, Steve, we saw Paloma Freigang, the Chilean card in this open women's division. She'll be against two very strong bodyboarders, Anne-Cécile Lacoste from Team France and Ayaka Suzuki from Japan. That's another intense heat coming up.
It's been interesting to watch the progression of Paloma Freigang last year here at the World Bodyboard Championship. We saw her make a couple of critical mental errors out in the water. She was hit with 2 interferences and pulled from her heat. She ended up having to battle through repechage rounds. And here she is this year, a complete reversal of fortune, winning her first heat. Now here she is, in the main event still looking to battle it out. She's on deck. We'll see what she has to offer in the next heat.
Yeah, she seems to have been training year-round, coming back from that misfortune of being the only double interference with the situation where she was pulled out of the water, as you were mentioning. Some of the locals, the promoter girls also. So there you get a front shot, a back shot, and there's 10 minutes and 50 seconds left. Neymara Carvalho, so still in the lead for Brazil. Heading towards the final of this main event, Yelena Gonzalez looking to replace. She's still got lots of time, that 1.73, and separate herself a bit more from Joanna Schenker, who's sitting on 2 pretty low scores right now. But as I was saying, there's still more than half of the heat, and everything can change. We've seen heats being turned totally around in the last few seconds of them.
Yeah, so you can see out in the water, the ladies currently in this heat waiting for the next round of sets to roll through. I had a chance to talk to a few of the competitors, including Jorge Maldonado from Ecuador. And as we've seen here in the booth and you at home have been able to see on screen, there's been more of an extended lull today. It's been a little bit more inconsistent out in the water. So, it's that much more critical to choose wisely the waves you're riding out there, because it may go quiet for an extended period of time. As a result, the riders are saying the conditions are definitely more difficult today with those extended down periods out in the lineup.
Exactly. Local knowledge will play a huge factor here. Obviously, that will help a lot. Chile trying to go towards that second gold medal on the team standings. And I mean, we saw it in the morning, but Alan Munoz and Matias Diaz really seem more comfortable than the other riders, finding their way towards the best waves. It seems they can read the bumps coming on the horizon and they know which wave to pick. We saw that, we'll see with Paloma Freigang, and the only one who missed his main event round in drop knee was Renato Arellano, but he's only going down to repechage. We also saw Nelson Flores, Nachito, going through his repechage round. The Chileans seem a bit more comfortable with these conditions changing day to day.
Well, in American sports, we're always talking about home field advantage. And you know what? Here at the World Bodyboard Championship, home field advantage seems to be playing well for the Chilean team.
But still, Brazil, France, we've also seen Team Japan still in the run there to take that gold medal, and anyone could get it, because in those last heats, the final of the repechage, the final of the main events, you can just get a surprise and get taken off balance. And then, we saw people not making it back in the final and running incredibly well the rest of the event previous.
And we're talking about Team Chile having home field advantage and looking comfortable. We could see in that previous screenshot, Nacho practically dancing around on the beach, watching the action out in the water. Meanwhile, speaking of action out in the water, Joanna Schenker on her most recent wave. She's trying to build on her scores, currently sitting in third with a 3.83 and a 2.10. Only needs a 3.08 to overtake Yelena Gonzalez with 8 minutes left on the clock.
So time ticking down, obviously. This is the first heat of round 2 of the women's division, as we see that the whole team Chile right behind Paloma Freigang, literally having her back there before she goes in the water. Obviously, part of the ISA, the big difference with professional events or individual events is that you get that support from your team. Here comes Yelena Gonzalez looking to replace that 1.73. Nice big roll to start this wave. Goes into the forward spin and bails out. She just saw the rocks there right in front of her, and she seemed to get scared.
Yeah, you know what? When you're out in the water and you come up on that reef as it's sucking dry, it's a very unsettling feeling out there.
And it comes very quick towards you. You think it's pretty far away, and before you realize it's right beneath you. Here comes Joanna Schenker taking on the left, going for the reverse spin, keeps on advancing, looking for that second section, and she doesn't want to see the reef too close either.
Yeah, so a roll to reverse for Joanna Schenker. Meanwhile, down at the water's edge, Ayaka Suzuki getting ready to go into action. There you can see Team Japan with her back. And we've been talking about throughout the course of this event, but with this Olympic-style format, taking an individual sport like bodyboarding or even on the surfing end, just wave riding in general, adding that team factor, you know, it's a completely different dimension. It totally changes the spectrum of competition when you have to not only try and achieve your individual results, but you're trying to help the team in the process. So, you know, it changes the complexion of bodyboarding when you add the Olympic-style team format.
And the dynamics between the team. We've seen team riders giving themselves tips and being each other's coach, literally.
Yeah, everybody contributing, trying to push the team effort. You know, that's first and foremost on everybody's mind here. We've heard it time and time again from all of the top contenders, Chile, Brazil, France, Portugal, Peru. You know, everybody trying to get that ultimate goal of the team gold. Meanwhile, there you can see a few more of the locals laying out on the beach, soaking up some sun here on the edge of the Atacama Desert, watching the action out in the water.
So make sure to put a lot of solar cream there, and we've got a change of situation in the water. The latest wave from Yelena Gonzalez gives her a 5.27. She is now in first position, winning in front of Neymara Carvalho from Brazil. Neymara Carvalho, she's got a 5.33, a 4.5. She now needs 5.12 to go back to that first position, get away from Joanna Schenker. This is main event round, so if you lose, you go to repechage. All is not lost. And Joanna Schenker, she now needs 5.01 if she wants to go to second position and go straight to the final of the main event in the women's division.
And now as we count down to the 5-minute mark, we get a little wobble cam going. Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. And now we get the camera focused for Yelena Gonzalez up and riding on the left-hander, going for the roll, but gets caught up in the lip.
Yeah. Once again, we see that lack of speed on the bottom. We were talking about it with Juan at the hotel. But it seems like they need to push the rail, take a little bit less speed, and then just head for the lip. And some of them are not doing it.
Yeah, a lot of times you'll see in bodyboarding, if you come too hard off of the bottom and go straight up, you have the tendency to bog down and shake off all of the speed and momentum you have, which hurts the projection and the completion of the maneuver. And you see a lot of riders get caught up in the lip, you know, for an incomplete maneuver, or, you know, they'll drop down late, complete the maneuver, but fall behind the section. So, you know, a proper bottom turn sets up everything on a wave. So for all you kids at home, practice your bottom turns. You want to come off the bottom strong, not too sharp, or else you'll shred all your speed, and, you know, the chance to bog down, it just gets ugly from there.
That's it. So kids at home, listen to Uncle Steve and get your bodyboard better. Here comes Joanna Schenker. This time, nice roll. And it's a bit, once again, what we were saying there. Falling off the board, not managing to fall in the clean section of the wave and ride it off.
Yeah, a lot of, with the guys that are really projecting and even catching air on their rolls, and it even applies to flips and air roll spins, a proper bottom turn sets up everything for you. So you need to practice your bottom turns, boys and girls.
And one of the best examples for me is Pierre-Louis Costes, how he can just launch a backflip on almost any section of the wave. He needs almost no speed at all. He's got that so dialed in. And sometimes just inspire yourselves by these guys who can pull these massive airs.
Well, you know what, to use a good example, if you look at a lot of the Australian guys like Ryan Hardy, Dave Winchester, they have that nice, long, drawn-out bottom turn, and they come off the bottom with a lot of speed, and, you know, they just dial into that oncoming section, and that's where you see these guys hitting not only rolls and flips and ARSs, but getting into the big air reverses, air forwards, and it really opens up the air game coming off the bottom strong.
Exactly. 2 minutes and 30 seconds in this first heat of the main event for the women's division. Right now, Venezuela being on top of the 5 times world champion Neymara Carvalho. As we see there, the Navy coming to check that everything is according to the rules. I mean, I organize events in Chile, and it's always, you get the visit, as it's called, the fiscalización, and they come and check that you've got everything that they've asked you to have present at the event. So anyway, big thanks to the Navy, always supporting these events, be it bodyboard, stand-up paddle or shortboard in the coast of Chile with its more than 4,500 kilometers of extension.
That's a whole lot of coastline. But meanwhile, out in the water, not a whole lot of time left. Yelena Gonzalez, the current heat leader, up and riding with under 2 minutes remaining. Trying to throw out the ARS, gets caught up. We'll see if she can push through. And she does push ahead and then will duck out before coming up on exposed reef. So 1:30 left on the clock. Gonzalez maintains the lead. Neymar Carvalho currently in second. And Joanna Schenker, unfortunately, sitting in a precarious position. She's facing repper charge if she doesn't dial in a 5.01 or better in the remaining 120.
Now we see them paddling for position. When there's 1 minute and 15 seconds left, we could see Neymara Carvalho and Joanna Schenker. You can see that Neymara is trying to maintain herself on the inside of Joanna Schenker for the right. Now they've managed to change position. There's 1 minute left. She doesn't need such a high score, 5.01. She could do the surprise to Neymara Carvalho. I mean, it would be a big surprise to see Neymara Carvalho in the last minute of this heat being sent to repechage.
And here we see Neymar taking a look, but doesn't really like the way this one's lining up. Smaller. There you can see breaking close to the inside. You can virtually see the reef through the water on the inside there. Extremely shallow. And we've mentioned it time and again, but not only is it shallow, jagged reef, but a lot of very unfriendly sea urchins hanging around on the inside there, waiting to say hello to any unsuspecting victim.
Delicious, but unfriendly, I'd say.
Yeah, you know what? Not a big fan of eating urchins. You can keep those. Thank you very much.
Will do. So, 10 seconds. We're going to go towards the countdown. Joanna Schenker feeling the pressure there. 5 seconds. Will she catch this wave? It's going to be difficult. And it's finally Neymara Carvalho, more than anything, just occupying the wave. Not even give the chance to Joanna Schenker to have a shot at that 5.01.
So Neymar fending off Joanna Schenker in the closing seconds, puts together a solid series of spins, forward and reverse. We're going to throw into a quick heat recap. Run us through this, Phil.
So first heat, we're starting with Neymara Carvalho. Nice clean roll, falling in mid-face. Goes into the reverse spin. That was 5.33. Here comes Joanna Schenker going down to repechage, unfortunately. And Yelena Gonzalez, incredible act from the young Venezuelan, taking first position over Neymara Carvalho. Joanna Schenker pulling the moves, but not getting those high scores needed to secure a spot in the final of this women's division.
So there you have a look at the heat recap. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back right after this.
En Camanchaca somos orgullosos de nuestra trayectoria, conscientes de la responsabilidad que tenemos en el presente para desarrollar y mejorar nuestra actividad y ambiciosos del futuro y las metas que nos planteamos para seguir alimentando al mundo desde el mar.
And welcome back to the Iquique para Todos 2015 ISA World Bodyboard Championship here in the lovely wave-rich city of Iquique. There you have a nice view of the coastline. A lot of buildings being erected here along the coast of Iquique. I'm Steve Action Jackson, joined by Phil Muller, The horn is sounded. We are underway with the next heat in the open women's main event. Give us a rundown of who we have out in the water, Phil.
So this is the second heat of the main event in round 2. In the water right now in red, the local Paloma Fregan from Chile in red. There she was paddling for that first wave, and Cécile Lacoste from France in white. And in yellow from Japan, Ayaka Suzuki, looking for a spot in the final of the main event, not the grand final of this division. Otherwise, one of these 3 girls will be going down to repechage, as just happened with the Portuguese Joanna Schenker in the first heat.
Yeah, so keep in mind with the double elimination format, we have the main event final, the repechage final, and then, of course, we go to the grand final, which is where we will figure out who gets gold, silver, bronze, and copper.
That's right, 4 medals here. As when the Olympic Games are there will only be 3 medals. We're looking towards getting surfing, bodyboard and stand-up paddling with the International Surfing Association into the Olympic Games. We've got a shot. It will be decided this year in August, right before the Olympic Games in your hometown right now of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. And so we'll have to see, but we've got a good shot of being in the Olympic Games in 2020, and there'll only be 3 medals there. Right now we saw Ayaka Suzuki and Paloma Fregan up and riding.
Yes, a little split peak wave exchange out in the water. We'll sort that out right after this. We're going to throw things down to Begonia. She's with the winner of the last heat.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm very, very happy, very proud for this little kid right here. She is Venezuelan. Yulainer, very good hit. Hiciste una maniobrón. Cuéntanos un poco. ¿Ya habías pensado que ibas a hacer ese RS? ¿Quieres hacer más radical tus mangas? Cuéntanos eso.
Nada, ya tenía 2 buenas olas aseguradas de 5 puntos y tenía que buscar una ola que marcara la diferencia y nada, ese era el RS. Estaba compitiendo con 2 muy buenas atletas, Neymar Carvalho y Joana Cheque, que son excelentes y nada, asegurar mi hit con 2 buenas olas y después buscar una ola radical que marque la diferencia.
Excelente, excelente. Very good job. ¿Alguien quiere mandarle ahora mismo saludos o gracias?
A mi familia y a todos mis compañeros de equipo que lastimosamente no pudieron venir, a todos estos atletas venezolanos que somos increíblemente fuertes en este deporte y no podemos representar a Venezuela como queremos, pero esperemos que todo mejore y podamos salir a representar afuera como es.
Well, very, very emotive. She just wants to say to all the Venezuelans that are back home backing her that we are very sad that we cannot represent our country the way we would like it, but we hope everything will change. So congratulations, Yulainer, and back to you guys on the booth for the next super hit.
All right, so there you have it, Begonia Martinez with Yulainer Gonzalez, the winner of that last heat. Meanwhile, out in the water, we've got Ayaka Suzuki, joined by Anne-Cécile Lacoste, Paloma Fregan, and we've got some scores dropping in.
Anne-Cécile Lacoste taking the best wave for her first ride, 4.33. She's in first position. Second is Ayaka Suzuki with a 3.17. Here we see her riding for a second score. Going into the roll on that last section. Be careful with the reef, driving it all the way home. Paloma Fregan, her opening wave was the weakest of the 3, 1.4. So we're waiting on that second score from. Going back towards the men's division, we're going to see 3 heats of the repechage men round 4. So we're going to see some of the guys that we've seen earlier this morning. In the following heat, we're going to see Eliton Loureiro from Brazil. From Ecuador, Johnny Alcivar. Peru, Jorge Hurtado. And Sergio Alonso from Venezuela. So 100% Latin affair on that first heat of repechage round 4. 15 minutes and 40. We're waiting for Ayaka Suzuki to come back, and that's a good score dropping in for the Japanese, 7.33. So very good wave for the Japanese surfer. She will now be in first position with Anne-Cécile Lacoste. There she is, needing a 6.18.
So there you have it, the rider from Japan jumping to the top spot on the strength of that last wave. She now holds the advantage as we count down to the 15-minute mark. Time ticking away pretty steadily here. We've already burned off the first 5 minutes of this heat. Suzuki leading the way, Lacoste currently in second. Fregan trying to play catch-up right now. Only needs a minimal score, a 2.9 to overtake the representative from France.
Exactly, so Paloma Fregan, she's there waiting, crouched for that wave coming. Obviously, we've been talking about the Chilean playing on their own field. They know this wave of Punta Uno. They know all its form from huge waves to small waves, and obviously can count on that local knowledge. So do not counter out right now. There's still a lot of time, 14 minutes and 30. We're also waiting on the second wave of Anne-Cécile Lacoste. She doesn't need such a big score, 6.18 right now. But what a way of starting the heat for Ayaka Suzuki from Japan, the dark horse team on this ISA WBC 2015.
So again, continuing on here on day 3 of competition, you know, we've seen some pretty big scores, some solid riding, even though we have slightly diminished conditions. The swell is, from what I understand, supposed to pick back up, so Saturday and Sunday could get very interesting with our final days of competition. Still, even with the smaller conditions today, we've seen some pretty solid performances from our competitors, and right now, one of our competitors going to work out in the water, Paloma Fragan from Chile.
There she is on the left, trying to paddle into that last section. And as you could see, there was not much on offer down there. Also, the end of the day is going to be interesting. We're going to get shorter and shorter days as there's less and less people in competition. But by the end of the day, there's going to be 6 very happy bodyboarders at the end of the day, as 3 divisions, drop knee, open woman and open men, we will have done by the end of the day the main event finals, and out of each of those finals, 2 happy bodyboarders will know that they've secured a medal for their country and a spot in the grand final of Sunday. So we'll see at the end of the day who are those 6 lucky riders.
Yeah, so right now we're really getting down to it here at Punta Uno. And you know what? The Chileans and the Team France, as expected, their dream teams, as we've been referring to them, have been putting in some solid scores, some strong performances, and continuing on in competition here at the 2015 WBC.
Yeah, when 12 minutes and 40 seconds, we're watching the team standings. Obviously, we know that it's the middle of the week. Everything can change, but at the beginning of this third day of competition, there was 6 teams out of 14 that still had all their riders and a complete team in competition. Brazil, Chile, France, Peru, and Portugal. So that's 5 teams, Brazil, Chile, France, Peru, and Portugal, with a complete team, still all in competition with the maximum total potential points. These are potential points.
Yes, and on the other side of things, yesterday we saw the elimination of Italy and Spain, as they only had 1 rider each representing those nations, and unfortunately they were cut from the field. So Italy and Spain, you know, present here amongst the field of competitors, but eliminated from the field yesterday. Meanwhile, trying to eliminate one of these ladies out in the water, Ayaka Suzuki, the heat leader, continues to do work. Has a 7.33, trying to get rid of that 3.17 as a backup score. Pretty solid wave there for the young Japanese girl.
She should be replacing that 3.17, getting a firmer lead in this first heat of this round 2 of the main event for the woman. And Paloma Fragan has already climbed back to second position, pushing the French woman there in a surprising position in third. Paloma Fragan of 4.10. So she's in second position, now trying to get rid of that 1.40, but there it is, the score for Ayaka Suzuki, a 5-point ride. It should appear on your screen shortly. She is now with 12.33. Paloma Fragan now needs an excellent wave at 8.24 if she wants to go to first position, and Anne-Cécile Lacoste only needs 1.18 to take back that second position from the Chilean.
And you know what? I should really avoid calling Ayaka Suzuki a girl. She is 20 years old. But when you have the Japanese competitors referring to you as Uncle Steve, there's a tendency to refer to them as kids.
That's right, not making us any younger.
Not by any means whatsoever.
Exactly. Who's getting brought back to 1983 in 1 week?
Oh, that would be me.
10 minutes and 20 seconds as we see Paloma Fragan going into a bit of a forward air spin, follows with a reverse spin. There we missed the middle of the wave, but she's looking to replace that 1.4. Don't see it being higher than an 8. And here comes Anne-Cécile Lacoste. She only needs a 1.18 before the score of Paloma Fragan. Goes into the roll there. She's almost in the middle section, running the right, but without going round the bend.
Unfortunately, unable to ride out of the whitewater before coming up on the reef ledge. she'll paddle back out and continue to try and put together some solid scores, work her way out of that third spot as we break the halfway point. 9:45 left on the clock in this 20-minute heat. Ayaka Suzuki continues to lead the way, continues to build on her scores, now sitting on a 7.33 and a 5.0 to lead the way.
9 minutes and 30. As you can see, there's a lot longer lulls than yesterday. The swell was supposed to increase. It seems to have been have disappeared a bit. Yesterday was a lot more consistent. There was waves on offer all day. They were pumping through the lineup here at Punta Uno. Today, there seemed to be a bit of a break on that swell, but still, good waves. I mean, the guys and girls who have been able to find those waves have had some really good rides.
And here we have a split peak exchange between Ayaka Suzuki and Paloma Fragan. Ayaka on the right-hander throws the roll. Kind of a heavy section there. Didn't look like she was going to complete it, but somehow, some way, she held on and came through the whitewater. So she will hold on for that one. I don't know if it'll factor into her top two scores, but a quick wave exchange between Suzuki and Fragan. Fragan on the left-hander. We stayed with Suzuki on the right. We'll see how those scores come in for each rider. It doesn't look like either one of them is going to score very big with that wave exchange. That leaves Anne-Cecile Lacoste out the back with 8.5 minutes remaining. Anne-Cecile Lacoste still trying to suss out a 3.05. Here she is, throws the roll on the right-hander. And then this wave is going to get a little funky on her, trying to get around the whitewater section to connect, but not much there. She will kick out and make her way back to the lineup.
So as we could see there, Anne-Cecile Lacoste coming a bit short to try to enter that second section. The tide is still filling in. Maximum tide is around 2 o'clock of the afternoon. Right now it is 11:30 here in Chile. So as soon as the tide is going to fill a bit more, the wave is going to break a bit further out, and that will probably allow the bodyboarders to connect from that first main section of La Punta and go into the section of the beach through which the riders are entering into their heats.
Meanwhile, there you can see Team Ecuador on the beach getting ready to hit the water. We're going to see Johnny Alcivar going up against Elton Lerero, Jorge Hurtado, and Sergio Alonso. So that's going to be a pretty heavy South American battle coming up next.
Yeah, so Johnny Alcivar, one of the two Alcivar twins. And I mean, Adrian Alcivar, he's competing in open men for Ecuador, and we just saw him in the drop knee category getting thrown into the repechage right now, but still active. Obviously, he's got a lot more work than his brother.
Yeah, meanwhile, with some work left to do, 7 minutes on the clock, and Cecile Lacoste trying to work her way out of the third spot. We're going to take a quick look at the replay. Here's a look at that wave exchange. We're going to take a look at Paloma Fragan. Gets caught behind the section there. When she finally comes around, opts to just kick out. We did not miss a whole lot on that one. But since then, she's dialed in a 4.67. She still remains in search of a 4.84 as Anne-Cecile Lacoste scored a 4.33 to go with her 5.17. She now moves into the second spot, bumping Paloma to third. So situation change out in the water. Suzuki first, Lacoste sitting in a second now. That pushes Paloma Fragan to third spot, trying to come up with the score. 6:20 left on the clock.
As the beach announcer, Mono Barrientos, is announcing the new situation to the riders in the water, Paloma Fragan doesn't need much to take over Anne-Cecile Lacoste and get back into that second position. So still lots of work for Anne-Cecile Lacoste. Go out, try to get a better score than that 4.33 before Paloma Fragan gets a better wave than 4.74. Nice riding by Ayaka Suzuki, just getting quietly on the side, her waves, and just working, relentlessly.
Continuing to build those scores. You know, she keeps replacing that backup score and building and building and building. And, she's pretty much led the way throughout here in this heat. And it's been a battle between Lacoste and Fragan for that second spot.
Yeah, we've seen a few heats like that with that dynamic where you just have three riders in the water, one clear leader, and then just second and third just playing to try to get through.
Meanwhile, there you can see popping up on your screen, coming up in the next heat, again, Elton Lerero from Brazil going up against Johnny Alcivar from Ecuador, Jorge Hurtado from Peru, and Sergio Alonso from Venezuela. And there you can see the teams amping up their riders, getting ready to send them off and go to work.
And you see right next to them, obviously, Venezuela trying to look not impressed, like in front of Brazil's chant. 5 minutes on the clock, so we are with the yellow flag. The men from the repechage round are going to go in. We see a few waves going. We want to thank, obviously, Iquique para Todos, who makes this event possible, and the rest of our sponsors, the municipality of Iquique and the Chilean Surfing Federation. As we see Paloma Fregang there, starting with a roll, and you can see the waves sort of mixing together different swells and not making it possible to advance. We want to thank also Coca-Cola and Camanchaca, and we spoke about it before. Camanchaca is a Chilean word, and it means the morning mist in the desert.
Meanwhile, out in the water, Anne-Cecile Lacoste throwing the big looping roll, trying to connect to the inside, looking to maintain her advantage over Paloma Fregan. Here she is connecting, throws another roll for good measure. She's going to tie it together, pretty good wave, takes it all the way to the beach break before ducking out. Meanwhile, 4 minutes left on the clock. You can see the competitors paddling out. Time to get your game face on, boys, and get down to it out in the lineup. We'll see them going into action in just under 4 minutes.
And this will be a repechage round, so a few men will be eliminated in the next 3 heats also. We're going to see a few disappointed and some happy to keep on advancing. More and more people here on the reef at Punta Uno. As you can see, nation of Ecuador, France, Peru, Brazil, Venezuela has just arrived, all sharing, you know, in the spirit of the sport of surfing. And I mean, this is wonderful, having everybody gathered there in Chile. Here comes Paloma Fregang, now looking for a 9.17, that latest wave of Anne-Cecile Lacoste. Drives her straight to first position. So 9-point ride for Anne-Cecile Lacoste. It was a very good wave, driving it all the way around the bend, down to the beach. One of the longest rides of this heat. And so now Paloma Fregang, she needs to try to get back to Ayaka Suzuki if she wants to go into the main event final of the women's division.
Yeah, so things shuffling up a little out there, and Team France adding yet another excellent score to their tally here at the WBC. Some of the biggest scores of this event have been registered by Team France. It's really been France and Chile dialing in some really solid, excellent scores. And there you go, Anne-Cecile, the latest with a 9.0 to propel her to the top spot. So now Suzuki in second, and Paloma Fregan, her workload just got pretty stacked. She needs a 9.17. So 2:20 left on the clock. She's going to have to put together something really impressive if she's going to be able to track down Suzuki.
Yeah, little time left to do so, 2 minutes and 10. There you can see them, the 3 riders talking between them. And as you say, 9.17, I mean, the other way around it would be to change 1 score at a time, but really time will not be helping on this one. So, tense situation for the Chilean Paloma Fregang. When we see some of the locals, that's the wife of Mono Barrientos on the beach. As we are in there alongside the president, Paula Munoz of the Chilean Federation. We heard her yesterday in an interview during day 2 of competition. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. It must be tense right now. What's happening in Paloma Fregang's head? Please, Punta, send me a wave.
Oh, yeah, time running down. Paloma Fregan in need of a pretty massive 9.17 if she's going to avoid repechage. Right now, Anne-Cecile Lacoste sitting pretty in the top spot on the strength of a 9.0. Has a backup score of a 5.17. Ayaka Suzuki sitting in that second spot with a 7.33 and a 6.60. She maintains the advantage over Fregan. 1 minute remaining out in the water, and there's not a whole lot rolling in from the outside there, Phil.
Here's one wave that could be it. Paloma is on the outside right now. She's going to need 9.17. Be careful with interference. And literally Suzuki just blocking the way. Be careful with the paddle interference. We saw a couple yesterday, and that interfered in their score on the long run, making a few eliminated.
So again, time counting down, 30 seconds left on the clock, and that may very well have been the last opportunity for these ladies rolling through here in this heat.
So Anne-Cecile Lacoste, impressive ride with that 9-point ride, backed up by a 5.17. Ayaka Suzuki leading almost the entire heat, falling down to second position, and Paloma Fregan really never found the waves that she needed to get those great scores. We know that she's been riding here incredibly. There's the countdown. I'm not sure if this one will count. really on the spot right now for Paloma Freigang. I think that wave won't count. Anyway, it's very far from a 9.17.
Yeah, I think you can see she kind of conceded the fact that it was after the horn, so she's just going to ride this one in. Meanwhile, we're going to ride right into the heat recap. Here's a look at Ayaka Suzuki. Talk us through these waves.
Ayaka Suzuki really getting those high scores at the beginning. She ended up with a 7.33. That's a 6-point ride, varying with a bit of rights and lefts. And Anne-Cécile Lacoste, I think this is the 9-point ride. Huge roll to start, just getting herself into position. That's the second section of that wave, pulling another roll as she went by the bend and driving it all the way down to the beach. These are the locals. That's from Casino Dreams, one of the casino in Iquique. We're going to go to a short commercial break, and we'll be right back with the repechage of the men. So stay tuned.
Lo invito al Museo Regional de Iquique a conocer la historia y los encantos naturales de nuestra región.
En Camanchaca somos orgullosos de nuestra trayectoria, conscientes de la responsabilidad que tenemos en el presente para desarrollar y mejorar nuestra actividad y ambiciosos del futuro y las metas que nos planteamos para seguir alimentando al mundo desde el mar.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the wave-rich, lovely city of Iquique, Chile, for the 2015 Iquique para Todos ISA World Bodyboard Championship. We are at day 3 of competition. We will be here until Sunday to define the new world champions of the bodyboard division. Right now, we're going back to repechage rounds in the open men's division. 19 minutes left. I'm Philip Muller. I'm joined by Juan Santos and Waterway to open the heat by Jorge Hurtado. We still haven't had time to present who's in the water, but wow, what a maneuver. The height that he got and making a clean landing, that should be a huge score. That's Jorge Hurtado from Peru in yellow, Eliton Loureiro from Brazil is in red, Johnny Alcivar from Ecuador in white, and Sergio Alonso from Venezuela in blue.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get a replay from last opening wave for the Peruvian rider Jorge Hurtado. So let's see if our production manager can get us the replay. So currently in the water we are running the repechage round. So repechage round number 3 of the men, round number 4 on the men open division. So in the water, a lot of talent. We have red jersey from Brazil, Eliton Loureiro, taking on white from Ecuador, Johnny Alcivar. In yellow from Peru, Jorge Hurtado, and in blue from Venezuela, Sergio Alonso. Well, now, say it was quite an opening wave for the Peruvian in yellow. Let's see if we can get a replay. But just, yes, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look. So, seems like he drives so fast. Nice clean landing in the barrel. Get it behind the curtain. Steals there to connect with a reverse. Still driving till the last closeout section. You can see a lot of commitment from the Peruvian. And now connects with the inside. And trying to find some other point score with this last roll. Wave number 1 just coming with a 9.33. So, 9.33. Getting already a call to Eliton Loureiro, Johnny Alcivar, and Sergio Alonso that these guys are coming to do big.
Right now we're going to an interview on the beach with Begoña. She is with Anne-Cécile Lacoste. Take it away, Begoña.
Thank you very much, guys. We're here with Anne-Cécile Lacoste, the French girl. Anne-Cécile, what an amazing heat. I can tell you were very smart. You wait for the right moment. Beautiful weight. The highest scored in the women's event. What can you tell us about that?
I'm very happy to win this heat. It was very important for me to pass this heat.
And during this heat, I know that I have to have the big waves, the more powerful wave, because it's the kind of wave I like. So I was like patient, and I had faith and say, okay, I'm gonna have a good wave, and the wave come, and I was so happy to have the wave. So I was just want to appreciate this time with this wave, and he gave me the point, so I'm so happy, very happy.
Well, congratulations, we're very happy for you. Et tu veux parler français alors pour les gens en France?
Oui, mais merci à tous pour votre soutien. On donne tout ce qu'on a. On va absolument vous ramener ce titre pour le fêter avec vous. Et merci vraiment pour tout votre soutien à la Choune. Et
À la Choune! Back to you guys in the booth, and congratulations.
Thank you, Begoña. There with the winner of that second heat in the main event for the women's, and Cécile Lacoste. 9-point ride, as she mentioned in the interview, the highest score of the women's division so far. And what a way to open this heat, Jorge Hurtado, and talk about putting pressure on the three other riders. 9.33 on his first ride, and he's in first position.
Yeah, of course, this is a serious call to the other riders. Remember, this is a repecharge round, so this is the last chance these riders already got to keep themselves and maintain their teams in the race for the World Championship. So go big or go home actually is like that. So Eliton Loredo, Sergio Alonso, these guys are holding very important teams for their represented countries. Remember, Johnny Alcevar, the Ecuadorian, there are only 3 riders representing Ecuador. So Ecuador, for sure, not one of the teams that is in container to get the World Championship, as to claim the world title as team champions. Team Peru coming really strong. Team Peru is still there in the chase for the first time, claim World Championship here in the ISA WBCs. Well, Eliton Loredo from Brazil, very capable of achieving amazing scores. This is one rider to consider. He is a reference in Brazilian bodyboarder. And Sergio Alonso, as everyone knows, Sergio is one of the big names coming out from Margarita, Venezuela. Sergio has been in the middle of this game for quite a while in the World Tour, same as Eliton Loredo. This guy is now facing 2 new talents, Hurtado and Alcevar. So be aware of these names. Maybe you don't know the name, but of course, if they are here, it's because these guys are going for big. Talking about the devil, this is Loredo kicking out. No more potential, prefers to go down back to the lineup.
So Eliton Loredo not making any maneuver there. 1-point ride for his first maneuver. And there we see the helicopter from the Navy and Jorge Hurtado up and riding. Second roll there. Quick combination for the Peruvian, trying to get that backup score to his 9.33. That's the Navy landing the helicopter. We just saw before a Zodiac right behind the lineup. That's the fastest Zodiac that the Navy has available. It goes up to 70 miles an hour, that little Zodiac. And they're visibly doing exercises is the Navy. So 13 minutes and 16 seconds. There we have the score from Jorge Hurtado. His second wave, 5.17. He's got the 2 highest waves of the heat so far, and so sitting comfortably in first position, and he's going to leave the rest of the field comboed if they want that first position. So 3 riders already in combo land.
Well, you also look at this, up 9.33, 5.17. So Alcevar, a combo line, but yeah, remember, none of those 3 riders already got a solid score on the scoreboard. We have plenty of time, 12 minutes, 30 seconds. Once again, wave selection comes now, a very important factor here to consider. These riders are going not only to do the best they can, put into play all the skills and talent, but also they need to play another strategy, that is to protect the peak, to protect the potential waves from their opponents, and make sure that they really got the sets, the bigger waves, where the biggest potential scoring potential is. Well, remember, you can hashtag us at ISAWBC, as well as hashtag ISA Worlds, hashtag Iquique, and hashtag Olas para Todos. So remember, this World Championship is made possible by Iquique para Todos. This event is supported by the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique, the Chilean Surfing Federation, our media partners, Surfline, Pasión Extrema, Vía de Escape, RTC Televisión. Thanks very much as well to Surfers Village, Gravedad Cero, Waves, Brazil, and Riptide Magazine. So a lot of crowd watching now live from everywhere in the world. But the Brazilians just here sending us messages. Big shout out from everyone watching from Brazil. Brazil, another strong country. Team Brazil already with 2 championships on the pocket and 2 gold medalists here in this edition. Either Luciano and Emana Carvalho. Now Alonso open right, a nice bottom turn, full speed, goes in, nice flip, clean landing, claiming it through the whitewash. That was good, Philip?
Nice maneuver there by Sergio Alonso, really packing a lot of speed, punching through the lip and landing in the flat part of the wave. So that's going to be a good score. That was the only rider who didn't have any waves yet, so Sergio Alonso will open with a nice score, I believe. And here comes Johnny Alcivar trying to replace a 1.67 with a 3-roll combination. Very quick on that smaller wave, trying to make the most out of that smaller wave condition.
Yeah, a small wave, getting himself transformation into roll, man. 3-roll kind of flops. A lot of gymnastics by rider in white from Ecuador. So the judges are going to consider it. Remember, they want speed, commitment, and control, but on the critical zone of the wave. Waves, set waves with higher size, with more power, and taking risks are going to be rewarded with the higher scores. Johnny Alcivar, okay, small wave, 3 moves, but like a kind of pushing the last 2 moves. More gymnastics than really bodyboarding. Let's see what our judges give him for this.
So Sergio Alonso, a lot better single powerful maneuver, gets him that 7.33 as Juan was saying. And there the last score is going to come in for Johnny Alcivar, 4.67 for Johnny Alcivar. So the positions are going to be exactly as they are on the screen when those scores appear. Jorge Hurtado is still first for Peru. Sergio Alonso from Venezuela is second. Johnny Alcivar is now second with 2 waves, getting a total score of 6.34. Eliton Loureiro, 1 single wave of 1 point. Remember, this is repechage round, 3rd and 4th get eliminated from competition. And we see Ayato Enokido from Japan in blue there on the right, getting ready for heat number 2. And right besides him, Yoni Aguirre from Peru in yellow there behind him.
Yeah, going back to that 7.33, Alonso, I think, needs to consider the very dry splash landing on the flats. Well, it seems like now we're having a live interview on the beach with our another colleague host, Begoña Martinez. Take it away, Begoña.
Thank you, guys. We're here. As you can see, all the teams are here supporting their riders. I'm going to ask a little bit to Luis Manaure from Venezuela. Luis. Cuéntanos un poco, Luis. Tell us about what do you feel is going to happen with Sergio Alonso. ¿Qué piensas que va a pasar aquí con Sergio Alonso en este hit?
De verdad que Sergio es un corredor muy fuerte. Aquí todo puede pasar, pero de verdad ese muchacho tiene un buen nivel. Yo lo admiro como competidor, como persona. Y de verdad que yo creo que va a pasar con los favores de Dios. Y bueno, esperamos los resultados.
Well, he says he admires personally Sergio, and he's a strong competitor, and he thinks he's going to make it through this heat. Do you want to say hi to someone? ¿Quieres saludar a alguien ahora?
Bueno, le mando muchos saludos a mi mamá, a mi papá, a toda mi familia, a los compañeros, de verdad, muy feliz, muy contento de aquí. Muchos abrazos y muchos besos.
Okay, thank you very much, and back to you guys in the booth with the action in the water.
Okay, thank you, Begoña. While we saw Eliton Loureiro in a good-looking left-hander, nice mid-size wave, good speed and a complete rotation in the air, flip claiming into the wall. So for sure, a good score coming in for Eliton, and there you have it on the screen, a 5.53. Plenty of time, 30 minutes, 30 seconds. So let's take a look. There it is. Paddling, taking off and riding. Alonso scoops into the barrel. Let's see, finds the doggy door out and rolls out. Well, things are very interesting here in this 3rd day of competition. Sergio Alonso is scooping into a nice barrel, long, deep ride. Let's see if we can have a replay. This is very interesting. This is a serious attempt of Alonso attacking the lead held by the Peruvian. He's sitting currently in 3rd and only needs a short score of 2.45. So let's see if our production guys can get us a replay of the last wave of blue Sergio Alonso from Venezuela.
Well, we see paddling there, Eliton Loureiro taking a peek, not going in, and there it comes, the replay of that wave. Take it away, Juan.
Take a look at this nice bottom turn, scoops in the barrel, very deep, nice to find a doggy door and just rolls out of the barrel. So I think our judges are going to like that. Let's see the scores dropping into the scoreboard for blue.
It's coming in good there for Sergio Alonso right now. He needs more than 7.18. He might get it. It might be just below to go directly to first position. So there's the score, 7.03. So not enough for first position, but he's going to move up on your screen to second position. Johnny Alcivar, there it is third now. Johnny Alcivar, if he wants second place, now needs 9.27. It's almost the same situation as the previous heat with Paloma Freigang needing a 9-point-something, 9.17 to go to that second position. That's going to be a hard task. Still 6 minutes, but that means a lot of pressure for Johnny Alcivar.
Well, Jorge Hurtado sitting on the lead with a 9.33, an excellent score, and backing up with a 5.17. Alonso sitting in second with 2.7 scores range, so a 7.33 and a 7.03. Look at the requirements to second. Johnny Alcivar from Ecuador in white needs an excellent score, 9.27. And Elton Laredo, the Brazilian, in red, now also in the excellent range requirement, 8.84. And speaking about the devil, let's go. Elton, full speed going left, trying to get himself barrel and rolling out. Let's see. Oh, seems like he's going to be an incomplete move, sadly, for red. Elton Laredo, and we see now current hit leader launching another flip. Clean landing. Well, the Peruvian, once again, this is impressive performance for a rider in yellow from Peru.
Entering into the last 5 minutes there, Eliton Loureiro not finding his marks at Punta Uno. When I see that somebody's writing to you on the message board.
Yeah, so big shout out to Bruja, Jorge Rodriguez, and a big shout out to Willie from Puerto Rico that said, how is this thing getting into? ¿Cómo se está poniendo esto, Willie? We miss you guys. Big shout out to everyone in Puerto Rico. Enchanted island with enchanted people. So big shout out to all of you. We miss you. Hope to see you soon in a brightening looking future. And well, Philip, this is a world-class journey of bodyboarding. Look at these scores. The Peruvian replacing a 5.27 with the 8-point ride. So the Peruvian has 2 excellent scores in the scoreboard. Now the Venezuelan, to achieve the first place, is in combo land, 17.34. This is impressive, and this is only a repechage round.
That's right. So let's see the replay of that 8-point ride, starting with that huge flip, coming back, lots of speed still, going into the forward spin. Nice wave by Jorge Hurtado, replacing that 5.17. Just the precise waves, 3 waves. He's already put the second, as you were saying, in situation of combination. For those who don't know, combination means that you have to replace both waves to take over that position you're looking after.
Exactly, speed, commitment, and control. Exactly what the judges are looking for there. Jorge Hurtado taking the risk, getting the reward, making a nice move and scoring the 8-point wave ride. So coming up next, we still have repechage men. We're going to see Nelson Flores from Chile, a junior here competing on the middle of the open men. Nelson Flores, a name, of course, to take in consideration. This kid got some really nice, good cards on the pocket to come into play. Taking on the Frenchman in white, Jam Salon, and Johnny Aguirre from Peru, and the man with no bones will be in blue from Japan, Hayato Henokito. What a hit coming up next, hey, Philip?
That's right. These repechage heats are going to get pretty intense. Tomorrow we're going to get a pretty repechage intense day. And we were just talking about it with one. It's also becoming more and more heavyweighters in those repechage rounds. Nobody wants to be eliminated. And some of these repechage heats end up being almost what could be a final at the end of the event.
Of course, yeah, this is definitely, it's like that. Or you go absolutely big, or you go going back home. So stamp your passport to the next round, or go home to the hotel, pick your backpack, and fly back in tears to your mama's or your lady's arms. Then here some locals enjoying a beautiful day here in Iquique. The air is around 28 to 30 degrees. Water is around 18, so it's very good. So you can go cool down and fresh yourself. So beautiful Iquique, once again, giving all the goods, bringing all the goods to bring you a beautiful event, world-class bodyboarding event here, and this beautiful 5-day journey, 2015 ISA World Bodyboarding Championship, Iquique, Chile.
1 minute and 40 seconds left. Some more locals there on the beach. Beautiful city in the north of Chile. If you want to come also during the winter of the southern hemisphere, in Arica and Iquique, there is no winter. It's almost all year round. Spring, well, we see Johnny Alcivar. He's got a good piece of work on his table with 9.27 if he wants to avoid elimination. And here comes Eliton Loureiro, who could become the first elimination of Team Brazil.
Oh, that's very bad for Team Brazil.
And out of the 4 powerhouses that we've got Brazil, Chile, France, and we've got Japan also, who didn't get anybody eliminated, as well as Peru. Those are the 5 countries. If Brazil loses this guy, Eliton Loureiro, that might affect the run for the team gold medal.
Well, a bit of a pressure on the Eliton Loureiro right now with only 50 seconds remaining on the clock. Eliton, what a thing going, not easy task. So here it is, Alonso now scooping into the left full speed. Let's see now, flips and land, another splash dry landing into the face. It's not done yet, combines with a forward, trying to bring the wave to the last closeout section, kicking out. Okay, now see again the current hit leader. Well. These guys are not giving any rest to our judging team. What an on fire hit, Philip.
Exactly, and we see Jorge Hurtado. He seems pretty confident with the 2 scores he's got. He's just going out. The heat is not finished yet, but he can allow himself to do that, I think.
Yeah, you got out there the water patrol. 10 seconds remaining. Ooh, a bit of a hurry for Eliton Loureiro, not finding himself here. The harmony and balance that have been having in this journey of the 3 day of competition. Seems like we ran out of time, and there you have it. Jorge Hurtado, the Peruvian, getting the job done. Sergio Alonso from Venezuela. Let's take a look at the heat recap. There we go. This is, okay, Corey hit leader. Nice flip, complete rotation, lands in the barrel. Nice dry landing and a forward and reverse to combine. Now Alonso answering back, going for a nice flip in the first section. Now let's take a look at another wave. Alonso scoops into the barrel, finds himself a way out and rolls out to another stump in his path for the next qualifying round. Answering back, the current hit leader. Take a look, nice flip. Well, world-class bodyboarding. Last wave from Alonso, another flip into the left. So action-packed in this day number 3 and the ISA WBC World Bodyboarding Championship 2015.
Thank you, Juan. So majestic Jorge Hurtado. But right now we're going to a commercial break. We'll be right back with heat number 2 of this repechage round. Stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned.
Bienvenido a Tierra de Campeones, Iquique, ¡Sachi! ¡Sí! ¡Lele! ¡Le! ¡Chi, chi, chi! ¡Lele, le! ¡Viva Chile! ¡Fuerza! ¡Garra! ¡Determinación! ¡Un time do Brasil será sempre campeão! ¡Brasil!
Okay, here we are back. Welcome to the wave-rich, beautiful city of Iquique, Chile, for the 2015 Iquique para Todos ISA World Bodyboarding Championship. We are at La Punta Uno, watching the world best bodyboarders compete for gold in the water. Currently surfing repechage man, open division, round number 4, hit number 2. Nelson Flores in Chile, in red, in white, the Frenchman John Salon, in yellow, another Peruvian Johnny Aguirre, and in blue, the man we know bones from Japan, the Dark Horse team, Hayato Enokido, here on the live webcast English booth. Juan Santos, here with myself, legendary commentator and the best reporter in the world of bodyboarding, Steve Action Jackson. Welcome back, Steve. So what an action in this day. See, like everything is getting together again for what a show.
All right, so back in the booth here with Juan Santos.
Yeah.
Nelson Flores out in the water with Jan Salon. Yone Aguirre and Hayato Enokido here in the next heat of men's repechage.
Yeah, well, now in the water, another 4 men. 2 will advance and 2 will say goodbye to competition. Coming up next, another important heat and another rough. Look at this. Miguel Adão from Portugal will take on Jorge Maldonado from Ecuador. Daniel Fonseca from Portugal and Lucas Nogueira. When we see already the Frenchman trying to keep himself busy and throwing already a good score into the board.
18 minutes left on the clock. Just getting going here in this 20-minute repechage heat. Again, 4 men enter this heat. 2 of them will be cut from the field.
Yeah, well, so let's see. Now you have down there Team Peru and Team Chile. Chile, another team that is really in the race to defend their World Championship. Chile claimed the first position last year in the previous edition. We will now scooping into this one. Hayato Enokido, full speed goes up. Nice roller. Still going there and kicking out. Well, we see a bit of nervousism and anxiety from these riders. They know this is the last chance they got. Now, and to another right-hander, this is the Peruvian Johnny Aguirre already with 2 combination of moves. Let's see. We have a lot of, this was a nice wave change, not really big set waves, medium-sized waves, but everyone, all riders trying to put already some score on board.
Yeah, so a lot going on in this heat. I mean, we're going to see, these guys really battle it out, trying to avoid elimination. And you know what, right now we're going to throw things down to Philip. Take it away, Phil.
You, Steve. So here we are with Jorge Hurtado. What a way to start the heat. In the first minute, a 9.33. Jorge, este 9.33 al principio de la serie, ¿esperabas una ola tan buena así en el primer minuto de competencia?
Bueno, nada, entré bien motivado, pensando en que Dios me iba a mandar esa ola y creo que fui un mosca para llegar a coger esa ola, ya que gané al venezolano el Inside, que él lo tenía en la posición y busqué esa posición y bajé la ola muy positivo y le mandé esa buena maniobra y que me dieron un buen puntaje, ¿no? Y me sentí muy feliz tener ese puntaje y empezar con un pie bien, ¿no?
So he explains he wasn't expecting it, but he asked God to send him a good wave, and it came his way. He was on the outside of the Venezuelan, so he was very happy to be able to get that wave, place that maneuver, and get that high score of 9.33. A bit further on in the heat, he gets an 8-point ride and takes total control of the heat. Después llega la segunda ola, un 8 punto, pasado la mitad de la serie, y ahí ya estás en control de la serie con el resto en situación de combinación. ¿Ahí realmente te relajaste?
Bueno, igual hasta el último minuto luché peleando el point porque tú sabes que todos somos buenos competidores. Y cualquiera puede sacar, así como yo saqué mi primera ola un 9,5 más o menos. Creo que todos estamos en busca de eso, ¿no? Del 10 y bueno, yo creo que tenemos que pelear hasta el último segundo y no sentirse seguro para nada, ¿no?
So he explains that although having such a high total score, you can never relax because these are all good riders and you just have to give your best until the last second. I think that's the spirit. Unas últimas palabras para toda la gente del lindo Perú mirando esta transmisión en vivo.
Bueno, ahí un saludo a todo el Perú que nos están mandando buenas vibras. El equipo está haciendo un buen trabajo para todos ustedes. Y un saludo para mis hijos que son Vani Isabel y Jorge Urnoé. Un saludo que ellos están mandándome todas esas energías para dar lo bueno de mí, ¿no?
Así es, felicitaciones Jorge. So, back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Philip Muller. That was the last heat winner, and believe me, what a talent, Jorge Hurtado. Well, for sure, a name to consider. We would like to have more of these names in the professional world tour of bodyboarding, hopefully in the future. Everything in Peru can build up to support all these riders, to show the world all the talent so they can follow the complete season of 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 events through the world. What do you think about that, Steve?
You know what? I was really impressed watching Jorge Hurtado. I was down at the water's edge watching that performance, and he got the end result. He took the heat win. You know, a total of 17.33. That's pretty impressive, especially when you're considering you have someone like Elton Lavero out in the water, who's one of the top 28 on the bodyboarding world tour. To see Elton go down at the hands of some of these lesser-known guys, it just goes to show how deep the talent of bodyboarding runs worldwide.
Yeah, especially look like in South. It also shows the quality of waves South America has. So the Pacific coast of South America that starts in Colombia and dries through the south of Chile. Well, this coast has tropical and cold waters, warm and cold, and is completely packed with unknown, on-crowd breaks. So if you're looking to book the surf trip of your life, consider coming to South America. Come to discover, come to the search, come to the adventure. Maybe you will find the break of your life. And, well, consider Peru. For this guy to have such a great level, Jorge Hurtado, is because he needs to have a very good playground to train with, right?
Yeah, and you know what? It paid dividends in that last heat. Meanwhile, in this heat, it's the Japanese rider Hayato Enokido with a 6.50 and a 3.60 leading the way. Jan Salon sitting in second. The Frenchman holding the advantage over Yoni Aguirre from Peru and Nelson Flores from Chile. These guys looking to get back into the mix of things with 12:30 left on the clock, and here Hayato back to it. Wasn't really feeling that one, so a quick up and down ride for him. He cranks off the bottom and quickly glides off the back. He'll look for something a little more conducive to his liking. Meanwhile, there you can see Team Chile on the water's edge down there on that rock slab, keeping an eye on their team rider, Nelson Flores, out in the water. He's currently sitting in fourth. Only needs a 2.90 to improve his fortunes out in the heat. 12 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, well, Nelson Flores is also a very good guy, a very good rider. Consider this, he went to the last event on the Professional World Tour, and he just did something that got his name in the middle of the world. Like, he got in a hit against a 3-time world champion and a title contender for this year title, actually the current world champion, and he just beat them both. So Nelson Flores, for sure, a name to consider. This kid is a junior and is competing in the middle of the open men. Let's see, paddling, taking off and riding the Japanese in blue, Hayato kicking out. Japanese Hayato Nokido already in the lead. Now throwing a 6.5 and a 3.6.
So Hayato continues to feel things out in the water, looking to replace that 3.60 as a backup score. He maintains the advantage right now with 11 minutes remaining in the heat. Jan Salon sitting in second with a 4.23 and a 2.83. Yoni Aguirre trying to track down a minimal score of 1.07. As is Nelson Flores, he's looking for a 2.90. So not a whole lot of separation out in the water at the moment. Hayato Enokido, though, you know, he's got the highest scoring wave of the heat. By default, that has him in the top spot.
Yeah, well, no one saves so far. Jan Salon, the Frenchman, sitting in second, but in a very dangerous zone. Look, Aguirre, the Peruvian, in yellow only needs 1 point wave right. He's in 1 point range. Nelson Flores is in the 2 to 3 point range. So Jan Salon, the French, now in a very important task to Team France, really needs to be smart and have the wave selection that assure he can keep all those points for Team France. Now that Brazil has lost one rider out of the competition in the previous heat, Elton Oreiro. Oh, let's take a look at the paddle.
And a bit of a paddle battle on that one as we break the halfway mark here in this heat. We saw 3 of our riders scrapping for that one. Unfortunately, no takers.
Yeah, no takers. Well, Swell having a bit of a low today. We were expecting a bit of a higher wave today, like on forecast. Forecast shows that there is a swell on its way. We expect that we have it today on shore, but seems like it's coming only tomorrow. So that means that we'll have solid waves and solid surf for the last couple of days of this event. And we are finishing with the best riders in the world and with the best conditions. Look, La Punta Uno, reef rakes, left, right, is like a triangle pit. Perfect slabs, perfect launching ramps. So what else do you want for world-class bodyboarding? These are getting together all the best conditions for our sport. You see crystal clear water, clean water, beautiful weather, warm air. The water is alright. So impressive.
Yeah, so the swell Juan was talking about, we were expecting it to peak either today or Saturday, but it peaked last night. But right behind it, behind this drop in the swell, we're looking for it to increase again. So Saturday, Sunday, looking pretty promising. We should see another increase in swell for the remainder of competition. So stay tuned for that. Keep your eyes peeled on the swell forecast for northern Chile, in particular, the city of Iquique.
Well, let's take a look now. Seems like White is searching out at the back. While we have a bit of a low in the action, remember, this World Championship is made possible by Iquique para Todos. And their slogan really show it. Iquique para Todos, Iquique for all. They have just sporting parks around everywhere here, and you see they have a very sporting attitude. Everyone here loves to do sports. What a paddle. Let's take a look. Yellow scooping into Naziao, getting behind the curtain, still there, getting better. Let's see if he finds a dog either out. Oh, sadly he got caught in there.
Yeah, unfortunately, Yoni pulling in deep. It looked like he might find daylight, but got grabbed by that foam ball. So a little foamy monster keeping him from finding his way out the door on that one.
Yeah, well, that's Johnny Aguirre, the Peruvian Lotara from Peru. There you have it, they are lifeguards. They work all year long, no seasons here. They stop from January to December. So if you want to feel safe, come here to Iquique now. Taking off and riding from Dark Horse Team Japan, Hayato Enokiro. This is our current hit leader. Hayato always coming with surprises under the pocket. When we see now getting barrel, Nelson Flores rolls out of the barrel. Well, he is sitting in 4, only needs a 2.9. I am no judge, but I think that might be possible that he can jump into second place. So now let's wait for the scores.
Yeah, meanwhile, we saw a situation change. Johnny Aguirre moving into second spot ahead of Jan Salon. So current situation with 6:45 remaining. Hayato Enokito maintains the lead with a 6.50, looking to replace a 3.60 as a backup score. Johnny Aguirre moving up into the top spot. He has a 6.0 and a 1.7 to sit in second. Jan Salon bumped to third. He's looking for a 3.48. Nelson Flores waiting for his score to come in. He needs a 3.54. Here's Jan. Nice flip on that one from the young Frenchman.
Yeah, Jan, very important task he got right now on his shoulders. Team France won leading this competition together with Team Chile. So the French and the Chilean in third and fourth for sure are going to play big here to assure that they still in that race. So now Team France and Team Chile playing against all the odds for Peru and Japan, trying to get all those first and second spots on this heat and qualify again. Remember, this is repecharge round number 4. 2 riders will advance and 2 riders will get eliminated from this competition. It will be time. Let's take a look at the replay. Drive us through it, Stevie.
And there you can see rider in white, Jan Salon and Nelson Flores crossing paths on that one. Some sketchy maneuvering there for both of those guys.
Yeah, compromising situation. Jan trying to drive right, and suddenly Nelson Flores, the young junior from Chile, just taking, I believe, interference call for the French. And this can really compromise the situation for Team France, that he will lose one of his biggest scores. And we see now with 2 roller combos, 3 moves in this wave already, and another roll, so transforming himself into Rollo Man and trying to get out of that bad situation of the interference call.
Yeah, so Jan Salon is going to get hit with the interference, white on red. The beach announcer, Mono, making it official. So Jan Salon is going to lose half of his secondary score. That's going to make life that much more difficult for Jan. That's going to drop him down to 4th right off the bat. Now he has more than his fair share of work if he's going to try and advance out of this heat.
Well, look at this. So this not good for the Chileans, not either good for the French. A Japanese and a Peruvian advancing so far. So Nelson Flores with the last score, 4-point situation change again now. Well, the Chileans team's taking some advance from the interference, and Chile also stepping one step ahead of Team France. Now Nelson Flores getting the second place, pushing down into third, the Peruvian in yellow. So Team France is now aware that his rider needs to get very smart strategy in the water. He needs a 6.07, so now for sure White will have come into play with a better wave selection to assure they don't get it eliminated.
So with only a few minutes remaining on the clock, things have gotten real interesting out there, and we have another situation change. Yoni Aguirre from Peru now taking the top spot. He has a 6.0 and a 4.77 to claim the front position. Now Hayato Enoquito dropped the second. Nelson Flores bumped down to third, now needs a 5.94. And Jan Salon with that interference now needs, another situation change before I can even finish the rundown. Hayato back to first, Yoni to second. Nelson now in third, needing a 6.61. Jan Salon with the interference needs a pretty sizable 8.38.
Yeah, well,
3 minutes left on the clock.
Exactly, Steve. You are very, very right, my colleague. So now Jan Salon and Nelson Flores being in the danger zone of third and fourth. Well, if this situation remains, it will mean that everything will keep tight between Team Chile and Team France. So a Japanese and a Peruvian mixing all the team schedule for this competition. Now is Flores trying to take himself out of there, going up for a big flip. Ooh, he sadly couldn't land it. You guys got splashed in the dry landing over there.
Wow, so you know what? It's gotten really wild here in the latter half of this heat. You know, a lot of situation changes, a paddling interference on Jan Salon. And you know what? All of these teams have had a front row view of what's shaking out in the water right now. It's gotten into a little craziness here in this repertoire heat, and we're not done. We still have 2 minutes on the clock. Here we have some more, paddle battles going down. Meanwhile, up and riding, Nelson Flores finding another little barrel, rolls out as he continues to battle, trying to get out of that third place position. He needs a 6.61. We'll see how that wave registers with the judges.
Yeah, well, he just kicking out exactly on right time. Nelson Flores driving the way through the dry shell rock, where Nelson Flores needs a 6.61. He needs to go smart and choose the right ways with the highest scoring potential. Remember, the speed, commitment, and control. He got a nice looking wave, good barrel session. We don't know if it's enough to achieve the score he needs for second place. So Johnny Arguira, we saw already good strategy. Johnny just blocking John Salom, the French, in a few waves. So now it's time to the French. He might be his last shot. Good looking wave, goes up, flips from the inside. Not a clean landing, but still there. Let's see if he connects, and now he kicks out. 1 minute to go.
All right, so again, counting down the closing moments of this heat. Hayato Enoquito maintains the lead. Yoni Aguirre in second. And right now, Nelson Flores and Jan Salon looking down the barrel of elimination. Not a comfortable situation whatsoever. Nelson still needs a 6.01. He got a 4.77 on his last wave to factor into his combined heat total, but still not enough. 35 seconds remaining, counting down. Nelson Flores, Jan Salon. Again, Jan working with an interference really crippled his opportunities to advance. And unfortunately, it's a repertoire heat, so he's looking at elimination 20 seconds away from being cut from the field. Nelson Flores, one last-ditch effort, and here you see Yoni Aguirre looking for the block.
Well,
but Nacho up and riding, and he gets stuffed by Jan. So Jan drops in on Nelson Flores. That's going to hurt Nelson's opportunity, and you know what? That may have been a little bit of payback for the interference call before.
Well, look at that. Look at the French like,
wow.
You're not going, I'm not going, you're not going too. What a strategy from the French. So John Salon sacrificing himself just to make sure that Nelson Flores doesn't find out a way out of that barrel and don't get the points from Team Chile.
Wow, some fireworks out there. So that'll be the second interference for white against red. So twice in one heat, Jan Salon. The first time incidental, the second time that looked almost deliberate. deliberate as he just completely stuffed Nelson Flores. Nelson was looking to put together a 6.01 to try and advance and deny the opportunity by the blatant drop-in from Jan Salan, so that got a little ugly there at the end.
Yeah, things are really getting competitive right now. Well, this is a race for the World Championship, you know, and Jan Salan was already out of the game, and Nelson really got the chance because that was a very good-looking wave. Let's take a look at the heat recap. Drive it through it, Steve.
All right, so here we are queuing up the heat recap, jumping back into the things. Here's a look at Nacho Flores. Was looking pretty good. Meanwhile, this guy right here, Yoni, I mean, he played together, managed to advance. Here's a look at the first interference, white against red. Nelson Flores was trying to work his way out of third position. In the end, here's another look at Jan, you know, flipping it out there. He tried to work even with the interference. Here's another look at Nacho. And then at the end, Nacho trying to battle his way back and just got burned by the Frenchman. So Jan Salan called for not one, but two interferences. He got hit with another interference on that last wave. Normally during the course of the heat, two interferences, you'd be called out of the water, but that at the right end, wow. You know what? There's probably going to be a few words between Team France and Team Chile. Meanwhile, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back right after this.
Yeah. Okay, welcome back to the wave-rich, beautiful city of Iquique, Chile, for the 2015 Iquique para Todos ISA World Bodyboarding Championship. We are at La Punta Uno watching the world's best bodyboarders compete for gold. Here on the booth, Juan Santos, here joined by world-known as the best reporter of bodyboarding, Steve Action Jackson. What's going on, Steve?
Well, there you can see down on the beach, the winner of that last heat, Hayato Enokido, being greeted by his fellow teammates from Japan. You know what? He had a pretty solid heat, came out on top. Hayato, along with Yoni Aguirre, advance through to the next round. Unfortunately for Nelson Flores and Jan Salan, things got a little tangled in that heat for those two. Unfortunately, they get cut from the fields. So Team Chile has lost their first competitor, as has Team France.
Well, another interesting heat in the water is men's open division repecharge round number 4, heat number 3. So in red, representing Portugal, Miguel Adão takes in white jersey from Ecuador, Jorge Maldonado. In yellow, his country fellow man from Portugal, Daniel Fonseca. And in blue, from Brazil, one of the most explosive riders ever seen, Lucas Nogueira. So action-packed. Two riders will advance into repecharge round number 5, and it's time to say goodbye to other two riders. So now really things are getting started.
Yeah, you know, this is really going to have an effect on the overall team standings. As you know what, we've seen Team Brazil, Team France, and Team Chile all lose one of their riders from their lineup. You know, these are the front-runner teams. A lot of people considering these three teams favorites here to win the team gold. And you know what? Now pieces of the puzzle starting to be put into place to see who's going to step up and try and go after that team gold. It's really getting interesting at this point as we lose individual competitors.
Yeah, completely right. Once again, the not that known names making big trouble for the big professional riders that are coming here. So I think you guys watching the live webcast are realizing there are few names that you never heard before and really are making things very difficult to the pros. So once again now you see Lucas Nogueira, another top 24 world-class rider here, seeing him finding himself in a repecharge round situation. So Lucas now facing three new talents. Miguel Adaun is a junior, but he's competing in the middle of the seniors. Miguel Adaun now has been doing such a beautiful campaign here, and he needs to be aware that this is very important points he's holding for Team Brazil.
And there you can see Jorge Maldonado, known affectionately by his friends and family as Pullman, out there representing Ecuador. He pulled into that closeout barrel. Meanwhile, here we see the 19-year-old Portuguese young gun pulling into this wave. Miguel Adaun taking a look. Didn't look like a whole lot to work with. Meanwhile, out the back, we've got a set. Daniel Fonseca from Portugal taking a look at this one. Drops into the right-hander. Talk us through, Juan.
Yeah, well, nice looking wave. Nice good air loop in Rolo. Second one trying to put already a solid score. Nice, very focused. You can see in his face. Daniel Fonseca representing Portugal, connecting now with the inside. Combination with the forward spin. Steals there now. Launching a roll on the whitewash. Incomplete at the last move. Daniel trying to start the campaign this heat with a good score. And, well, seems like he's trying to get the jump down very well.
Yeah, we talk about Miguel Adaun, the Portuguese young gun. Here's another one of the young guns from Portugal, Daniel Fonseca, out in the lineup. So we got a pair of Portuguese riders, both of these guys trying to avoid elimination. Right now, you know, still in the early going, Jorge Maldonado with a minimal score to get things going has the advantage. And, you know, we're seeing minimal scores from all these guys. And there it is. Daniel Fonseca puts together the first substantial score of the heat, a 6.83. That puts him in the early lead with 15:20 left on the clock.
Yeah, remember, you can interact with us. Remember, get into our social medias. Tag us. Hashtag ISAWBC. Hashtag ISA Worlds. Hashtag Iquique and hashtag Olas para Todos. Well, Daniel Fonseca from Portugal first scored a 6.83. For sure, much people tuning in and watching live from Portugal. So shout out to all the Portuguese bodyboarding community. Portugal, one of the big reference of Europe and bodyboarding in the world as well, with a lot of talent already and with big names in the world of bodyboarding. Already we have a few gold medalists in Portugal and silver medals. We got 2 gold medals. Manuel Centeno did it a few years ago in California, and Teresa Almeida did it last year here, claiming the gold medal for the women's division. Also, Hugo Pinheiro claimed the silver medal. So Portugal, for sure, a reference in the world-class bodyboarding world.
Meanwhile, in that previous frame, you could see Socrates Santana from Brazil. He has his red jersey. He's getting ready to hit the water and go up against Yazdani Castro and Ronald Gomez. You're going to see them battle it out in U18 boys division. And you know what? That's going to be a pretty interesting battle. Obviously, Socrates Santana, the defending, the current Pro Junior World Tour champion, and he's going to be going up against top talents. He has Danny Castro from Costa Rica and Ronald Gomez from Peru.
Yeah.
That's going to be a serious battle out in the water.
Absolutely. Well, Socrates, a prodigy from a 6-time world champion, Guillermo Tamega. So, Guillermo, if you are watching, big shout out here from Chile, you might be very proud. And what a best example to see now that Socrates Santana claimed his first World Junior title when we see now a Brazilian taking off in a good-looking way, full speed, scoops into the barrel, nice flip, landing dry and a splash in the dry rock. Well, this is going to be a good score. Remember, this was completely the criteria the judges are looking for: speed, commitment, and control.
So Lucas Nogueira going for the critical maneuvering in a critical section. Meanwhile, out the back, you can see Miguel Adaun doesn't seem too pleased with something, looking for some sort of sign from or recognition from the beach marshal. As you know what, we've seen things really start to get heated here today as we get into the thick of competition. You know, we're kind of right at that middle point where we start to determine who's going to be making the finals in the main event and the repecharge finals on the way to the grand final. Meanwhile, here we have Daniel Fonseca up and riding, punches the roll through the pitching lip, comes out clean, and looking to continue on, throws into the forward spin, trying to line up a finishing maneuver, and there he is, throwing the roll and then ducking out. Meanwhile, Miguel Adaun back to it, flips it out, and Miguel Adaun continuing to do work. We've seen this time and again here at the WBC, Miguel Down, you know, little quiet in the beginning. He seems to build momentum and confidence as he goes through, and he's been managing to continue on through the course of the competition, doing this each and every heat.
Absolutely. Well, Daniel Fonseca with a very good wave selection. Also, he really tried to block Jorge Maldonado in the previous wave. Like Daniel got a good-looking ride, but he preferred to run and drop into a left takeoff so he could block white jersey Maldonado from scoring a good wave and actually giving the opportunity to Miguel Down to swim and paddle to inside the peak and gets in position to another good-looking wave that he just rode right now, and we're waiting for the score. Let's take a look. Daniel Fonseca, so far, the Portuguese in yellow in the lead with a 6.83, and the last wave, a 5.17. Lucas looking very good. Only one solid score at 6.5. He's looking to replace a 1-point ride. Lucas so far, blue from Brazil in second, needs 5.51. There he goes again, the Portuguese kicking out, no right. Well, Miguel also looking comfortable zone. This is dangerous for Lucas. Lucas Nogueira, the Brazilian. Miguel Adão only needs a 2.01 to advance into second. And well, the distance start getting now being made. Jorge Maldonado, the Ecuadorian in white, needs 6.28. So big shout outs for everybody watching in Brazil. One Brazilian rider, one explosive, very good rider, Lucas Nogueira right now in the water. And of course, coming up next in the under 18 division, the world junior champion Socrates Santana. So shouts and cheers to everybody watching in Rio de Janeiro, Copacabana, and a special shout out to everybody in Posto Cinco, where my colleague, a partner in crime here, Steve Action Jackson, has been witnessing such a great level, great growing up there. Nice, Steve, no?
Yes, so right now counting down to the 10-minute mark, halfway through this heat, Daniel Fonseca, the only rider out in the water with two solid scores on his scorecard. He has a 6.83 and a 5.17 for the lead. On the other side of things, Lucas Nogueira, Miguel Adão sitting second and third respectively. Both of those guys have a decent mid-range score to open, now trying to replace ones as a backup score. And Jorge Maldonado, here he is up and riding with his second wave of the heat. Only posting a minimal score to open, and that last wave really not going to help him much. He remains on the hunt for a 6.28 with 9:40 left on the clock, and here we have Daniel Fonseca up and riding again.
Oh. Well, nice flip, Fonseca. Small wave, nice line, exactly the right moment to bottom turn. Good draw line, and just hit on the lead in the right moment, projecting himself for a very clean landing and claiming the move into the whitewash. This is our Corey hit leader, Daniel Fonseca, looking to improve a 5.17.
Yeah, so you're going to see things shake up a little bit. Fonseca looking to build his lead. Lucas Nogueira, Miguel Adão still waiting for scores, you know, trying to put together scores to replace those 1.0 backups. And Jorge Maldonado still on the hunt for his first solid scoring wave of the heat right now as we continue to work through this Repercharge heat to wrap up Repercharge for the open men's.
Yes, that's right. So this is the last heat in the Repercharge men's division, open men's division. Coming up next, we go into the under 18 boys main round, where Socrates Santana will take on just Dami Castro from Costa Rica and Ronald Gomez from Peru. Actually, we need to say that this is the bridge, the big door that can open for these boys to become a professional athlete in an upcoming brightening future. 8 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Looking good for Portugal and Brazil so far, holding the two first spots. Now the Portuguese are down. Okay, now up and riding, going left, trying to scoop into this one with a forward. Now goes and kick out. Well. He only needs a 2.01 to jump into second. This might be a game changer, but not for quite a while, because Lucas Nogueira has a 6.5 and his backup score is 1 point. And we all know Lucas, anytime in a set wave or any wave, he can really launch something impressive and get a very high score and once again mess all the scoreboard.
Well, we were talking about the under 18 boys main event coming up, round 2. Also on deck today, we're going to see drop knee main event round 3, as well as open women main event round 3. and then we'll go into open men round 5 main event and finish off the day with men's round 5 repertoire. So we'll be able to set the field pretty good for tomorrow's action. So lots still to come on deck here on day 3 of competition.
Well, then we saw a backflip attempt from Daniel Fonseca. Not really bodyboarding, more like a gymnastic moves. So a bit of pushing up the move, full speed, that was right, but he didn't hit the lead in the right moment, so he couldn't project perfectly himself. Lost the board when landing, so incomplete move for last of yellow. Let's take a look. Oh, no right. Well, we started getting a bit of a battle situation change. So far, we last of red Miguel down at 2.63. So now blue Lucas Nogueiras from Brazil has been pushed into third, but Lucas only needs a 1.64 now. Let's see the Portuguese small wave goes up for the flip. Let's see if he drive it through the whitewash and make it complete. Okay, this is wave number 5 for rider from Portugal, Miguel Adão. Let's take a look.
And there you can see Jorge Maldonado taking a peek. Didn't like what he saw, so he heads back to the lineup. 6 minutes left on the clock. Fonseca leads the way. Miguel down in second. Lucas Nogueira now sitting in the third spot. Only needs a 1.64 to reclaim that second spot and continue on in the event. But right now, Nogueira and Maldonado on the outside looking in, trying to track down the scores they need to avoid elimination.
Well, there is Lucas paddling into this one, trying to scoop into the left. There he goes. Oh, the white was just breaks in his front, flips the last section. It might be enough or not to a 3.18. Well, then we have to wait, see what our judges give from Florida. There you got Team Brazil, very focused. They really still on the race for the World Championship. Remember, Team France and Team Chile lost one rider. Brazil only lost one rider. Japan only lost one rider. So still 4 teams there on the race. This is day number 3 of a 5-day journey. So plenty of action to come.
So counting down to the 5-minute mark, it's crunch time for these guys out in the water. Nogueira needs a 3.18, waiting for his last score to come in. And it could very well change the situation. As I look on my screen here in the booth, it'll update in just a second. It looks like a 4.53. Nogueira is going to move into the second spot, bumping Miguel down to third. There it is, updating on your screen. Now Miguel needs a 5.54. And unfortunately for Jorge Maldonado, 4.5 minutes on the clock. He's been pushed perilously close to the border of combo land. He needs a 9.81 right now, a pretty sizable score. He's got a lot of work to do in the last 4 minutes of this heat.
Oh, yeah, of course, a 9.81. That is in the excellent range. So barely a perfect ride requirement for Jorge Maldonado, the Ecuadorian in white. Go to second place. Let's take a look. Oh, now what is going to happen? Like Lucas paddle and try to break that section to wide. I don't consider that this could be an interference, but not really a scoring potential on this wave. But anyways, Jorge Maldonado is not really in a comfortable situation. He really needs like an excellent ride to qualify. Otherwise, he will say farewell ISA WBC 2015. And now Miguel down with 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Well, we've seen it before, and I think we've seen it before twice. Miguel down at the very last second, just scoring big and changing everything, just messing the complete scoring table. This is Lucas. He knows that, and this is Lucas trying to improve a 4.53 and trying to increase the distance to the Portuguese, because he knows how capable is Miguel Adão to, in the very last seconds, just completely change everything.
So there you see a quick wave exchange. Miguel down, then Lucas Nogueira, and then Daniel Fonseca. Unfortunately, Fonseca pulling in could not find the exit as it shut down on him. And we've seen this all day long today. The barrels really not staying as open as they were yesterday. So the barrel riding option for these guys, if you're going to get in there quick, find your exit, either roll or flip out and move on, because sooner or later it's just going to avalanche down and shut down with these guys in the inside.
Yeah, well, now on the peak left alone, you see the red by himself, trying to find out again a way to qualify to the next round. He did it before, he can make it again. So a lot of people watching live from Portugal. Big shout out to all of you. From north to south, from Viana to Sagres. Big shout out to the Portuguese guys. Now 2 riders in the water. So a big bodyboarding community in Portugal, and of course a massive community watching live in Brazil and Ecuador. 3 strong countries in play. Miguel Adão going left, flipping the first section. Now combining with a forward spin, driving till the last, very dry, close-out section just on top of the rock shell. And he knew it was too dry. He could get injured, so he prefers to kick out, don't go for the last move.
1:30 left on the clock, and we'll see if that was enough for Miguel Adão. He's looking for a 6.11 to overtake Lucas Nogueira. Time burning off the clock. Fonseca maintains the lead. Nogueira trying to fend off Miguel Adão, and here Jorge Maldonado was able to put together a 3.93 on his last wave, cutting the deficit a little bit, but he still needs a pretty sizable 7.68. Right now, 1 minute left on the clock. Miguel Adão waiting for a score, as is Maldonado. Both of these guys facing elimination.
Yeah, well, last minute, and now we see already there in the mix. The next hit in the water already there on the peak. 50 seconds. Seems like this is goodbye. Farewell Chile for Jorge Maldonado. He needs a very good score, a 7.68. And we see also a bit of a rush, running out of time. Rider in red. We cannot see him in screen. Red in screen is the next hit rider, Socrates Santana. So 20 seconds remaining, and well, that's our current hit leader in the ride, and Jorge Maldonado, the Ecuadorian, last shot, flipping that section, making it complete, driving through the whitewash, but not enough for sure to score a 7.68, and this is the second position. Boom! Nice! This was completely perfect flip from Lucas Nogueira, combining with a reverse, driving through the closeout. A lot of commitment, finishing with a roll.
Lucas Nogueira with a little insurance policy on that one, flipping it out big, looking to improve his overall combined total at the tail end there. But Miguel Adão, he was looking for a 6.11, came up a little short, he ended up with a 5.40 on his last wave. Not enough, so it looks like Miguel Adão and Jorge Maldonado are going to bow out from competition. Daniel Fonseca and Lucas Nogueira looking to continue on, and Lucas Nogueira nailing down an 8.33 on that last wave, the biggest score of the heat, saving the best for last. Lucas Nogueira moves himself into the top spot to take the heat win with that last wave.
Yeah, well, Lucas, we all know he is one of the most explosive riders in the world. One in the top 24 in the Professional World Tour, and there you got it, Lucas Nogueira at the very last second, just taking out his ace of blades and throwing the car into the tail and coming to play, showing he came here for big and achieving some good points for Team Brazil. Let's take a look at the heat recap.
All right, so one more quick run through that last heat. Here's a look at Jorge Maldonado. He struggled throughout the course of that heat, but went down fighting. And here we see Lucas Nogueira. He opened up with a solid wave, waited patiently, and continued to build his scores through the course of the heat. And here we have Miguel Adão. You know, he looked pretty solid, just couldn't find that score at the end. Here's the last-ditch effort from Jorge. And then again, the insurance policy, the last wave. Lucas Nogueira with the big flip, not only fends off the field, but moves himself into the top spot to take the heat win. There you have the heat recap.
Well, it's time to pay some bills and highlight some of our sponsors. We're going to a quick commercial, and we'll be back with more action from the ISAWBC 2015 just right after this.
En Camanchaca, somos orgullosos de nuestra trayectoria, conscientes de la responsabilidad que tenemos en el presente para desarrollar y mejorar nuestra actividad y ambiciosos del futuro y las metas que nos planteamos para seguir alimentando al mundo desde el mar.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here at Punta and beautiful Iquique in Chile for the 2015 Iquique para Todos ISA World Bodyboard Championship. Advancing through this third day of competition with the best bodyboarders in the world, we are now going to round 2 of the under-18 boys division with heat number 1 in the water, somebody that my co-host here knows very well. Socrates Santana from Brazil in red. Yazdani Castro from Costa Rica is in white. Ronald Gomez from Peru in yellow. This is a main event heat. I'm Philip Muller, and I'm joined by none other than Steve Action Jackson.
Yeah, so there we see opening things up in this heat, a split peak wave exchange. Socrates Santana, a little hesitation. Not much to work with on the right, but Yazdani Castro putting together a pretty solid ride to open things up on the left-hander. So we'll wait for those scores to drop, as well as waiting for Ronald Gomez to get on the board with his first wave. Here you can see in the yellow jersey paddling over and getting into position, decides not to take this one, as this wave will shut down as it rolls on through unridden.
So this is a main event. We're going back to the junior divisions with the under-18 boys. This is the first heat. These guys are looking for the spots in the final of the main event. So they're one step away, and then they're only one heat away from the grand final if they make it through in first or second position. Right now, the guy who loses will go to repechage, and in the following heat, we've got 3 other wonder kids: Joshua Toledo from Chile, Milo Delage from France, and Stefanos Kokorelis from Portugal, as we see the second wave of Yazdani Castro already.
Yeah, so Yazdani wasting no time getting that second score on his score sheet. A 4.83 to open up, now waiting for that last wave. And while we wait for scores to drop, we're going to throw things down to the beach interview. Take it away.
Winner, Brazilian finest, world-class bodyboarding, Lucas, a very important hit in the water to hold some points for Team Brazil. Explain us about it.
Yeah, we was needing this hit. We just lost Elton Loureiro, a great rider, and now we have to do our best to keep going, put some points in the competition, and I'm so stoked to make this hit. That's it.
So we want to keep it short as possible so that we can see these riders are very focused in making it through the next rounds. Lucas, you have a big support watching live from Brazil. Any message you would like to send back home?
Eu quero mandar um alô para a galera do Brasil que está torcendo, para minha esposa. Um beijão, amor. Tô dando meu máximo aqui. A galera do Brasil que está assistindo, a gente tem dado o nosso máximo aqui. Deus sabe de todas as coisas e o que tiver que acontecer, Ele já preparou e a gente só vai colher aqui. Valeu? Obrigado, continua na torcida aí. Valeu.
There you have it, Lucas Nogueira, Team Brazil. Good luck, Lucas. Good luck, Brazil. Going to back in the booth.
Thank you, Juan. We're winner of that last repechage heat of the Open Men's Division, Lucas Nogueira from Brazil. We've already seen one loss for Team Brazil today in the repechage. That was Elton Loureiro losing in his repechage heat. Here comes the other Brazilian wonder kid, Socrates Santana.
So Socrates Santana opening up with a minimal score now, trying to put together something a little more solid. Rolls off the left-hander, but not much else to work with after that. In the meantime, scores dropping into place. Ronald Gomez with a 5.83 opening wave, now looking for a backup score. Meanwhile, Castro from Costa Rica, 4.83 and a 4.17 has him in the lead. We're already down to 14 minutes remaining in this 20-minute heat. So time going by pretty quick. These kids have plenty of time to get the job done. But you know what? We're going to see these kids battle back and forth throughout the course of this heat. And here we go, Ronald Gomez.
Here he starts with a nice clean roll, going into the flats, trying to wait for that second section. Here he comes with a second roll, looking forward towards that reef. Always be conscious of where it is. So Ronald Gomez, his first wave was a 3.83, as Steve just said. They're getting a second score. Right now, to take first position from Yazdani Castro, he needs only 3.18, and it seems that an excellent score is coming through the pipes here. Missing one judge. It seems Peru is going to sit in first position, while we see Joshua Toledo, the defending gold medalist from last year, the local from Iquique, trying to make a repeat of last year's performance. He will be against Milo Delage and Stefanos Kokorellis. Right now, 13 minutes and 15 seconds left.
So score coming in for Socrates Santana, 4.77. Now looking to get rid of a 1.0 as a backup score. He sits in third, trying to track down a 4.24. But the big story, Ronald Gomez, an 8.0 to go with his 5.83. Moves him into the top spot and bumps Yazdani Castro down to second. So Gomez asserting himself out there, the young Peruvian jumping out into the lead, putting down a pretty solid score, an 8.0, dialing in an excellent score. Has him in the lead with 12:35 remaining. And here we go, out in the water, taking a look. Socrates Santana thought about going on that one. That just turned into a big closeout on the reef on the inside section. And here we go, all three riders paddling for position. We'll see if we have any takers as they let this one go on by, waiting for something a little more workable to roll their way. Meanwhile, there you can see Joshua Toledo getting ready to hit the water.
Yeah, in front of the Peruvian flag. And right now, here comes Yazdani Castro, now in second position, looking for an excellent wave, a 9.01. That's the situation. He is the Costa Rican to take back first position from Ronald Gomez. So we are back into a main event round. So third, in this case, or fourth in four-man heat, will go down to repechage. All is not lost. You can still keep on going in this parallel round. A lot more heats, a lot more rounds before getting back into the grand final. Remember, in each grand final, there's only 2 guys or 2 girls who have made it without losing one single round. 11 minutes and 20 seconds, and here comes Socrates Santana.
Socrates comes off the bottom, throws out the flip, gets it around. Now looking to connect, he throws into the reverse and then kicks out promptly. That will definitely help his overall combined total, and we'll see if it's enough to move him ahead of Yazdani Castro. He was looking for a 5.0. We'll see how the judges like that one.
I'd say he gets it on that latest wave. Not one single judge has punched in the scores, and there they come all together. And Socrates Santana will at least jump to second position, and there it is, the score. I'll let you call it, Steve.
Yes, a 6.60 falling into place. That'll update on your screen in just a moment. But we get a little sneak preview here in the booth. So again, Socrates Santana putting down a pretty solid score on his last wave. Should be enough to move him into the second spot ahead of Yazdani Castro. Meanwhile, Ronald Gomez maintains the lead for Team Peru here in the under-18 boys main event.
That's right. So closing in towards the second half of this first heat. Right now, Peru and Costa Rica taking control. Socrates Santana waiting for a score to come in. He's going to come in second position. So Costa Rica are going to be a bit more complicated, as we see the Costa Rican team feeling nervous there on the reef of Punta Uno. And here comes Socrates on the right.
Socrates on the right-hander, drives down the line. Not much to work with. Promptly kicks out as that wave just sectioned off and closed out ahead of him. Not much to work with there. And there it is, updating on your screen, a 6.60 on his last wave.
And there you can see on the flags, there's a bit of wind starting today, and that's messing up the wave. We're also closing in on maximum high tide, so we're going to have the change of tide and the wind, and that's why we see really different conditions from this morning, or even compared to yesterday. That was, to me, the best day so far here in Iquique.
A little while ago, before hitting the water, Lucas Noguera was commenting on how tide-sensitive Punta Uno seems to be. Completely different characteristics between low tide and high tide here.
Yeah, so that's why also the tide is shifting 1 hour at a time during the day. And usually, I believe we'll have most of the morning of Sunday, the day of the grand finals, with low tide. So to try to have the best waves for the best bodyboarders and define the new world champions 2015 of this ISA World Bodyboard Championship.
All right, so 8:45 remaining on the clock. There you can see Team Portugal up on the landing, as well as the lone rider for Team Italy, David Dante. Even though he was eliminated from the field yesterday, he's been hanging around watching all the action out in the water. He was saying earlier today that, he's just very happy to be here and be part of the WBC and having the opportunity to represent Italy.
Yeah, very pleased to be here. Always a smile on his face, Davide from Italy. Unfortunately, one of the two teams of one single competitor that was eliminated yesterday. Also, we saw the elimination of Cortinat for Spain. So those were the two teams. The only team with one competitor is Puerto Rico left, and we see Socrates up and riding in action once again. Just one single maneuver. He's looking to replace that 4.77.
It currently needs a 7.24. That last wave, a roll and nothing else. Not going to factor in probably with his top two scores. Definitely not going to get that 7.24. But it seems like Santana kind of feeling things out in the lineup right now. As Ronald Gomez sits in that top spot. Santana currently second. Yazdani Castro in third. There you can see Team Portugal getting ready to send Stefanos Kokarelos out in the next heat. Meanwhile, back out in the water, Yazdani Castro putting together the ARS to spin combo. Trying to work his way back. He needs a 6.45 to jump back into the second spot ahead of Socrates Santana.
Nice flow, nice fluidity, combining those two maneuvers very quick on that short left section. So Yazdani Castro will replace his 4.83, I believe, with that latest wave. But will it be enough to be more than a 6.45 and go in second position? We're still waiting also on one score of Socrates Santana, who could replace his 4.77. Waiting on the judge's decision for that one. And here comes the leader of the heat, Ronald Gomez, also launching a flip to start. And as you can see, the conditions of the wave compared to yesterday and this morning have drastically changed.
So Gomez getting a flip off of that wave, and then the left-hander just went flat on him. So he kicks out. He's still looking to strengthen his score and replace a 5.83 as a backup, sitting on that 8.0, the highest score of the heat so far. And right back to it, Yazdani Castro up and riding.
Here comes Yazdani, this time in the left, going for a flip a bit smaller than his previous wave into the spin. His previous wave was really a lot better, a better launch maneuver, a lot more height and control coming out of it. So we're still waiting on that later score from Yazdani Castro, see if he replaces one of those two scores he's actually got. We're waiting on the later score from Socrates Santana. And also there we've got the later score from Ronald Gomez from Peru, 4.3. That doesn't enter into his total score. And there we get the two last waves of Yazdani Castro. He obtains a 4.93, so just a slight improvement on his 4.83 before. No change in situation. So first position Peru, second position Brazil, and third position for Costa Rica.
There you can see on the beach with 5:30 remaining, Joshua Toledo and Milo Delos looking to hit the water in the next heat of U18 boys main event action. They'll be hitting the water at the 5-minute mark. Meanwhile, there you can see Stefanos Kokarelos, the local girls looking to get a few photographs with the Portuguese representative. Kokarelos will be hitting the water next.
So entering the last 5 minutes, we're already going to put the yellow flag here on the structure. There goes the little beep in the tower that indicates the last 5 minutes, a bit more pressure, and that indicates also to the following heat that they can enter the water. And there's an eager Joshua Toledo rushing towards the lineup, a wave that he knows more than well. But for
look
now,
at this.
Socrates entering the barrel, taking a long tube ride, the longest tube ride I've seen in a few hours right now, and adding a couple of spins on the end of that.
So the Brazilian Super Grum, the current Pro Junior World Tour champion, sussing out some barrel time out in the lineup. You know, those have been few and far between today, but somehow the 16-year-old Brazilian found one, used it to his advantage, came out through a couple of spins to wrap that up. He was looking for a 7.24 to catch Ronald Gomez. We'll see how that scores with the judges. It probably won't be enough to take over the top spot, but it will most likely create a little bit extra distance between himself and Yazdani Castro, who sits in the third spot, currently chasing a 6.45, and here he is up and riding.
That's a beautiful wave, lots of size, going for a huge roll, keeps momentum, keeps advancing and goes for a second one, lands on his back, will not recover from that second maneuver, but what a nice controlled first maneuver, and what a choice of wave, finding the biggest wave of also the last couple of hours here at Punta Uno.
Yeah, so a couple of freak waves rolling through. We haven't seen those in a while. We saw the barrel for Socrates Santana, and then a nice size set wave for Castro to work with. He got the solid air roll off of the opening, but unfortunately could not finish that wave off. So right now just waiting for scores to come in for both those riders.
Yeah, Socrates Santana has got a good wave coming up. He is back now to the third position, but we're waiting on that latest wave before being able to give a complete situation. In the water is already Joshua Toledo from Chile, defending gold medalist from last year, Milo Delage from Dream Team France, and Stefanos Kokorellis from Portugal. Also one of the powerhouses. The heats are becoming pretty intense out there, and the level is being stepped up each round that we advance.
And there we have scores dropping in. Socrates Santana now sitting on a pair of 6.60s. And we're going to take a look at the replay. Here's the last wave of Socrates Santana. Just cruising through the barrel, comes out and throws into a reverse 720, tying those two reverses together seamlessly and then kicking out. So Socrates Santana with a pair of 6.60s on his score sheet. Still chasing a 7.24 if he's going to claim the lead from Gomez, who's sitting on the high score of the heat so far. He's got that 8.0 to go with a 5.83, holds the lead. Meanwhile, Yazdani Castro, a 6.57, scored a 4. Actually, that 6.57 was his most recent wave to go with the 4.93. Now he's on the hunt for a 6.64 with just under 2 minutes remaining in the heat.
Yeah, so feeling the pressure there, Yazdani Castro right now for Costa Rica. What an incredible exchange of wave between these two great riders. Socrates Santana finding a tube, because there's been a few tubes. It's still a small tube, but most of them have been pinching on that last section and not allowing people to get such a clean exit as Socrates Santana did. And Yazdani Castro, impressive that drop, how he locked the bottom and then just went for that huge air roll. Really nicely applied.
So counting down the closing moments of this heat. Again, Ronald Gomez in the lead. There you can see people gathering on the beach, watching the action out in the water. And back out in the lineup, Gomez back to it.
Here comes the leader of the heat, the Peruvian. He's been pretty cool during this heat with that 5.83 as his opening ride, and then adding an 8-point ride straight away on his second wave. We're entering the last minute, so 1 minute left. Ronald Gomez still trying to go and improve that 5.83, but still, he knows that he's going towards the final of the main event for this under-18 boys division. Remember, it is not as important as other rounds, the position you're in first or second, as you end up in the same final for the main event of this division.
Counting down the last 30 seconds of this heat. The next heat in the water getting ready to go. Again, coming up next, we're going to see Joshua Toledo from Chile go up against Milo Delage from France and Stefanos Kokorellis from Portugal. So again, that's coming up next. Counting down the last 15 seconds, and it looks like we probably aren't going to have much action to finish off this heat, as we saw Castro taking a look, but didn't like what he saw. And here we have a little bit of a paddle battle between Castro and Gomez. And Gomez up and riding. We'll see if there was an interference on that one. That got a little dicey there for these guys. Castro having to pull back at the last second before he ran in. And here we go, one last wave from Socrates Santana under the horn. He decides to ride it in, drop knee, playing around. We've seen this kid working on his drop knee skills. Who knows, in the future, we could very well see him riding drop knee for Team Brazil.
Why not? So this is the end of this heat number 1 in the main event, round 2 of the under-18 division. Here comes the heat recap.
So here's a look at Gomez. He came out, dropped the ride in the 5-point range, and then backed it up with an 8.0, the biggest score of the heat. Here's a look at Socrates Santana. He got started a little slow, but worked his way back into the second spot ahead of this rider here. He has Danny Castro. Castro fought it out against Santana, but Santana dialed in this barrel ride to reverse 720. Ended up with a pair of 6.60s on his score sheet to finish in second. So Castro will go to repecharge. And there you have the heat recap.
So right now we're going to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with the second heat of this under-18 boys division and see who are the two next riders that will head towards the final of this main events division. We'll be right back.
Hola, los saludamos de Venezuela, los invitamos a que vengan aquí a Playa Iquique, a Punta 1, a que disfruten del mundial, que está buenísimo, no se lo pierdan. ¡Arriba!
Okay, welcome back to the wave-rich, beautiful city of Iquique, Chile, for the 2015 Iquique para Todos ISA World Bodyboarding Championship. We are at La Punta Uno, watching the world's best bodyboarders compete for gold, currently in the water boys under 18 division round number 2. Heat number 2 in red from Chile, Joshua Toledo, the gold medal defending champion. In white from front, Milo Delage, and in yellow from Portugal, Stefano Cocorelli is here on the booth. Juan Santos, joined by legendary commentator Philip Muller. Philip, welcome back.
Thank you, Juan. An honor working with you. And here comes Stefanos Cocorellis, rightly so. From Portugal, we missed that first maneuver, a nice big roll, and adding a couple of maneuvers before becoming extremely close to that reef. You don't want to know it from too close. 18 minutes left. This is the second heat. We are still in the main event. After this heat of the main event round 2, as you just said, we're going to the main event drop knee round 3. This is the final of the main event of the drop knee division, and we're going to see two of the first 6 riders that today are going to be able to go to sleep at night knowing that Sunday they've already got their spot secured in the grand final of the division.
Well, that's incredible news for already 2 riders. Like they will have the sleep of the week. Like so many pressures so far. So we start getting really warm right now. Things are getting hot in the water because we get close to the race for the World Championship. So take a look at this good news for Team Portugal. Stefano Cocorelli is already throwing a big score at 7.17. So cheers up, and let's take a look at the replay. There he goes. Stefano is scooping into this left-handed nice bottom turn, just launching the roll on the mouth of the tube. There, still there, connecting with a reverse speed, nice flowing style, and launching a roller in the last closeout section. So cheers up for everyone watching from Carcavelos, Portugal. Cheers to his trainer, Zolt Lawrence, and everyone from Pure Emotion. Here, Juan Santos and Philip Muller doing the best we can to bring you the most entertaining live feed of this day number 3 of a 5-day journey, beautiful, the ISA WBC 2015.
That's it, Juan. And so, as you can see, wind picking up. You can see that on the flags. It's starting to affect heavily the wave here. So we're going to see how it pans out. We're almost at the end of the day. We've still got 6 heats for now. And you can write messages to us through isaworlds.com on the live tab, such as Joy Hughes from Australia. It must be pretty late down there. She says, great to be able to catch the action live online, even though it means staying awake all night and sleeping during the day. Good to see Australia getting some airtime. Chile is a long way from home for our boys. Cheers from Luke Fisher's mum from Team Australia. So great having the families watching the events online. A big hello to Australia. They've been very active on the message board. Thank you to you all.
Yeah, good eye, mate, there, watching from Australia now. So let's take a look. Nice flip look at Stefano Cocorellis. Very nice bottom turn, just a good projection to the right hand and making the move completely to being landed and claiming. Oh, we have a bit of a situation there. Red Joshua Toledo, the gold medalist champion there, blocking white the French Milo Delage, and getting himself in a bad situation as a possible interference call. Well, right now we're going to the beach with Begoña Martinez. That will bring you the live interview to Ronald Gomez, the last heat winner.
Thank you very much, guys. We're here with Ronald Gomez from Punta Hermosa, Peru. Ronald just won one of his idols. That will be Sócrates Santana. Ronald, escuché que Sócrates es uno de tus ídolos. ¿Qué se siente haberle ganado y de una manera tan cómoda? Porque un 8 y un 5 y algo me parece que tenía, casi un 14. Cuéntanos un poco acerca de eso.
Bueno, primeramente agradecer a todos que me apoyaron, a todos. Y bueno, mi serie, yo hasta ahorita no me la creo que gané a Sócrates Santana, ¿no? Que es mi ídolo, y campeón mundial, junior. Bueno, yo decía, o sea, yo pensaba que no le podía ganar, pero todo se ve en el agua, ¿no? Competir, todo eso, la sola, me tocó una ola buena, que supe aprovechar y sacarle todo, sacarle jugo a la ola.
Well, he says he can still not believe he won his idol, Sócrates Santana, the current world champ, and he wants to thank everyone that's supporting him. Well, so there you go, guys. Beautiful to see how emerging bodyboarders and surfers can beat their own heroes. Muchas felicitaciones, pues ya mandaste saludos a tu gente, no sé si quieres agregar algo más.
Sí, agradecer a Dios por la ola que me mandó, mi mamá y mi familia allá en Perú, en Lima, en Hermosa. Gracias.
Bueno, perfecto, pues felicitaciones, congratulations, Ronald, and we're back to you guys with the action in the water because it's Joshua Toledo and a bunch of excellent riders in the water right now.
Thank you so much, Begoña. During the interview of the winner, Ronald Gomez, from previous heat, while we saw just before the interview, I mean, me and Juan cannot believe it. In the cabin, the gold medalist doing an interference of this size. So the interference is being punched in right now. We saw it on the replay. I mean, like you said, Juan, during the interview, is that he mustn't have had seen him.
Okay, let's see. Maybe we can have a replay of that wave. This is very let's take a look. We see the French Milo Delage already taking off, and Joshua Toledo, local from here on the gold medal, just blocking and going for a good potential wave scoring wave. So it's hard to believe how Joshua Toledo and how Team Chile now he compromised their performance in this way, especially when we know that Chile and France is still very tight in the team scoring timetable for the race to claim the goal as team champion. So this was not the right way to behave, not a smart play from Joshua. He must be more aware that what's going on in the water when we see now the French Milo Delage scooping into this one and just getting smashed by the lip and project to the rib. Oh. Yeah, incomplete move that for Milo Delage. So again, Joshua Toledo with a couple of good scores. 8 points and a 7.5. So 8 points is not scoring because interference wave. So Milo Delage already with a 4.63 and a 4.33. And in the lead with two solid scores, that is Team Portugal rider Stefano Cocorellis with a 7.17 and a 6.6. Let's see, we're still waiting for the official call. We don't see already in your screen, you don't have Joshua Toledo scoring with the interference, but in a while, in just less than a minute, everything will be updated, and we have already the real situation in the water. 11 minutes, 15 seconds to go.
Exactly, so this is going to appear on your screen any moment now. So that first wave of Joshua does not count as it is an interference. He shouldn't have kept on running. Right now his third wave is a 5.17. We're waiting for that to go on your screen. And for him, luckily, he manages to keep in second position Joshua Toledo above Milo Delage because he's got two waves in the 4-point range. So not enough to be above Joshua Toledo. But now Milo Delage needs 5.47, and Joshua, if he wants first position with that interference, is in situation of combination to get that first position when there is 10 minutes and 33 seconds left.
Yeah, remember, hashtag us ISA WBC, hashtag ISA Worlds, hashtag Iquique, and hashtag Olas para Todos. We got just one message coming through our scoreboard. Let's see this Zolt Lorings from Portugal saying Força Portugal is grande, Steph. So we knew that his coach was watching, coming from Carcavelos Beach, one world-class wave. So Loris, cheers up, cheers to everyone watching from Portugal. Such a beautiful journey in this 5 days journey event, the ISA WBC in the water. Stefano Cocorelli is representing Portugal, doing a great campaign with already 2 solid scores. But in the screen, we still waiting for an update with the scores and interference from Joshua Toledo under Milo Delage. Keeping busy, Stefano Cocorelli's wave number 4. A small size wave, not high in score potential. And now we see Team Venezuela getting ready to welcome another rider that will be riding in the upcoming heat.
That's right, Team Venezuela cheering on Luis Rodriguez. So we've got the name of the 4 guys that will be in the final of the main event of the drop knee division. That's coming right up after this heat, so in 9 minutes and a few seconds. Martin Mouragian from France, Daniel Alves from Brazil, Luis Rodriguez from Venezuela, and Cesar Bauer from Peru. 4 big names of drop knee bodyboarding. I've got a chance to go tonight to sleep knowing that they're already in the final. 2 will go to the final of the repechage. We'll see the same scenario later in the day for the open women's division and the open men's division. We're going to know 2 finalists for those 3 categories of 7 that we have.
Yeah, some of them are going tomorrow to get a late day and focus into getting in the final the best they can. Now you see the Team Brazil, Daniel Alves, another name to consider, very good talent to drop knee. Well, we see now, seems like swell is picking up a bit. We are expecting very good conditions for the next couple of days. We were expecting also some conditions for today, but seems like swell is getting a bit late. So tomorrow is going to be much bigger. Now we see Red scooping into a nice slap, going clean to a nice bottom turn. Joshua Toledo launching a perfect backflip, landing a splash on the dry and doing the combo in the last section. So Joshua Toledo trying to get a stamp in his passport for the next round. And now answering back the Portuguese Stefano Cocorelli's nice waves change from these both riders.
And here comes Milo Delage, also launching a big flip to start this ride, also on the left. And so Milo Delage right now needing a different score, 8.88 right now. That's going to be difficult. And we saw Joshua Toledo really packing as many maneuvers as he could. And it seemed on that last section, he really looked, do I do a last roll or do I just kick out? And hesitated and out he went. Joshua Toledo, we're going to wait on that latest wave. He's still got that interference against him. So obviously that was a big mistake for somebody of the level of Joshua Toledo. Like we said, he mustn't have seen him coming behind. We saw Milo Delage coming full speed there, almost coming from the back door at La Punta, and Joshua Toledo obviously having that mistake against him, but still like that, Milo Delage is in 3rd position.
Well, let's see if we get an updated scoreboard here on your screen. We can see it now in our commentators, scoreboard. It's a big score coming through for Joshua Toledo. Big score in an excellent range. But let me tell you, from what we can see now, Joshua Toledo is under combination situation to take the lead, held by rider in yellow, Stefano Cocorelli. Another good score coming into for the French in white, Milo Delage. And another good score also coming as well for the rider in yellow from Team Portugal. Joshua Toledo scooping into a barrel, another solid roller. Good clean landed and claiming that move. A bit of frustration for that interference, but that is what comes into play. And now Stefano is scooping into this lap and just getting washed in the last closeout.
And here's the score of the previous wave of red, not this last one where we saw the tube and roll, the one with the big flip. He gets 8.83, so that's going to get updated on our screens right now. So that goes towards his total score. Now his wave that was his best wave before, a 7.5, becomes halved, so only 3.75. He's still in 2nd position, but he's out of combination land at least. He now needs 9.54. It seems that last wave, the tube ride was short, not completely covered up by the lip of the wave. Only gets a 7.07. So that one doesn't go into is total score. Well, let's see the replay of that last one.
Scoop it into the nice barrel. Goes there, nice flip, complete clean landing. Maybe not a big set wave, but he get rewarded with this last move with a 7.07. Yeah, Joshua Toledo gets out of the combination situation, but still requires an excellent score to achieve the lead held by the Portuguese in yellow, Stefano Cocorellis. So first place, yellow. Second place, red. Toledo needs a 9.54 to take the lead. And third place, white. The Frenchman, Milo, needs a 7.42 to go into second place and avoid that repecharge round. Now under the 5-minute mark. So Philip, action pack in this third day of competition, ISA WBC 2015.
There we see the competitor from Brazil that's getting ready to enter the water. That's Daniel Alves with the Rastas. And like we were saying before, there he is on the left. He was just getting his tips before going in the water by Eder Luciano and also Lucas Nogueira. That's the team spirit that we see at ISA with your team partners that are acting each other as coach, telling you how are the conditions in their aid, where to position yourself. And you don't see that necessarily in individual competitions.
Well, another message coming from Portugal. Bruno Oliveira, Arranca Steph. Yeah, a lot of support from Portugal. So everybody tuning in, we hope that you guys are enjoying the live webcast. This is a production of BDE Via de Escape. Let's take a look at another replay. Drive us through it, Philip. Nice scoop and barrel. Let's take a look at this one. Well, a 9.43. Joshua Toledo, the defending under-18 champion and gold medal. Here, local from Iquique. In welcome to the line of champions. You see now Joshua Toledo really amp. So if Joshua Toledo didn't got that interference, let me tell you, he got a 8.83 and a 9.43. He is in second just in a matter of the interference. When we see Milo Delage trying to attempt to attack the second place held by the Chilean, but not an easy task because Joshua, with the last score 9.43, just increased the distance to third. And now the Frenchie in third white needs a 7.33 to go to second.
As we see the panoramic with all the teams there, there's more and more people on the reef at La Punta. Incredible wave by Joshua Toledo. As you said, he's amped. He wants to get over that interference. He wants to get over it. And look, because the score seems to have stopped updating on the screen since they entered the interference in the system. But Milo Delage now needs 7.33. Before he needed like a 6. Now it's going up with that latest wave. And Joshua Toledo lowering the requisite that he needs for first position, 9.04. He seems to be going out, and he's going to want to get that wave and try to finish still in first position with an interference, if I know him well.
Well, this is something to take in consideration. So far, if there was no interference in the Chilean rider performance, Joshua Toledo, the defending under-18 champion, has the highest combined score from the competition so far. 2 waves in the excellent range, a 8.83 and a 9.43. So be aware, Joshua Toledo really playing big, coming for everything here in this 5th edition of the ISA World Bodyboarding Championship. Philip, under the 2-minute mark. Look at that, that's impressive. This is very unique from the ISA events. The Team Peru, Team Chile, Team Brazil, Team Portugal, Team Venezuela waving their flags here at La Punta Uno.
And grouping themselves. You've got Peru together with Chile in the middle. Then you've got the Portuguese speaking with Portugal and Brazil together. And all mixing together in unity and representation of the friendship that generates the sports of surfing.
Yes, that is what it's all about. This is about union, it's about unity, peace, about sharing the love and the passion for our ocean. Remember, this World Championship is made possible by Iquique para Todos. Thank you very much to the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique. Thank you as well to the Chilean Surfing Federation, our media partners, Surfline, Pasión Extrema, Vía de Escape, and RTC Television. When we see again scooping into a slap barrel, Stefano Cocorelli's good-looking wave. Nice rotation and acclaim. Look at that. The kid just on fire. What a performance.
50 seconds. Time is being announced over the PA system. So lots of pressure right now for Milo Delage. he would be going down for France, down to the repechage. Remember, this is main event round for the under 18 boys. So these are people that haven't lost in their first round. Right now, Milo Delage, he cannot overcome the interference that Joshua Toledo made against him, and he's got that in his core, acting against him, taking half of a 8.83. Here goes Milo Delage, looking for that 7.33, going in slow, going for that roll into the forward spin, waiting for that second section, waiting to see if it will stand up in front of him. There goes the countdown, adds another roll, and kicks out for the Frenchman, Milo Delage.
A lot of talent. Milo Delage, another name coming into from the French School of World-Class Bodyboarding. Milo Delage here supported by Amaury Laverne, Pierre-Louis Costa. So 2 world champions here doing the companionship into this kit. Let's take a look at the heat recap. So here you got first wave, Stefano Coccarelli is scooping into a good roller just in front of the pocket, a 7.17 score. Now at the back you see the interference call. Joshua Toledo just dropping into a Milo Delage wave with a good potential score, a 5.17 that then was copped up and improved. Now another Joshua Toledo trying to take himself busy and then scooping into another slap barrel and flipping now, much style landing on the splash dry rock. Joshua Toledo into the right, now get barrel. This is a 8.83, 9 cut back. So a lot into play here, a lot of action in this day number 3 of 5-day journey ISA World Bodyboarding Championship. It's time to highlight some of our sponsors. We're going to throw some ads and we'll be right back right after this. Welcome back to the beautiful wave-rich city of Iquique for the ISA World Bodyboarding Championship 2015 in the water. Well, in the water, round number 3 in the main event on the drop knee division. In red from France, Martin Muridon takes on white jersey from Brazil, Daniel Alves. In yellow from Venezuela, Ruiz Rodriguez. And in blue from Peru, Cesar Bauer. In the booth, bringing you the live coverage, Juan Santos here in companionship of Philip Muller. Welcome, Philip. Once again, action-packed in this 3rd day of competition.
Thank you, Mr. Juan Santos. So, in the water, this corresponds to the final of the main event, not the grand final. Remember, 2 riders go from the final, the winners of the main event, to the grand final and have already secured a medal for their country. The 2 losers, 3rd and 4th, will go to the final of the repechage. That's the last big arrival at the repechage round for the guys who've come through lots of rounds and heats before. Then you get the 2 losers in the final of the main event coming back and wanting that last revenge to go back in the final and also get medals. So right now, that's already action on the way. We've got a few waves, but for now, Luis Rodriguez from Venezuela on the left, Martin Mouradian from France. We saw him zipping through on the right. We'll see that in the replay after. And we've already got a few scores, Juan, on our scoreboard in the booth.
Yeah, well, looks like the Brazilian opening the odds here with a 3.17, Daniel Alves. And Luis Rodriguez from Venezuela, first wave, 1 point. We just saw right now his second ride. Scores dropping into the scoreboard. Martin Muridon, a serious contender for this year's World Gold Medal. He was throwing a short score in the first opening wave. And, well, the previous former world champion from Peru, Cesar Bauer, throwing a 5-point ride as his opening wave.
So three surfers at the top. We're waiting for Luis Rodriguez to come back. We're waiting on that last score to be validated by the judge. Right now, the wave of Martin Muradian, we didn't see it on screen, wasn't much as he only got 1.73. Right now, we're waiting on that wave from Luis Rodriguez. It should be a better wave than his first point ride, at least first surfer to have two waves in his scoreboard, have a complete score. And so out of these four guys, two are going to the grand final. After this one, we're going to have two each more of the same of the final of the main event. We're going to see the open women's round 3 with four girls trying to get into the final without seeing the repechage, and then we're going to see an excellent heat because that is going to be the final of the main event of the Open Men division.
So a lot of action coming. The women in round 3 on the Open division. Then again the men's Open division. And now going to be a mind-blowing heat. The two last one of the day with the round repechage 5 on the men's Open division. Now let's see, taking off on red and blue, former world champion. Now the two snaps getting busy surfing rail to rail. Small wave, not a set wave, but Cesar Bauer trying to just throw down a backup score. Already have a 5-point wave. Right, let's see what the judges are working for this.
Yeah, Cesar Bauer there. He's got a 5-point ride, waiting on that second score. We're still waiting to see what the judge will give him. To the former world champion, also Luis Rodriguez, waiting on that latest wave. And here comes a paddle battle. Finally, it's Luis Rodriguez from Venezuela up and riding.
Nice style, a lot of speed and a lot of commitment into that reverse. Not a much scoring potential in this wave. We saw like a closeout washing through the reef. But anyways, Luis Rodriguez trying to keep himself very busy, like no-stop action, don't get low, and putting more scores in the scoreboard. So far in the lead, blue, second, yellow, third white, and fourth place red. Still plenty of time, so let's see what's happened.
So small waves there, as we can see. There, the coach from Peru giving indications to Cesar Bauer to try to get more on the inside. As you can see, each coach has got his way of giving the information right now. So we've got the latest scores coming in. The last wave of Cesar Bauer, 4.87. So sitting firmly in the lead right now with 9.87 is Cesar Bauer. Second position, Luis Rodriguez, his latest wave, 1.93. That's enough to go in his total score, improving a 1-point ride, his opening ride. So he's second right now. He needs 5.95 to go to first position. Daniel Alves from Brazil, one single wave. He needs at least 2.70 to take that position from Luis Rodriguez. I think that's just him we saw going past our screen. And Martin Muradian from France has got two waves, 2.73. That's surprising coming from the guy. We saw him with that impressive perfect wave according to the judges.
Perfect 10 on that ride, no?
Exactly. Incredible two riding from Martin Muradian yesterday. Obviously the waves on offer today are a little bit smaller.
Well, now Luis Rodriguez kicking out into that one. Martin Muradian with very two low scores, but now Rush still have plenty of time. This guy is really coming for big and representing Team France. So in the water, there are points that have been into play. Remember, Peru has been one of the surprises together with Japan at this event. So Peru coming to claim some points in this heat with the Cesar Bauer, former world champion, so they can secure the race for the world championship. As well, Team France and Team Brazil with two representatives in this main event final. So Team France and Brazil looking to put some guys already into the grand final. Same as well, Team Peru. So let's see who made it through the big grand final. And remember, two riders are going to advance, and tomorrow we'll have a late day. Two others will serve tomorrow again for the repechage big final.
That the coach of Peru trying to place Cesar Bauer where he wants. So right now, Cesar Bauer still in the lead. Venezuela in second position. Daniel Alves third and Martin Muradian fourth. So right now we're going with Yoyo Sepulveda to the beach with Stefanos Cocorellis from Portugal.
Hey, take it away, Yoyo.
Boys in the booth, what a climb here on action. We had an incredible hit with Mr. Cocorelli winning this hit. Tuvimos a gente tive uma bateria incrível, muito apretada. O que aconteceu ali na água? Tuvo situação de interferência. We had a climb on the water, very tight hit. It was a situation of interference. Mr. Cocurelli is going to tell us what's going on the last hit.
Estava muito tenso lá dentro, muita pressão. Todos estavam com muita vontade de fazer as melhores e havia poucas ondas. E isso acabou por não facilitar nada porque estavam todos a remar para as ondas e a puxar para fora do pique e acabou por ser sacada uma interferência ao atleta do Chile local. E foi isso, estava difícil lá dentro.
He's telling that it was a situation very tight on the water. It was everybody wanted to pass the hit on the first, and well, finally by some paddles, Joshua got the interference. Mr. Cocurelli, você tive uma apresentação incrível, um surfing alucinante, completamente maduro. O que gostaria você falar para todo mundo que está lá em casa vendo sua performance aqui em La Punta?
Eu queria agradecer a todos pelo apoio que me têm dado nas redes sociais. Queria agradecer também à minha família em principal, aos meus treinadores, aos meus patrocínios, que acho que é o essencial. Obrigado a todos.
He wants to tell everybody at home very thanks for his performance, for everything that he's done on this hit, and thanks very much at home. Mr. Cocurelli, muito obrigado a você, boa sorte na seguinte bateria.
Obrigado.
Thanks guys on the booth. Here I'm with the action and one of the best hits of this morning, boys.
There you have it, Stefano Coccarelli's last hit winner and yo-yo. Alfred Sepulveda, what a legend. Oh, I remember from north to south when we see then Martin Muridan now trying to put finally a solid score in the scoreboard. He's currently sitting in third and it's a 4.14. So this is maybe the lowest performance we have seen from Martin in the competition so far. We know as well surf is getting smaller, but well, let's see now. Open rider is another world champion, Ben trying to do a floor re-entry. No, but the very difficult conditions, not more scoring potential in every line of these waves. So not an easy task for this rider to do on the water.
So 10 minutes left right now. We don't have the time on our screens, but we're right at the 10-minute mark in this final. But right now we're going with an interview of Joshua Toledo with Yo-Yo, probably going to ask him about that interference. Take it away, Yo-Yo.
Boys, it was a big climb on the last hit. We were having the best, highest scores of the competition. Here I am with one of the big names, gold medal 2014, Joshua Toledo. Chicos, y la situación en esta última manga fue espectacular. Joshua Toledo con uno de los puntajes, presentaciones más altas de lo que es la categoría junior. Joshua, ¿qué nos puedes decir? ¿Qué pasó en este último hit? Tuviste puntajes de 9, de 7, de 8 y con una interferencia pasaste en segundo.
Bueno, antes de meterme a la manga, entré con un resfrío. Me costó desenvolverme en la manga, en la cual no miré bien para atrás y el portugués se me tiró por detrás. Y nada, estoy contento de mi desempeño y las notas más altas que logré para poder pasar al hit de las semifinales.
He was telling to everybody that he was feeling a bit sick this morning, and at the beginning when he got into the lineup, he felt a bit tight. Everybody wants to pass the hit, and finally with his 9 and 8, he was going through the next hit. Joshua, estamos ya en instancias importantes. We are here in a big instance. We're going to go to the finals soon. We're going to go to the semifinals. Nos vamos ya a las finales, a las semifinales. ¿Hay alguna estrategia de Toledo acá para defender su medalla en casa?
Bueno, vamos a darle con todas estas semifinales y demostrarle al mundo quién soy yo y quiénes son mis auspiciadores que están aquí en mis tablas.
All right, this is a good message to everybody. I'm going to go with all my passion and I'm going to show to the whole world who I am and who are my sponsors that are supporting me here at home. Thanks very much, boys. Here we are with all the action. We are back on the booth with Steve Jackson, with Philip Miller, and my friend Juan Santos. Gracias, chicos.
Oh, Yo-Yo, once again, thank you. Yeah, trying to get the best coverage around the whole scenario that is making this beautiful event unique. As you see, we have a bit of a lay low on surf as my companion and colleague here, Philip Muller, refereed. We have a little bit of problem now with the onshore wind, and if the wind affects the prone riders, can you imagine how it affects the drop-knee riders? Explain us more about that, Philip.
Well, obviously you can see it. I mean, compared to the level of yesterday, we saw also 2 heats of the main event of drop knee in the morning where there was no wind, and you could see them a lot more confident, secure, and landing those maneuvers. Right now you can see them wobble, and why is that? Is obviously because they're being standing up or on their knee compared to the prone. They're offering more surface of resistance to the wind, and obviously that's making it more complicated. But it is a final. There's 2 spots directly in the grand final, and these 4 men are taking that opportunity.
Also, as well, as you can see, we are running into a low tide, so it's really getting very dry. So not an easy takeoff for this rider. You can see there is a kind of close-out slab, and it's an airdrop takeoff. So these guys got like under between 1 to 2 foot between the wave line, the ocean, and the dry reef bottom. So a lot here to consider into play. Like they don't want to get injured now, especially that they are in a final. So no big scores being thrown here in this drop knee main event final. The biggest score so far is a 5 points, so in the medium range, and it's followed by a 4.87. We have seen the only perfect 10 in the competition has been made in the drop knee division, and now here we are only achieving a 5 point as maximum score. So that is up and riding. Martin Muridan, drive us through it.
Here he comes, starting with a reverse spin, and that will be it for Martin Murajan. Really, it's impressive to see the difference, and we were talking with the Chilean judges, but they said it's true that Martin Murajan, in his heat with the 10, he still struggled to pass in first or second position because his backup score was a 4.10. So it seems like a great burst of inspiration when he pulled that 10 out, but since then we haven't seen any excellent waves of Martin Murajan. For now, Daniel Alves.
Yeah, Daniel Alves, good style. This is a very good drop knee rider from Brazil. Not finding himself the right balance in this wave. Lost a bit of momentum in the moment of launching that move at the top. But now it's turn again for the French to get the stamp in his passport to the grand final. No much potential, only a bit of a snap. Nothing big being thrown. Okay, it seems like 5 minutes remaining on the clock. We're running out of time then for the French and the Brazilian. Luis Rodriguez so far keeping himself in second place, and the Peruvian, the former world champion, taking the lead and being like maybe the first rider getting into this ISA 2015 Edition 1 final.
As we see the girls there, there's only less than 5 minutes left in this final of the main event in drop knee, and now we're going to see the final of the main event for the women's division. And so 4 great bodyboarders are taking it up to the water. Yuleino Gonzalez from Venezuela, Ayaka Suzuki from Japan, and Cecile Lacoste from France, and Neymara Carvalho from Brazil. That could very well be a final on Sunday, for example.
Absolutely. Each of those ladies, believe me, they are very strong riders. Like Yuleino, this is Venezuelan champion, Ayaka, Japanese champion, and the champion of the very first event held in Nazaré in Portugal in the professional tour. So she's coming here very motivated, you know. Okay, open rider again, nice floatery entry, making it complete. Caesar, that's what happened when you take on a world champion in your hit. Going back to the presentation of the ladies, and Cecile Lacoste from France. She is the current European Women's Division champion. And Neymara Carvalho, a lady, doesn't need any introductions. 5-time world champion, 2-time ISA gold medalist. So as you said, this is going to be a rack of an action heat.
Exactly, as we see there, some of the people watching all the live action. And I mean, you've been down the reef also. When you're standing on the reef where we see the countries, the panorama changes completely. You feel the intensity of the World Championship from the inside, and
Absolutely.
You see the reef so close there.
Absolutely, yeah, you can feel how all the teams stick so close to each other, how they stick together. This is what makes really unique this kind of events, very different from the professional world tour where everyone is looking for himself. You know, well, good scores dropping now for blue and yellow. These are very good news for Team Venezuela. Look at 6.43. So Rodriguez increasing now the distance to Martin, the Frenchman in red. Cesar Bauer so far remain in first, 6.33 his last wave ride. Luis Rodriguez from Venezuela, yellow in second. So Team France in a bit on a trouble. Martin Muridan, if he doesn't find a way to get out of third, that means that Martin will go into the repechage final. And Team France is one of the teams that is here on the race for the world title as a team champion. Same as white jersey, Daniel Alves from Brazil, sitting in 4, requiring a 7.2. Team Brazil, another one that is coming here to try to claim the goal for their team nation.
2 minutes left. Here is live action, and here is Martin Murajan in third position, looking for a 6.94, doing a small re-entry there in the air, trying to keep on advancing, as you see, a bit difficult. Also the wind affecting. So Martin Murajan, I don't see him getting the required score on that wave, and time is ticking down, as you see there, Venezuela cheering on Luis Rodriguez, and here he comes, Luis Rodriguez starting with a snap. And there you can see also the wave closing out. Also the condition of the lowest tide is making the wave a lot shorter. Daniel Alves seemed to be following behind, paddling for that wave. Finally deciding not to go. So we're waiting on that latest wave from Martin Murajan, looking for a 6.94. Daniel Alves didn't go, and Luis Rodriguez also took another wave. That's his 6th wave, and we're entering the last minute. So lots of pressure. Remember, this is the final of the main event. Like you just said, Juan, if you lose, you go to the final of the repechage. But that will be a nerve-wracking experience, because the 2 riders you're going to face there coming through the repechage are going to have a serious level, and they're going to be coming warm and on fire from a lot of previous heats.
Of course, look at this. Martin trying to decrease the distance to second, putting 4.5. But there, Venezuelan Luis Rodriguez answering back and now scoring a 4.83. So situation remains with 30 seconds and counting down on the clock. On the lead, blue, Cesar Bauer from Peru. Second, yellow, Luis Rodriguez from Venezuela. Third place, the Frenchman up and riding, trying to score big and get out. Ooh, a bit of frustration there we saw. And in fourth place, white as well, up and riding. Last shot for the Brazilian. Steals there, trying to get speed, snapping at the top. A bit of the water in that rail play. Now coming to the inside, and he might be now kicking out because achieved the dry shell rock. Running out of time, 3 seconds remaining, and seems like it is official. Philip, we have the 2 first finalists in this ISA World Bodyboarding Championship 2015, and that will be 2 South Americans jumping in. Cesar Bauer, former world champion from Peru in blue, and yellow, Luis Rodriguez from Caracas, Venezuela in yellow. We will be seeing more from Daniel Alves, white from Brazil, and red Martin Murajan from France in the repechage final from the drop knee division.
That's right, so 2 finalists. Congratulations to Cesar Bauer from Peru and Luis Rodriguez from Venezuela. 2 countries that know already that they've got at least 1 medal for their country for sure.
Yeah.
And so we're going to see the heat recap of that heat, the final of the main event in the drop knee division. Cesar Bauer, as you said, the score's not so high. Total score 11.33. For Cesar Bauer, 11.26, so very little difference there between Peru and Venezuela, and very far from the scores that we saw, for example, yesterday. Right now we're getting ready with the final of the main event. For the women's division, we've got Yulena Gonzalez from Venezuela, Ayaka Suzuki, the Japanese, and Cécile Lacoste from France, and Neymara Carvalho from Brazil are going to battle it out 20 minutes in the water, with a maximum of 10 waves, and there goes the countdown. They're going to start on the way. Right now, we're doing the heat recap.
Let's take a look at this. Martin Murajan, the Frenchman, now in this one, full speed, doing a nice floatery entry into this whitewash. Another one, another nice rainer floatery entry, but not finding the big one. This is Luis Rodriguez of Venezuela. Nice style. Look at this snap, getting a lot of water out of those rails. This is the Brazilian Daniel Alves. Nice way to get the water out of the rail. Now combining with another move, and there you have it. This was the final in the drop knee division on this day number 3 of the ISA World Bodyboarding Championship 2015. So now it's time to pay some bills. We're going to throw some quick ads, and we will back with more action from the ISA WBC 2015 just right after this. Stay tuned.
Lo invito al Museo Regional de Iquique a conocer la historia y los encantos naturales de nuestra región.
México, México, México.
En Camanchaca somos orgullosos de nuestra trayectoria, conscientes de la responsabilidad que tenemos en el presente para desarrollar y mejorar nuestra actividad y ambiciosos del futuro y las metas que nos planteamos para seguir alimentando al mundo desde el mar.
Okay, welcome back to the wave-rich, beautiful city of Iquique in Chile for the ISA World Bodyboarding Championship, where the best bodyboarders in the world come to compete from their nations for gold. Here in the booth, Juan Santos, together with the world best reporter of bodyboarding, world-class commentator, the man that doesn't need any introduction, Steve Action Jackson. Welcome back, Steve. In the water, we're running the women's final on the main event, not the grand final. So the main event final. In red from Venezuela, Yulainer Gonzalez, Venezuelan champion, takes on Ayaka Suzuki, Japanese champion in white. The European 2015 and French women's champion, Anne-Cécile Lacoste, in yellow. And the women that doesn't need any introductions, the legend herself, 2 times ISL gold medal, 5 times world champion in blue from Brazil, Neymara Carvalho.
Yeah, we're already underway out in the water, and right now, you know, we just saw a mad scramble out in the water. A couple of the girls banging rails out there. You know, this is going to be a pretty intense main event final. Again, as you were saying, Yulainer Gonzalez, Ayaka Suzuki, and Cecile Lacoste, Neymara Carvalho, the cream of the crop thus far here in the open women's division. And it'll be interesting to see how this main event final shakes out. Again, the top 2 finishers in this heat will go on to the grand final, where they will square up against the top 2 riders from the Reprecharge final. You know what? We're going to throw things down to the beach right now before we get into any more action. Take it away, Phil.
Thank you, Steve. So here I am with 2010 Professional Tour World Champion Cesar Bauer from Peru, taking the win, and one of the 2 happy guys in the drop knee division that can go to bed tonight knowing that he's already got a medal for his country and that he will be in the grand final on Sunday. How does it feel? You did this last year also, going straight to the final. You never saw a repechage heat. How does it feel now that you've got one lay day before taking the finals?
First of all, I'm really happy to make it through the final. So now just to support the rest of the team that they are really fighting for going to the final. I'm really stoked to be part of this event, to be part of the Peruvian team, and really happy again to make it possible.
What are your plans for tomorrow now that you know that you've got the day off? Just stay here and support the team?
For sure. Taking the flag and shouting for my team and being there to support in any kind of stuff that they need.
Un mensaje rápido para toda la gente del lindo Perú.
Claro. Gracias a todos los peruanos por ver el campeonato. Ya estamos en la final. Los peruanos la están rompiendo en las demás categorías. Sigan mandando todas las vibras. Arriba Perú.
Gracias, Cesar. So back to you guys and back to live action.
Okay, thank you, Philip Muller. That was Cesar Bauer, the 2010 Professional World Tour Drop Knee Champion. And seems like the Japanese, while we were on the interview, was keeping busy and already showing a 5.17. So you're going to see a lot of strategy coming into play right now here. Now we see Anne-Cécile Lacoste, nice lap. Look at nice roll. Ooh, let's see if he can drive through the whitewash and made it complete. Yeah, Lacoste.
There you have it.
Yeah.
Anne-Cécile Lacoste getting on the board. Solid wave there. You know, it's going to be fun to watch this heat, Juan. I mean, just stacked with some of the best women's riders in the world. You know, as you said, Neymar Carvalho, her resume speaks for herself, as does the career of Anne-Cécile Lacoste. And then you look at the 20-year-old Ayaka Suzuki up and riding now. She's definitely someone to keep an eye on, as she's been knocking on the door on the Women's World Tour for pro bodyboarding. You know, we've seen her in the top 5 the last couple of years. I would not be surprised to see this girl take home a world title for Japan one of these days.
No, well, we saw it on the second edition of the ISA World Bodyboarding Championship held in Playa Parguito, Venezuela, when between the many known names, Seri O'Hara from Japan went to claim the gold. And speaking about gold, there's gold in herself. There, Neymara Carballo now trying to improve a 1.17, and for sure this is a good way to do that. So Neymara Carballo currently sitting in second, looking for a second score to back it up. And Cecile Lacoste looking solid. She has been doing a great campaign so far. Then we see the Italian Davide Danti. He likes to relate more with the local girls. You know, Davide, he's everywhere. He's like a Holy Spirit from Italy. Every time if you want to see where Davide Danti is, just look for the Chilean girls and you will find him.
Well, situation change out in the water. Ayaka Suzuki jumping up into the top spot ahead of Anne Cecile Lacoste. That bumps Neymar Carvalho down to third, and Yelena Gonzalez from Venezuela into the fourth spot.
Well, it feels pretty early. Yeah, Yelena as well. Last year here did a very good campaign. She went into the final but couldn't get herself the right waves. So I was trying to say that now this is a women's main round division final. These girls are coming to play with a lot of strategy. They are going to try to mark the best spot on the peak. They are going to sit in the best spot, so they are sure that they can be in the right moment when the highest scoring potential waves coming through the reef. We have a bit of a lay low in the swell today. We were expecting a bit of higher waves, bigger waves. For sure, tomorrow we are going to have better surf, and of course, with better surf, better conditions, a much better show. Neymara Carballo, last wave, take a look at this, 5 points. So the 5 times world champion, two times ISA medalist, takes now the lead, followed by Suzuki. Well, the Japanese in whites in the second, and again, Brazil and Japan holding very important points in the race for the championship, you know, because throwing Anne Cecile, the French, and the Venezuelan into fourth, but especially the French into third, puts more pressure into Team France to claim the championship as team champion.
So Neymar Carvalho moving to the top spot. Neymar won gold in 2002 in Durban, South Africa, and then took gold medal honors again in 2013 in Venezuela.
Exactly.
She currently holds the lead at the moment. And you know what? The other day while speaking with her, she said last year she didn't feel completely prepared for the WBC, but this year she feels like she's ready to battle for the title.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You see Neymar, the age she is and how fit she is and the commitment. Actually, all this experience is a mix of motivation plus experience that is coming together in only one factor. This can be the little difference that can bring you the gold medal into you.
Well, those who aren't familiar with Neymar's career, she had taken a couple of years off from competitive bodyboarding. She had actually tested the waters of a political career back home in Espírito Santo in Brazil. So she took a couple of years off from competitive bodyboarding, actually made her return last year. But as she was saying, you know, after that 2-year hiatus, she wasn't at her peak level. She feels like she's back at that top level of performance again.
Oh, yeah, and what an example for all the women and all the girls in the world. Neymar, of course, one big reference into the women's bodyboarding division. An example to follow. I think that if I would like to compare Neymar Carballo to someone, the only one I can compare will be Mike Stewart. You know, like these are the real legends. Talking about legends, Neymar, nice wave, good rollo, a bit of a bump in the land in the whitewash. He's still there, making it complete. Now coming for the real scoring potential wave, the drive through the sandbag, combining with 2 forwards, and now going to the last closeout. And well. Oh, that was amazing.
And there you can see the fist claim from Neymar Carvalho.
Yeah.
And there you can see she's still got that
Of
championship
course.
type style going, you know, back in form. And they're really putting it together on that one, connecting to the beach break on the inside, getting around the bend and continuing on. She put together a solid wave there.
Yeah.
That'll probably be the highest scoring wave of this heat.
This is exactly what we meant when we spoke about motivation and experience, right, Steve?
Oh, most definitely. Meanwhile, there you can see back out in the lineup, Yelena Gonzalez giving a quick look at that wave. not much to work with there, so she will kick out and paddle back to the lineup. Yelena Gonzalez trying to work her way out of that fourth spot. Got a pretty tall task at the moment. She needs an 8.45 to get back into the mix of things.
Well, Julainer only with 2 minimal scores, very short scores, Julainer. Let's see if Julainer can make it at least into the final without going to the repecharge final. Julainer, she got some good tricks on the pocket. It's only a matter of finding the right wave, so still plenty of time, 8 minutes to go on the clock. Well, let's see, and Cécile Lacoste, the French girl as well, not finding the second backup score. So things looking low for Team Japan and Team Brazil. Take a look at this, Steve, a 7.5. Let's take a look at the replay from last wave from Nemara Carvalho.
Yeah, so here we are queuing up the replay. This is actually a look at Anne-Cécile Lacoste on her last wave. Punches the roll through the pitching lip. Solid maneuvering there. So, you know, we're seeing some shuffling out there. Ayaka to first, Nemara to first, Anne-Cécile now ahead of Ayaka Suzuki. So just running through the scores. Nemara Carvalho with a 7.50 on her last wave, Ayaka Suzuki with a 5.30, and Anne-Cécile Lacoste with a 6.67. So there you see the running order out in the water at the moment, counting down to 7 minutes left on the clock. Nemara in the lead, Anne-Cécile second, Ayaka pushed to third. And Yelena Gonzalez now in combination situation if she's going to grab that second spot from Anne-Cécile Lacoste. So Yelena has a pretty tall order in front of her right now.
Well, Yelena combination situation with 7 minutes on the clock is a big task to do, but there it is, Yelena. This might be enough to take herself out of the combination. Well, now again we see the battle between the teams, Team Brazil and Team France here leading the current heat. Very important point to hold. When we see now getting ready the next heat, and we are gonna have a blast and a mind-blowing heat with the main event open division round number 5. So stay tuned, make sure you don't go anywhere because we still have ahead of this women's final, we have 3 heats action-packed. You can see there Alan Munoz, legendary rider and a reference of the level and talent that they got here in Chile. Alan Munoz, that made it a few years ago in the middle of the world best bodyboarders in the world. So Alan Munoz getting ready together with Matias Diaz, so 2 Chileans joining the next heat in a big battle with Miguel Rodriguez from Peru and 2 times world champion Amaury Laverne. Speaking about the French, there go Anne-Cécile, good rollo in the first session and kicking out.
So Anne-Cécile Lacoste looking to continue to build her score. She's sitting on a 6.67 and a 5.27 right now, sitting in the second spot, trying to fend off Ayaka Suzuki, who needs a 6.65. And Yelena Gonzalez, a 4.27 on her last wave, takes her out of combination situation. She still needs to put together a 7.68 or better if she's going to improve her situation.
Well, it's just now comes to play the wave selection. Very tricky. Not a lot of set waves coming right now. We are running into a low tide. And now with a lot of experience, you see now Nemara blocking Ayaka Suzuki, scooping into this one, trying to launch a roll and driving through the whitewash. So another complete wave and another complete move for Nemara Carvalho, putting the pressure into Ayaka Suzuki, not letting Ayaka moving around the peak. So Team Brazil holding the lead, Team France holding the second position. Ayaka needs a 6.88. So achievable score, of course, but needs to be a well-performed wave ride to assure she can do it and make it to second place and avoid the tomorrow day of competition so she can have a late day. Yelena Gonzalez in the other side needs a 7.91 and also is in the same situation of needing a high score to avoid the repecharge final.
And here we see Yelena Gonzalez paddling into this right-hander. Drops in, sets her line, drives off the bottom, going for the air roll spin. Unfortunately, getting caught up in the whitewater, just not able to ride out in front of that one. That will be an incomplete maneuver that will not really help her out much. Again, she's still looking for a 7.91. Meanwhile, Ayaka Suzuki trying to dial in a 6.88, driving through the barrel, throws into the spin, combos with the reverse, and she's going to continue on before kicking out as she comes up on the reef shelf.
Ayaka, well, the Japanese, very good riders. Japanese are very rough in big serve. Ayaka not finding here what she expect. Maybe Ayaka will do better in the next couple of days when serve gets bigger. Ayaka needs a 6.78 to attack the second place held by the rider in yellow from France, Anne-Cécile Lacoste. So a lot of talent in the water. Remember, this is the land of champions. This is the Iquique Para Todos ISA World Bodyboarding Champion 2015. We like to say thank you to all our sponsors. Remember, this event is made possible by Iquique Para Todos, Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique, the Chilean Surfing Federation, as well as Erizos. Thank you very much, Erizos, for all the support. Erizos bodyboards and bodyboarding gear. Thank you very much to our media partners, Surfline, Pasión Extrema, RTC Televisión, and of course, so we are very grateful to all our team, the production team of Via de Escape. Thank you, Carlos, and all your team for all this live coverage, so you can tell the world and bring the image and the complete footage of what is the scenario in this marvelous event. Steve, there's 2 minutes remaining and counting down.
Just like that, we're down to the closing minutes of this heat. Neymar Carvalho continues to lead the way. Anne-Cécile Lacoste in that second spot, looking to pass through to the women's grand final. Ayaka Suzuki, Lena Gonzalez right now on the outside looking in, facing the task of having to go to Reprecharge and battle it out there to stay alive in this event.
Well. Running out of time, Team Venezuela and Team Japan. Let's see, seems like some action is approaching, so I can see some waves in the horizon. No wave ride. Whoa. Wind now a factor that maybe not the best conditions. We have a bit of an onshore wind that blows the line when it comes into the reef. Then you can see Sean Evans, our photographer. And now again, Juleiner Gonzalez, good Rollo, combining with a speed now, coming to the drainer inside section, but kicking out, avoiding that urchin-packed shell rock. Not a good experience to be exactly there in the inside section when you know that you can fall or finish your moves just on top of a very sharp reef that is packed with urchins. 1 minute mark.
All right, so counting down the final 45 seconds, Neymar Carvalho maintaining the lead out there. Meanwhile, you can see, another shot of the locals enjoying the beach here right on the edge of the Atacama Desert. Not a bad day to be out on the beach here at Punto Uno.
Not at all. That's our producer, manager, Carlos. Okay, now Ayaka kicking out. That's our producer, manager, Carlos, showing the world that Chile is a place to come if you want to book the surf trip of your life. It's not only waves, it's also the beautiful women, very good food, good vibes in the water. So make sure you book Chile as one of your next upcoming surf trips because you're going to enjoy it. Believe me, you're going to really love it. It's 5,400 kilometers of unknown beach and reef breaks. So we ran out of time. That's it. Official result is blue Brazil in first. Neymar Carvalho, second place. Yellow from France and Cécile Lacoste. So we see, Steve, that we're going to see more from Ayaka Suzuki from Japan. And we're going to see more as well from Juleiner from Venezuela in the women's Reprecharge final.
All right, so there you have it. We're going to take a quick look at the heat recap. Here's Neymar with the solid roll, and here's a look at Anne-Cécile Lacoste. Neymar and Anne-Cécile taking the top 2 spots. Here's another look at Neymar Carvalho. They were able to put together some solid scores to advance them through to the main event, or the grand final, mind you. This was the main event final. So Neymar Carvalho and Anne-Cécile Lacoste moving on to the Open Women's Grand Final. And there you have the heat recap. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back right after this.
Bienvenido a Tierra de Campeones. Iquique, ¡Sachi! ¡Sí! ¡Lele! ¡Le! ¡Chi, chi, chi! ¡Lele, le! ¡Viva Chile!
And welcome back to the Iquique para Todos 2015 ISA World Bodyboard Championship. We're coming to you live from Punto Uno in the beautiful wave-rich city of Iquique, located in the north of Chile. I'm Steve Action Jackson, rejoined here in the booth by Phil Morris. Phil Muller, excuse me.
19 minutes, as we see there. Team Venezuela receiving Yulainer Gonzalez. And right now we are in the final of the main event of the men's division. So 4 guys fighting to be able to go straight without ever seeing a round of repechage to the grand final. In the water, Alan Munoz from Chile is in red, Miguel Rodriguez from Peru in white, Matias Diaz, the other Chilean, will be in yellow, and the 2-times world champion Amaury Laverne from France. And also 2 medals last year at the 2014 edition of the WBC. So this is going to be a tough heat, but 2 of these 4 guys, the same as Neymara, Carvalho and Anne-Cécile Lacoste, will know that they've got a medal secured. Right now we're going to the beach with Juan Santos and Team Brazil.
Crucial moment of history. This is what happens when you take in your head 2 times ISA gold medal and 5-time world champion, the lady herself that doesn't need an introduction. We were speaking about this is what happens when you have in the water a blend of motivation and experience. Neymara, congratulations, you are the first one achieving the grand final. How do you feel?
I feel so happy. I want to win this contest. I have been competing this year, back to competing this year for the world tour, and then never won one contest this year. So I really put all my energy and all my strength, force to win this contest. I hope now I'm in the grand. Now I am on the grand final, so I will relax now to do my best on the grand final.
Yeah, we are getting a bit of emotional, Neymara. You know, tomorrow you got a late day, so you can prepare yourself for the big final. You have been having a big support from Brazil. Few words for everybody watching at home.
Can I speak in Portuguese a little bit? Obrigada a todo mundo que está torcendo no Brasil, aos meus alunos do Instituto, a Jéssica, minha mãe, a aluna, todos os meus familiares. E a galera, tô com tudo, cara. Se Deus quiser, eu vou levar esse título pro Brasil.
There you have it, guys. Neymara Carvalho, finals in the Open Women's Division final. Team Brazil in the race for the World Championship. Thank you, guys. Going back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Mr. Juan Santos. So 16 minutes left in this final of the main event, and here comes Amaury Laverne with a huge clean flip to start that ride, goes into the forward spin, going to see if that second section has something to offer, and he sees it from far away. It doesn't.
So Amaury Laverne comes out firing with the backflip on that one. He opened up with a minimal score, now putting down something more substantial. And here we have a little bit of paddle battle. Matias Diaz up and riding.
Here he comes, the Chilean Matias Diaz, actually on the scoreboard, but only technically in the lead of this heat with a 1.60. But I can tell you in these 15 next minutes, a lot is going to change. Right now, Miguel Rodriguez going for a huge air, landing in the white water and punching straight out. So that will be his opening score. We're going to see how they stack up. Right now, Matias Diaz also waiting on his second score.
So as you can see on the scoreboard at the top of your screen, all of these guys opened up with minimal scores, except for Miguel Rodriguez. He dialed in something a little more substantial, waiting for that last wave exchange to register, as all of these guys traded off on waves-ridden counting down to the 15-minute mark. It'll be interesting to see where the secondary scores fall and where that first score for Miguel Rodriguez comes in.
So really a slow start to this heat. We're getting a few scores now, a bit more substantial for Alan Munoz, also for Matias Diaz. Amaury Laverne is following on their tail, and Miguel Rodriguez. So now game is on. These were just like touching the water, feeling the water air at Punta Uno, but now the real scores are getting dropped. We're waiting for the last judge. So first call to fall, Matias Diaz, his last wave, 6.07. Amaury Laverne a bit better, 6.67. In the same range, Alan Munoz gets a 6-point ride and Miguel Rodriguez 4.83. So right now the situation in the water, first position goes to France. Second position goes to Matias Diaz. They've got exactly the same total score. Amaury Laverne is first. He's got the highest individual wave. And air, things are going to change. He's going to replace his 1-point ride. Wow.
Well, there was a very unusual miscue from Amaury Laverne. He opened up with the roll, went to combo it with another roll, and his board slipped out of his hand. And there you can see floating out in the water, capturing all of the photographic images, our photographer Sean Evans, coming to us from San Diego, California.
Even he seems surprised watching so close by Amaury Laverne miss that second roll. As you say, a little miscue there from the Frenchman. Last year he finished with a silver medal in this open men's division, but won the drop knee division. This year they let the place to Martin Murajan to take the drop knee. Visibly it was a lot of work for Amaury Laverne last year. This year they're going to let him concentrate only on the open men's division.
And here we have Amaury up and riding again, comes out of the barrel, throws the roll. So Maz dialing in that a little bit more characteristic to the two-time world champion and former gold medalist and silver medalist here at the ISA Games.
Yeah, Amaury Laverne there being beaten in the morning by Alan Munoz, taking Pierre-Louis Costes and Amaury Laverne. He finished in first position. And so Amaury Laverne this time wanting to get things on the way very fast, and that's what he's been doing, 6.67. He's already got another good score coming, while we see the highest wave of the heat so far, 8.50 for Miguel Rodriguez from Peru.
So the Peruvian dialing into the biggest score of the heat right now leads the way. Meanwhile, Matias Diaz in an unfamiliar position so far here at the WBC, trying to work his way out of third position. He has a 6.07, now trying to get rid of a 1.60 as a backup score. We've seen Matias Diaz in all of his heats come out firing, looking really aggressive, dialing in some big scores. Used to seeing him leading the heat, not sitting in third spot.
Exactly, Matias Diaz and Alan Munoz. Here comes Miguel Rodriguez looking to replace that 4.83, goes into the ARS. Finally, that wave doesn't offer much more further down the ride, so decides to kick out. We're going to wait on the decision of the judges. We've got that latest wave of, no, still coming in, missing one score for Amaury Laverne, wanting to replace that 1-point ride. He's going to probably jump from second to first. No, Miguel Rodriguez with that 8.5 has got too many points right now.
And here's one more look at that wave. A quick in and out barrel ride for Amaury. Throws the roll, combos with the spin. Decent wave there. It's probably not going to be enough. He's looking for a 6.67 to claim the lead from Miguel Rodriguez. Meanwhile, Rodriguez waiting for his last wave to score, trying to replace a 4.83 and strengthen his overall combined heat total.
Lots of work here for our panel of judges up here. Lots of waves being ridden, obviously, with 4 riders of this level, having them in the water, trying to catch as many waves as possible. 10 minutes and 50 seconds left.
And it's been interesting out there. The first 5 minutes of this heat was relatively quiet, and since then it's really picked up in momentum and intensity. And here we go, riders paddling for position. See if we have any takers. We're going to stay with Matias Diaz on the left-hander. Comes off the bottom, throws the ARS, and we'll see if he's able to finish this off. Throws into a forward spin, and now coming to the end section, he's going to throw the roll and finishes that one off strong. Meanwhile, wow, check this out. Alan Munoz breaking out the big backflip on that wave. Alan with a 7.97, 6.0, and we're not done. Wave exchange from Amaury Laverne So these guys fast and furious with the wave exchange out in the water at the 10-minute mark. That's going to be real interesting to see the judges sort that exchange out.
I guess they're going to be using intensively the replay system up here, because even for us in the webcast booth it's becoming difficult to keep count. So Alan Munoz sitting on a 6 and a 7.97, second position, but missing that last wave with the huge backflip. Matias Diaz is getting his latest score. He's going to replace that 1.60. Situation is going to change. Amaury Laverne also waiting on the last judge to give him his final score for his fifth wave, and Miguel Rodriguez here, impressive, with a 8.5 actually in the rankings. He is in third position, and that could even change with Matias Diaz's latest wave.
So we're probably going to see things shuffle up pretty good. Meanwhile, we're going to throw into a quick look at the replay. Talk us through this, Phil.
Here comes Alan Munoz, the best card for Chile, throwing into that huge flip, nice and clean, landing in the flats and taking it out with control and riding it out. 8.6 for that latest wave for Alan Munoz. Taking first position, Miguel Rodriguez landing at 8.37. The situation is going to be changing without stopping here during this heat. So Miguel Rodriguez in first position at 8.5 and at 8.37. Alan Munoz now second with an 8.6, needs to replace that 7.97 with an 8.28. Amaury Laverne now with two 7-point range waves in third position. He now needs 8.71 to go to second. And Matias Diaz right now in fourth position, not a common position to see him in, needs 9.98, almost a perfect wave if he wants to take second position from Alan Munoz. This is tough.
So just like that, Matias Diaz pushed perilously close to combo land. Needs a 9.98. He pretty much needs to break that into two new high-scoring waves.
To make it sure. Still 8 minutes on the clock, and now back to a little tranquility here on the Pacific Ocean. That will give a bit of time to the judges to try to punch in all those latest waves.
Yeah, so now dealing with a little bit of a lull after that rapid-fire wave exchange. This will give the judges as well as the riders out in the water a chance to catch their breath and gear up for the next round of waves. So counting down, 7:30 left on the clock, and that was pretty wild. You know, these guys going wave for wave and dropping some pretty solid scores. I mean, that last wave exchange, we're looking at 2 waves in the excellent range and 2 waves in the very good range. So, you know, these guys pulling out all the stops. They know what's on the line. Top 2 guys go straight to the grand final and will be guaranteed a medal position, a medal finish here at the 2015 ISA World Bodyboard Championship.
7 minutes left, so this is the last main event heat of the day. This is day 3 of competition. After this, we've got the 2 last heats of the day to close this third day. We're going to see round 5 of the repechage of the men. Level is getting stepped up at each round of this repechage in the men's division. We're going to see 3 men in the water. Jorge Hurtado from Peru, another Peruvian, Yoni Aguirre, and they will be ganging up upon Lucas Nogueira from Brazil.
That's going to be an interesting battle, to say the least, as we've seen some solid performances for all 3 of these guys. Unfortunately for them, they somehow, some way ended up in repechage. Jorge Hurtado, though, you know, he's looked really dangerous. He's not exactly the biggest known name in the world of bodyboarding, but you know what? He's been taking people out throughout the course of this event. And it's going to be interesting to see how this shakes out in repechage, because one of these guys is going to get dropped from the field. The other 2 are going to stay alive for the repechage final.
Here comes Mars. That was looking like a good wave, but as you could see, he saw it before us. It was coming crashing down. Prefers to punch through the face, Amaury Laverne, and abort the mission right now. And here comes right behind him, Alan Munoz. A smaller wave, and also not giving much opportunity. I mean, the riders seem a bit lost here with the new conditions on offer at La Punta.
Yeah, the wave conditions here have been changing consistently throughout the course of the day, but also throughout the course of the event. As we've mentioned, you know, this place looks completely different, breaks very differently at low tide as it does opposed to high tide conditions. And you know what, we've had to see riders make adjustments throughout the course of this event and throughout the course of this day, as the complexion of the waves out here at Punto Uno have changed throughout the course of the day.
Exactly. So once again, one of these lulls waiting for the waves. We want to thank everybody who makes this event possible. It is made possible by Iquique para Todos, also with the support of the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique and the Chilean Surfing Federation. We want to thank our media partners, Surfline, Pasión Extrema, Via de Escape, RTC TV, Surfers Village, Gravidad Zero, Waves Brazil, and Riptide magazine from Australia. Also, 2 local newspapers, El Longino de Iquique and The Estrella of Iquique. A big thank to you all. Right now, there's less than 5 minutes, 4 minutes and 30 seconds. So the guys from the repechage are going to make their way in slowly towards the lineup while we're seeing the end of this clash of the Titans, what could clearly be, as we said, with another one of the finals we might see on Sunday. Sometimes you might have the final of the main event could repeat itself with the right guys going through and have the same grand final on Sunday. We'll see if that happens, but there's still lots of guys who want their place in that grand final that are in the repechage and have got a shot at it.
And real quick, we would be remiss if we didn't stop to thank Rizos Bodyboards, a big sponsor of this event. We don't have them on our announcer script, but you know what? We want to make sure to emphasize our thanks and gratitude to Rizos for their support of this event.
Yes, and also the support that they provide to some of the best Chilean bodyboarders as our members of their team, Joshua, Toledo. Also, you've got Begoña Martinez there on that team, and without mentioning Alan Munoz, that up until now is going through. And, you know, that could be a good day for Alan Munoz. Winning twice in the same day to Amaury Laverne, that should give him a bit of a boost of confidence.
Well, we were saying it first thing this morning when we saw the performances of Matias Diaz and Alan Munoz. You know, these guys looked really strong. Alan Munoz seems to be carrying that momentum through to the end of the day here, whereas Matias Diaz is struggling a little bit. This is actually the first time we've seen Matias mired down in a heat. He's currently sitting in the 4th spot with less than 3 minutes remaining. Just like that, we're into the final minutes of this heat. Matias Diaz still chasing after a very sizable 9.98.
Almost a perfect wave, and just seeing at the scores, I mean, I've seen people go through their round in first position with lesser of a total score than what Matias Diaz right now is sitting on.
Yeah, that just shows the caliber of riding here in this main event, open men's final. You know, so it just gets that much more difficult as we progress along.
But these 4 guys, Miguel Rodriguez, Alan Munoz, Amaury Laverne, and Matias Diaz battling it out at La Punta. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left, so still waiting for the waves. Alan Munoz could be the Chilean already setting a foot in the final, leaving Matias Diaz back along the way, and Miguel Rodriguez from Peru. I mean, he's been flawless during this competition.
Yeah, it's been very interesting. Honestly, to watch the progression of all of these guys, they've all been very impressive. There's a reason why they're here in the main event final.
Exactly, Steve. So remember, through isaworlds.com, you can send messages directly to the tablet in the booth. And so at ISA Worlds, on the live tab below the video, you can see that little comment box. Put your name, where are you writing from, and the message, and we'll try to read the most as possible on air. 1 minute and 30 seconds. So coming soon is the first heat of the round 5 of the repechage of this same division. Open men with Jorge Hurtado, Yoni Aguirre, and Lucas Nogueira. For now, Miguel Rodriguez, leader of this heat. Wow, going for that flip. And so that will be one single maneuver, taking lots of height on that maneuver, not much momentum. And they're following on his heels, Amaury Laverne.
Amaury driving through the barrel, rolls out, throws into a forward spin. He's going to combo with the roll. And wow, Maz putting it together. He needs an 8.71. We'll see where that registers with the judges. I don't know if that's going to be enough. But Amaury Laverne, one last-ditch effort with less than a minute remaining. 45 seconds left on the clock. He's trying to dial in an 8.71 to jump ahead of Alan Munoz. But you know what? The big story in this heat has been Miguel Rodriguez. He's got a pair of 8s to put him in the lead. And on the other side of things, Matias Diaz needs a 9.98. Chucking out the air roll spin on that one. Combos it with the reverse as we count down the final 20 seconds. And, you know, we'll wait for those scores to come in to see if they help Amaury Laverne or Matias Diaz at all. But, I mean, at the moment, it looks like Miguel Rodriguez, Alan Munoz are going to go straight to the grand final. And here we go, Alan Munoz, one last attempt. And whoa!
Big flip there from Alan Munoz, nice and clean, going towards that second section. And there's the score for Mars. Amaury Laverne gets 6.97, so below what was needed, 8.71. He stays in third position. We'll see if Alan Munoz changes his score, gets a higher wave than 8 points. But at this point in competition, it wouldn't change a thing. If he was first or second, they're just going to the grand final. It seems Peru and Chile, the two brother nations, they're going towards the final with Alan Munoz and Miguel Rodriguez. And well, Amaury Laverne and PLC in repechage, both of them. So we'll be seeing them tomorrow, battle it out, and they'll get a little bit extra training at La Punta.
Well, actually, we're going to see PLC before the day is done. We still have 2 heats of repechage on deck. So we're going to see PLC coming up in the second repechage heat. That'll be the last heat of the day. So we'll see how he fares. He may very well have to go up against Amaury Laverne tomorrow in repechage, but we'll see how everything shakes out before we make any definite comments about that.
So with the panoramic there of the rock, the reef at La Punta, let's start the heat recap of this interesting final.
Here's a look at Alan Munoz flipping it out on this wave. And Matias Diaz, a flip on the left, combos with the spin, but gets a little caught up. Meanwhile, here's a look at Amaury Laverne. Driving down the line, punches the roll through the lip. Quick little head dip, and then rolls off the end section. And one more look at Alan Munoz, the big flip there. And one last look at the heat winner, Miguel Rodriguez from Peru. Miguel really catching people's attention. And here's the barrel for Maz, rolls out, throws into the forward spin, did his best to stay in this heat, ends up finishing third. And here's Matias Diaz. This kid has been on fire all day long, unfortunately finishing fourth. He will have to go to repechage. And one more look at Alan Munoz, who will finish in second spot. So Miguel Rodriguez and Alan Munoz, they have punched their ticket to the Open Men's Grand Final. Amaury Laverne, Matias Diaz, they're going to have to battle it out one more time tomorrow in repechage.
That's right. So we're going to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with the 2 last heats of the day, repechage round 5 for the men. So stay tuned.
En Camanchaca, somos orgullosos de nuestra trayectoria, conscientes de la responsabilidad que tenemos en el presente para desarrollar y mejorar nuestra actividad y ambiciosos del futuro y las metas que nos planteamos para seguir alimentando al mundo desde el mar.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are at day 3 of competition. We are in the beautiful city of Iquique for the 2015 Iquique para Todos ISA World Bodyboard Championship. And we've just seen really an intense heat, what was the main event final for the men's division. So Miguel Rodriguez from Peru and Alan Munoz already with a spot in the main men's division in the final. But right now we're going to the beach with an interview. So take it away.
Thank you, guys. Well, what a mind-blowing world-class bodyboarding action. Here I am with Miguel Rodriguez from Peru, the first finalist in the men's open division. I want to speak in Spanish. Miguel, felicitaciones por el performance. ¿Cómo se siente después de esta tremenda batería que has tenido dentro del agua, saber que eres el primer finalista metiendo el pie a la gran final del bodyboarding de categoría de open masculino?
Bueno, muy contento en verdad. Tuve la suerte que me tocaron muy buenas olas y ahorita estoy recontra feliz de estar en la final, ¿no? Y aparte de competir una serie contra Mauri, contra Alan Muñoz, que son como un ídolo para mí, y de verdad es algo increíble para mí. Estoy muy contento, de verdad.
Well, he's beyond happy to be in the water sharing this moment he is very happy to really take on one of his idols, Amaury Laverne. Let's take advantage that Amaury is here. Amaury, what a world-class show in the water. Amaury, 2 times world champion as well, gold medalist in the ISA. How does it feel in the water to share this great level here in Iquique?
Yeah, I'm really happy on this heat. Sometimes you lose, but you're really happy on your performance. And everybody had fun there. We all have some good waves, and I'm happy to show people what with bodyboarding, you know. And I'm really happy for him because I've been seeing him surfing a lot this year. He's really quiet, but he's surfing hard. So yeah, I'm really happy, and I'm gonna keep going for the next round. And yeah, felicitaciones.
Well, there you have it, action packed in this third day of competition. Thank you, Amaury Laverne. Congratulations once again, Miguel Rodriguez. Going back to you guys in the booth.
So there you have it, Juan Santos with a very happy winner from Peru, Miguel Rodriguez. And how is it, Steve, to have your idol, bodyboarder, bomb your interview and come and congratulate you?
You know what? That kid's got to be beyond stoked right now, not only on his performance out there, but to have, you know, some kind words from 2-time world champ and medalist here at the ISA World Games, Amaury Laverne. You know, to have an idol come up to you and say congratulations, you know, and acknowledge your efforts, you know, that kid's got to be over the moon right now.
You could see it too with a smile. As we see there, Jorge Hurtado from Peru. So this heat is going to be tough for the Peruvians. 2 riders. Obviously, the objective is to try to get both of them through towards the next round, round number 6, we'll start tomorrow with round number 6. And there is Pierre-Louis Costes. He'll be waiting for the guys coming from this heat and falling down also from the event, main event finals.
Yeah, so tomorrow PLC and Eder Luciano will be awaiting the guys that got cut from the main event today, as well as the Reprecharge guys. So, you know, Reprecharge tomorrow is going to be super interesting.
Yeah, you might think it's only Reprecharge and it's going to be slower. It won't be. It's going to be tough, tough, tough.
No, Reprecharge heats, it's pretty much put up or shut up. You know, you get the performance under your belt, you put up the results, or, you know, you get eliminated from the field and you'll be out of medal contention.
14 minutes and 10 seconds. We've got a few scores that have been landed already. So Jorge Hurtado is in first position from Peru, following the steps of Miguel Rodriguez in the previous heat with 11.77. Lucas Nogueira has got the highest score of the heat so far, 8.07, with a backup score of 1 point. That means that leaves him in second position right now. He only needs 3.71 to take that first spot and feel a bit safer from the 2 Peruvians. Yoni Aguirre right now only a 1 point ride, and he already needs an 8.08.
Yeah, so Nogueira and Aguirre, they're both going to look to get rid of those 1.0 scores. Yoni looking for a secondary score. He'll look to build from
that second spot from Lucas Nogueira.
From there, meanwhile, Lucas Nogueira looking for something a little more meaty to go with that 8.07 as we look to work our way through this heat of Reprecharge. Again, 2 heats of Reprecharge for the Open men's before we call it a day here on the third day of competition at the 2015 ISA World Bodyboard Championship. And it looks like we might have a little bump rolling in. These guys paddling for position as we speak.
So there you can see all of them heading further down south. Here we're going to see Lucas Nogueira kicking out finally, not wanting an interference with Yoni Aguirre. We saw a big interference there from Joshua Toledo in the under-18 men's division against Delage from France. And I mean, he didn't see him visibly, but still managed to go through even with that interference. And Lucas Nogueira just deciding to not mess with any interference situation.
And here we have Jorge Hurtado up and riding, the Peruvian driving down the line, cranks off the bottom, punches the roll through the pitching lip, and unfortunately just got flushed in the whitewater. Not able to ride out on that one. Meanwhile, Lucas Nogueira up and riding.
Here he comes, so the Brazilian taking his time to find the correct spot and goes there for a big air. Going to see if he manages to go around the bend, waiting for that wave to reform. There's the reef, the dreaded reef right close to you, entering that second section from the beach break of Cavancha and pulling that last little roll. As you can see, the tide pretty low, at this time of day. It's exactly 2 o'clock and 40 minutes here in Chile. As you can see, they're setting the time correctly. The heat is still on the way, even if it says 0 on your screen. We're going to wait for that score of Lucas Nogueira, replacing his 1 point ride. He only needs 3.71. He seems he gets it. Here on our screen, we can see that with a 5.83 for that second wave, he is now sitting in first position. The Brazilian in yellow. Leaving in second, Jorge Hurtado. He got a 1.83 on his last wave. Doesn't go into his total score. And Yoni Aguirre now in third position. They're riding the two. Will he make it out? Doesn't seem so.
No exit on that one for Yoni Aguirre. It looked like he might find the doggy door, and then it just sectioned off and shut down with him on the inside. He'll paddle back out and look for something a little better the next go around. And before that, we saw Hayato and Akito on the beach getting stretched out, warmed up, and ready to hit the water. He'll be hitting the water in just a little bit for the last heat of the day. He'll be going up against Sergio Alonso and Daniel Fonseca.
Sorry, that's going to be the last heat of the day. Sergio Alonso from Venezuela, Hayato Enokido for Japan, and Daniel Fonseca from Portugal. Tomorrow also, we're going to start to have a clearer idea of the team standings. After so many losses for many of the teams today, a few have lost 2, even 3 of their competitors in the open men's division. Although it is not a clear and definite visual at the beginning of the second to last day, but we're going to start to get a firmer image of who's still in contention for the team gold medal.
Yeah, we've seen all of the major contenders, Brazil, Chile, France, all lose riders today. But one of the bigger stories today, Team Australia losing 3 of their 4 riders. So now Luke Fisher will be the last man standing for Team Australia when he hits the water in the drop knee repper charge tomorrow. So the hopes and dreams of Team Australia winning a medal here at the 2015 World Bodyboard Championship now rest on the shoulders of Luke Fisher.
Exactly, so the big job for Luke Fisher. We've seen also some of his family writing on the message board, so I to all the Australians that are still up at this time. And looking at the table of positions, at the beginning of the day, 5 nations hadn't lost anyone: Brazil, Chile, France, Peru, and Portugal. But today, Brazil and Portugal have lost some men, so 3 countries, if I'm not wrong, have still got their full team. It seems that Chile, France, and Peru have lost no one, eliminated from competition. Some have gone down from the main events towards repechage.
Actually, if I recall correctly, Nelson Flores was eliminated from Team Chile. So, I mean, this is something we're going to have to look really closely at the end of the day. But I'm going to venture a guesstimation, if I may. I think our top 5 contenders actually all lost at least one person. So it's just a matter of who's still standing when we wrap up competition here today. But it's definitely going to have an effect on the overall team standings.
Exactly, Steve. So we don't have the time left. We're going to try to over-air it on the PA system. Obviously, the riders will want to know that information too. Right now, situation is the same. Lucas Nogueira now sitting in the control seat of this heat, taking first position, and that will give him a bit of confidence, knowing that he's against 2 guys from the same team, that they could try to apply tactics to not let him ride waves. He's gone the right way, getting that 8.07 early in the heat.
All right, so again, working our way through the last 2 heats of the day out in the water right now. Lucas Nogueira leading the way over Jorge Hurtado and Yoni Aguirre. Again, these repechage heats, the top 2 guys will continue on. The third man, unfortunately, going to get cut from the field. His here at the 2015 WBC.
Yeah, so it seems one of the Peruvians might be eliminated. So here we're seeing the time being set. There's 7 minutes and 20 seconds left in this heat number 1. But here comes Yoni Aguirre looking for a 5.01, but that means he would push down Jorge Hurtado. I mean, on a team, when it comes to this situation, he's in first position. It becomes everyone to himself.
Well, you saw Yoni on that last wave going for the air roll spin, just could not get the rotation, got caught up. That wave was smaller, didn't offer a lot of power. So he will continue on the hunt. And this is a pretty tough situation to be in. You're out in the water trying to stay alive in the competition, but to do so, you may potentially have to knock out one of your fellow teammates. And, you know, I would imagine that would not leave a warm and happy feeling. You know, no warm and fuzzies at the end of the day when you have to knock out one of your fellow teammates.
Yeah, obviously it would be easier for them, I mean, conscious-wise, to eliminate Lucas Nogueira, but already sitting in first position, 6 minutes and 20 seconds left. Yeah, I mean, between Jorge and Yoni, I'm sorry, I wanted to get through. I mean, it's still counting your individual results after for your curriculum. And so, I mean, it's understandable, the situation. I mean, if it wasn't possible to apply team tactics now, it's everybody to themselves.
Well, everybody who competes knows that, you know, on the beach, it's all fine and dandy, you know, friends, you know, with one another. But when it comes to getting the job done out in the water, it's all business with these guys.
There's Sergio Alonso from Venezuela alongside this team. A lot easier also being supported by your team like that, and a big hug. And there we see also Daniel Fonseca in yellow on the left and Ayato Enokido in white from Japan in front of that beautiful peninsula where we stayed last year.
Yes, you can actually see our old hotel down the beach from there. Also, you can see a lot of high-rise buildings going up here in Iquique, as this is a city on the move, continuing to grow. Their annual tourism also growing at an exponential rate. And here, trying to grow scores, we see a wave exchange between Lucas Nogueira and Yoni Aguirre. A little split peak action. Looks like that one's not going to really work out for either one of them.
So we're going below the 5-minute mark. They're going to be able to go in the water. Sergio Ayato and Daniel, there they are. There's Daniel Fonseca already paddling in the inside. For now, less than 5 minutes. We're waiting on those scores. As you said, Steve, 1 point for Lucas Nogueira, 1.83 for, no, 1.6 for Yoni Aguirre. No game changers there. Just go back out, and in the last 4 minutes and 30 seconds in this first heat of the round 5 of the repechage, try to get better waves and try, if they can, to get over the Brazilian Lucas Nogueira for Jorge Hurtado and Yoni Aguirre.
And here's Yoni giving it another go, throwing out the air roll spin and then ducking out. Again, he's looking for a 5.01 to jump ahead of Jorge Hurtado. Yoni trying to avoid elimination and stay in medal contention. Jorge Hurtado trying to hold on to that second spot. And as I mentioned, got to be a tough spot to be out in the water trying to fend off one of your teammates.
So here comes Jorge Hurtado, starting with the roll. There on the right, going into the forward spin. Tries to keep advancing, going to go round that bend, want to put a couple of maneuvers more. Here goes the roll. Tries to keep on advancing, but becoming very close to that reef and prefers to kick out.
Yeah, couldn't get around the bend and connect to the beach break. So Jorge Hurtado will paddle back out and wait for his score to register. Meanwhile, Yoni Aguirre moves ahead of him with a 5.93 on his last wave. So situation change out in the water. Aguirre to second, Hurtado bumped to third, now waiting for his last score. Hurtado looking for a 6.21, and that last wave comes in at a 4.93. So now, with just over 3 minutes remaining, Hurtado on the hot seat. He needs a 6.21 to stay alive in competition. Aguirre moving to the second spot. Meanwhile, this man trying to hold on to his lead. Lucas Nogueira staying busy. Didn't like the feel of that one, so promptly kicks out and heads back to the lineup. Nogueira leads the way. Aguirre moving ahead of his teammate Hurtado. And we're counting down the last few minutes of this heat, and things definitely getting interesting between the pair of Peruvians out in the water.
2 minutes and 40 seconds left. So last wave of Lucas Nogueira didn't do anything on it, so only 1 point. Going back out, and nervous situation between the Peruvians, as you just said. Yoni Aguirre pushing down his fellow countryman Jorge Hurtado, and so eliminating him. But I mean, the best will advance, no other choice there. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Jorge Hurtado now, if he wants to take back that position from Yoni Aguirre and put back things how they were, he'd need at least a 6.21.
And here we can see Lucas Nogueira up and riding on this left-hander. Throws a big flip off of this little left-hander. Solid maneuver there. That may very well replace this 5.83 as a backup score and strengthen his hold on the lead here in the last minute and change So the Brazilian doing his best to ensure he stays alive in competition.
And so barely replacing that 5.83, slightly better. 5.93 for Lucas Nogueira, but still staying active, occupying the wave, occupying waves that the Peruvians could use to try to better their score. That's a bit the tactic, leaving them at the top and going straight back up in the lineup. He's never going very far, Lucas Nogueira. Actually doesn't ride those waves until the end, as you can see both of the Peruvians doing.
Yeah, so as Phil was alluding to, a 5.93 on that last wave. That will improve his overall combined total marginally, but he does strengthen his score. Meanwhile, this man, Yoni Aguirre, wow, looked like he was trying to roll out of the barrel, and his board and himself separated. You saw the board go flying, and he stayed in the barrel.
Yeah, the board going for it on its own. Last minute of this heat. So seems that things are pretty well set. It's going to be difficult. So Yoni Aguirre could still try to go for first position with a 7.24. Wouldn't change anything in the main picture. Jorge Hurtado looking for a 6.21, and as you can see, it's getting pretty flat out there.
Yeah, it's definitely transitioned from fairly decent conditions to a real battle out there, not only amongst the competitors, but against Mother Nature herself. As you know, we've got a little drop in the swell, a change in the tide, and the winds have kicked up on shore, and these guys doing their best to work their way through it.
10 seconds, so they're going to start airing the countdown. The riders in the water. Lucas Nogueira securing his passage to round 6 of the repechage, which won't be anything easy already with Pierre-Louis Costes waiting in that first heat. And there goes the horn. So marking the end of this heat number 1 in round 5 of the repechage, and Brazil chanting and cheering there below your screen.
And there you can see Lucas Nogueira going stand up on his ride in. We're going to take a quick look at the heat recap. Here's Yoni Aguirre throwing the air roll spin. Here's a look at Jorge Hurtado. He was sitting in advancement position for the longest time during that heat, only to be bumped eventually by his teammate. And here we go. Lucas Nogueira coming out victorious in that heat recap. And you know what? Tomorrow he's going to be one of the guys going up against Pierre-Louis Costes. That's going to be wild. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll come back with Juan Santos and Phil Muller to bring it home.
Lo invito al Museo Regional de Iquique a conocer la historia y los encantos naturales de nuestra región.
En Camanchaca somos orgullosos de nuestra trayectoria, conscientes de la responsabilidad que tenemos en el presente para desarrollar y mejorar nuestra actividad y ambiciosos del futuro y las metas que nos planteamos para seguir alimentando al mundo desde el mar.
Okay, welcome back to the wave-rich, beautiful city of Iquique, Chile, for the 2015 ISA World Bodyboarding Championship. Here we are at La Punta Uno, watching the world's best bodyboarders compete for gold in the water. Currently surfing repechage round number 4, heat number 2 in the men's open division. Well, repechage round number 5 in red, now busy. There it is, Sergio Alonso from Venezuela, taking in the Japanese, the man with no bones in white, Hayato Enokiro, and in yellow from Portugal, a talent and unknown European rough rider from Portugal, yellow, Daniel Fonseca. Here in the booth, myself, Juan Santos, joined by ISA legendary commentator Philip Muller. Please, Philip, thank you very much for all the good vibes. Let's introduce again now the live interview in the beach.
Let's go.
everyone. The situation here is on fire because we are in the semifinals of the repechage. I'm here with one of the big names from Brazil, from Rio de Janeiro, Lucas Nogueira. Lucas Nogueira, boa tarde. Tudo bem? Como que foi essa bateria, Lucas?
Primeiro, eu sou de Espírito Santo.
Espírito Santo, me desculpa aí.
Estou muito contente aí. Primeiramente, quero dar toda a glória a Deus, porque eles têm me sustentado aí com saúde para ser isso. Estou muito contente pela manga, foi incrível. Sempre é difícil competir contra duas pessoas do mesmo time. Então, foi uma manga muito difícil aí. Estou contente, estou muito contente aí. Sei que foi uma manga importante para nós outros.
He was very happy because God is helping to him to find the result. It was very hard, he said, to compete against two people from the same nation. Lucas, alguma coisa que você queria falar para todo o povo brasileiro que está assistindo? Está todo mundo dando um suporte muito grande para você. Alguma coisa que você queria falar para todo mundo lá em casa?
Galera do Brasil que está torcendo, o sonho continua. A gente vai atrás dessa medalha de ouro, ela vai ser nossa. O tri vai ser nosso. Nós somos bicampeões. A gente tem nome, a gente vai chegar lá. Continua torcendo, galera. Valeu.
And Brazil, they wanted to take for third time the gold medal, and he's what he's saying. Thanks, guys. On the booth situation is incredible here. So we see us back on the booth.
Okay, what a commitment from Team Brazil and what an explosive rider. Lucas Nogueiras taking the first place in the last heat, and once again, what a legend. Yo-Yo, thank you, Yo-Yo, once again, and introducing again my companion, my partner in crime here in the booth, Philip Müller. Thank you, Philip, for such a good vibe here in this beautiful journey. This is day number 3. We are looking for a 5-day competition. What's going on in the water, Philip?
So right until now, only one wave for each competitor. Right now, Sergio Alonso from Venezuela taking the best one of those 3 waves. 6.67 for his opening ride. Second position for Japan, Ayato Enokido with a 5.83. And Daniel Fonseca from Portugal, your fellow countryman, Juan, with a 4.27. So that's the situation. Venezuela first, Japan second, and Portugal in third position. My Venezuelan Portuguese rapping webcasting friend.
Yeah, well. Sergio Alonso, no stranger into these competition high-class situations. Sergio being eliminated from having an interference when we see Daniel Fonseca scooping into a very deep long barrel ride and getting out with 3 moves combination. So for sure, Daniel now is going to throw a good score in the scoreboard and score ahead of the Sergio Alonso in red and Hayato Enokido in white. Remember, only 2 will advance into the next repechage round. 1 rider will say goodbye and farewell Iquique. So a lot coming into play for these riders.
15 minutes left in the last heat of today. So if you want to see the schedule, see what's happening. The only thing we can tell you for sure is that we're starting at 8 o'clock in the morning, as we did all these days, the first days of the competition. We'll be here at 8 o'clock in the morning. We've got lots of repechage round tomorrow. We also need to define who will be the 2 finalists, or almost the 4 finalists of the grand final of the junior divisions. So we're going to see that tomorrow. Right now, we're in the last heat of the day. We're waiting on the last scores of Daniel Fonseca. There's a good wave coming in for the Portuguese. There's also a good wave coming for Ayato. And it seems they're going to take over both of them, Sergio Alonso. So we're going to see lots of change. Do remember, please, all the official hashtags there. They are below your screen if you're going to publish anything regarding the event, so that we can compile it and see everything that's being said.
Yeah, exactly. Well, good score dropping. Take a look at this. Fonseca from Portugal, a 7.5. Back it up with a 4.27. So second position now. Here it is. Trying to take a look at that one. I prefer to don't go. That's Sergio Alonso now being very picky with the waves. Remember, Alonso got eliminated in the previous round for an interference call with another rider from Brazil, Eder Luciano. Well, Hayato Enokido, the Japanese, just throw a second score now, a 5.83. So situation so far in the lead, Hayato Enokido from Japan. In second place is Daniel Fonseca from Portugal, looking for a short score, a 4.54, very pretty achievable for his skills. And in third place, in red from Venezuela, Alonso requires so far a 5.11, plenty of time. As my partner said, Remember, tomorrow tune in 8 a.m. Chilean time. For sure, we're coming back to you again with bigger surf, thicker waves, and again with a world-class show of bodyboarding.
30 minutes left. And so, change completely of situation. Right now, Hayato Enokido from Japan and Daniel Fonseca would be advancing. Still lots of time there. We can see him. Sergio Alonso trying to paddle away from Daniel Fonseca. They are on the left of the wave. Hayato Enokido, the silent Japanese, being a ninja, going towards the right and waiting there patiently for his wave. There you see isaworlds.com. Remember, you can write to us directly into the booth. I mean, the Latin guys are the guys at each event that have got most commentaries. You can write to us. I mean, it's going to get more and more intense in these 2 last days of competition, and we're going to see if Team Chile, which is its biggest dream, is to get the 2 times consecutive team gold medal here. They're dreaming with that situation. It seems they're doing a good campaign and they're still in contention.
Well, yeah, Brazil, I think in first edition, France was the team champion. 2011, held in the Canary Islands. In 2012, in Venezuela, Brazil was the team champion. In 2013, Brazil won again as a team champion. At the 2014, Chile host the event, and they claimed the gold as a team champion. Well, who is going to claim the gold in the championship this year, 2015? We still have to wait more couple of days. With 12 on his way for the next days on a complete world-class show. A bit of a lay low. Remember, we like to say thanks and highlight all of the sponsors. Remember, this World Championship is made possible by Iquique para Todos. So thank you very much, Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique. Thank you to the Chilean Surfing Federation. Thank you to Erizos Bodyboards and bodyboarding equipment. Erizos, yes. Thank you to Surfline, Pasión Extrema, Vía de Escape, RTC Television. So thank you, Vía de Escape, Carlos, and the whole crew doing such a great job so you guys can have complete coverage of what's going on over here in La Punta Uno in Iquique. Thank you as well to Surfers Village, Gravedad Zero, West Brazil, Riptide Magazine. Thank you guys for tuning in, and thank you to my partners in crime, Steve Action Jackson, and here with me in the booth, Philip Muller.
10 minutes and 40 seconds, so not many waves being ridden. Here comes the 6th wave of this heat. Sergio Alonso going into the barrel, not making it out. That was really too deep, closing in front of him. So going to be a throwaway score right now. He needs 5.11 to take that 2nd position from the Portuguese Daniel Fonseca. Remember, this is a repechage round, last heat of the day. And so obviously one of these guys right now with the actual situation, Sergio Alonso, would be the last eliminated in this 3rd day of competition.
Well, the Portuguese not finding the scoring potential he thought and guessed that wave might bring. So short scores dropping in for the Portuguese, like 1 point wave right. Daniel Fonseca looking solid with a 7.5, trying to improve a 4.27. Hayato Enokido, the Japanese, otherwise with a 2 middle scores in between the 5 and the 6 range, so a 6.2 and a 5.83. Hayato, they have been surfing pretty impressive since round number 1, now trying to avoid elimination. But Sergio Alonso as well, remember, this kid is possible of launching very big things, and he has been battling since very beginning until the very last second. So I would get impressed if Alonso once again at the last countdown just catch up away out an hour and impress the judges with some big moves. There you have it. That's Valentina Soto, the sister of one competitor from Team Chile, Joaquin Soto, and the Chilean young girls here enjoying this ISA World Bodyboarding Championship 2015. Beautiful day here at Iquique. There you have it. That is the Shell Rock at La Punta Muller. We have been blessed with this weather, eh?
Really beautiful days in the north of Chile. Obviously, the presence of the driest desert in the world. There's no other desert that's drier than Atacama right here next door. That allows for these incredible days. Obviously, not one single cloud. It's been incredible, the weather until now. Just as you can see, we've been talking about it since the beginning of the afternoon. Just a bit of wind coming, and messing with the conditions of the sea. It wasn't already ideal with smaller conditions compared to yesterday, but really the afternoon, the wind transformed the wave in something very, very technical for the riders.
Yeah, well, these guys are the best in the world. They need to prove to everyone, and especially to the judges, that they can ride big, they can ride small, they can ride onshore, offshore, side shore, they can ride whatever the conditions are. So that's why they are here in representing their national teams. Remember, this is a selection of the best in the world. Every country trying to bring all their champions of each category. Girls under 18 division, boys under 18 division, then bringing one rider in the drop knee division, one women open girl, and then to finish the 3 strongest men to the open division. There it is, Hayato Enokido trying to keep himself busy. Wave number 3, not much of an action. So now wave selection really being a factor that comes into play in these very last moments of this third day of competition. We see there Daniel Fonseca trying to block Sergio Alonso of getting into that left-hander. So not easy to know where you need to sit on the peak. When it's big, you know, the peak goes very further from the shell rock and really defines a triangle perfect peak with left and right. When it's smaller, like you see right now, is a bit of a bumpy wind swell that suddenly just come and give you a little scoring potential wave. So Philip, 6 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Let's see what these guys come now out of the pocket. Let's see if they have the ace of blades in the pocket to put the card on the table and qualify as in first and second place. Okay, talking about playing Alonso, I think we lost the first section of the wave. We don't know really if he got a move before riding the whitewash. That was Sergio Alonso trying to put some second score on his scoreboard. Currently only having a 6.67 and a 1.07. Remember, Alonso is looking for a 5.11 to attack the second place held by the Portuguese in yellow.
So 6 minutes left right now. Still we see Team Venezuela on the left, Japan in the middle, and Portugal, the last team standings. I mean, it's the end of the day. A lot of teams decide to not watch the last or the 2 last heats. It's understandable. Right now, let's see the replay of that latest situation there between Red Sergio Alonso from Venezuela and Daniel Fonseca from Portugal. Up until now, we still haven't seen a call for interference. We're going to see what the judges decide. So let's see. Also, one thing is that the guy who finishes second in this heat, so right now, Daniel Fonseca, sometimes you have to look if first or second position is what is better for you, but you end up in the heat if you finish second here with Pierre-Louis Costes and Lucas Nogueira tomorrow.
Wow, look at that. Lucas Nogueira and Pierre-Louis Costes, Brazil and France sitting on the hot spot waiting for more 2 riders to join them in what is going to be an incredible show. So Nogueira, the Brazilian, a very explosive serve. And Pierre-Louis Costes needed no introductions. Already a gold medalist in the first ISA WBC edition in the Canary Islands. And, of course, the 2011 Professional World Tour champion. So, seems like we are going to have an interference call. Red.
No.
Let's see. We have an interference call. A double interference. Oh. So we have a double interference call.
So that's, anyway, Hayato Enokido was already in first position. Won't change much for him. But half of the score of Daniel Fonseca, second best wave, and half of Sergio Alonso's second best wave are going to be cut in 2 right now. There, the interference has been entered. We're going to wait for it to update. And there, as you see, obviously being a double interference between second and third, won't change the positions, but still complicating a bit there in the last minute. So now, look, Daniel Fonseca, if he wants first position, needs 8.29. Sergio Alonso, if he wants that second position, needs 5.96, a bit more than what he needed before.
Well, a double interference. Well, Fonseca and Alonso now. Well, that wasn't a good strategy from both riders, compromising their spot into the oncoming heat. Now we see Fonseca trying to get advantage and score another backup so he can hold the second place. And now we see Alonso taking off on right and a bit of a fast wall. Now he goes up, steering and busting. Nice flip, clean landing on the flats, and let's see how our judges rewarded for that.
So waiting for that later score. He might get more than 596. We need to wait also for the lay wave of Daniel Fonseca, not doing much, so that's going to be a minimal score. 3 minutes left, lots of pressure on these riders. We're going to see also what is up for tomorrow. Lots of repechage round. Also, what we don't know is if they will be running the final of the Aloha Cup tomorrow or Sunday alongside the 5 finals of the 5 divisions. We've got Open Men, Open Women, Junior Men, Junior Women, and Drop Knee. So that's the 5 categories. And the Aloha Cup as a specialty event. Remember, the Aloha Cup, the points do not go towards the team gold medals.
Yeah, that's true, Philip. Well, 2 minutes, 30 seconds waiting for the last score for red. Alonso needs a 5.96. So Daniel Fonseca sitting in a very uncomfortable zone. He knows the Venezuelan is on the chase and looking to qualify as well. So now let's see in position. Paddling, taking off on riding, that is yellow. Fonseca scooping into this one. Going up for a roll, and sadly looks like it is an incomplete move. Very dry now, the tide, not much of water, so making things difficult for the riders. Also, the onshore not helping when the water builds the wave. So a bit of tricky thing here, like I only have time to take speed and launch one move. So 1 minute 30 seconds remaining.
So very little time right now. Sergio Alonso feeling the possibility of being eliminated. Here he comes. Last ditch effort, going through the tube, punching with a roll.
Well, this can be a game changer. Take a look at that combination with a barrel attempt. Now answering back, good looking wave. Ooh, sadly the wave was just broke, closing the potential, the scoring potential on the wave. So 1 minute remaining. Let's see if this can be a game changer for the Venezuelan. 2 moves. So now Alonso, last wave a 5.93, not enough, but he needs a 5.96 and already see some scores dropping into. It seems like it's not enough as well. So it seems like Daniel Fonseca is going to keep that second place.
And he will be seeing tomorrow Pierre-Louis Costes and Lucas Nogueira. I don't know if that's good news really, but at least he'd be happy to know that he's advancing towards round 6 of the repechage of the men's division. Hayato Enokido there. I mean, very calm in first position. He's been very quiet and discreet, always maintaining to the right, almost never touching really the left for the Japanese Hayato Enokido. 20 seconds left.
20 seconds running out of time. Seems like the Japanese and the Portuguese are going to join. Two very strong riders. Lucas Nogueira from Brazil and Pierre-Louis Costes from France. With counting down the last 5 seconds. And well, that's it. Farewell WBC World Bodyboarding Championship. Sergio Alonso is going back to the hotel, pack his bag, and going back to the beautiful Isle of Margarita in Venezuela. Tomorrow now the Portuguese and the Japanese need to take a rest and find out a way, the best way for tomorrow, beat those 2 riders that are already holding on, Lucas Nogueira and Pierre-Louis Costes. Well, Philip, seems like this was the last hit of the day. We are done for today. Remember, we'll be back again tomorrow at 8 o'clock a.m. sharp start. Seems like we're going now for a hit recap. Drive us through, Philip.
So let's do this. Last recap of the day between Hayato Enokido, Daniel Fonseca, and Sergio Alonso. So starting the show, there we can see that was Daniel Fonseca. Here we see also the first double interference of the event. Visibly, Daniel Fonseca going for the left, and then here he is, Sergio Alonso going for the right and finally clashing, but getting his game back on. Sergio Alonso never really could catch up to the Portuguese, and finally bows out from the event. The last eliminated of the day for now, Japan and Venezuela moving forward. No, Japan and Portugal, sorry. So right now this is the end of day 3 of competition. Thank you all for following this live transmission alongside Juan Santos, Steve Action Jackson, and myself, Philip Muller. We're going to say bye-bye for now with this beautiful postcard from Iquique, the sand dunes, the beach, the girls, the guys here, and the capital of bodyboarding. So make sure to be back tomorrow at 8 a.m. with us for more of the best bodyboarders in the world. You!
Yeah, well, happiness and success. Peace. Stay tuned. Tomorrow we'll be back with more action from Iquique in this ISA WBC 2015. Cheers.
Yeehaw!